top of Mountain Straight, and Spencer Martin has joined Gagan and Gibson in the lead.
Well, Alan Moffat might be nursing home a crippled car, but is going to be the leader of a crushing victory to Ford.
Rocky sideways comes out of Motograph.
Can you believe the depths and the heights of human emotion that have been tested here this afternoon?
Yes, good morning, Australia, and welcome to the Mecca of Australian motorsport, Mount Panorama Bathurst, for the great event of Australian motorsport, and that is the AMP Bathurst 1000, and it's a pleasure to welcome AMP as the naming rights sponsor for this great event. AMP, of course, Australia's preeminent life assurance, investment and funds investment manager. It's also a pleasure to welcome a legend of Australian motorsport, Alan Moffat, as always, joining our commentary team here. And the great race sums it all up, doesn't it? Because it's turned out to be that way again from what we've seen in qualifying.
It's not only a great race in Australia, it's a great race around the world. And the following that this event has now internationally is just second to none. When the international drivers come out here for the first time and spot the place, they really wish they had a quicker return trip. But it really is a place to behold.
We've only got a couple of international drivers this year, but they're not short on ability. John Cleland is back from Scotland, and the American Tommy Kendall, from what we've seen, is a pretty hard punter.
He is in America, but over there they don't have anything like this, and I'm sure his heart rate is up considerably this weekend.
Speaking of having nothing like this, we've seen a new record for the track set by Glenn Seaton. First car over 300 kilometres an hour down Conrad Straight, only 1.5 seconds between the top 10 or 12 cars in qualifying.
I think it's a tremendous credit to the organizers that put the formula together in the first place, that amount of gap could be so fine with everybody doing what they have to be here at their best.
Well, it's often said that there are, in fact, two races at Mount Panorama each October. The race for the AMP Bathurst 1000 and the race for pole position. The tense countdown to this year's 1000 has been one of the best, and as Mark Osler reports, a classic dogfight between two of Australia's finest young talents.
For the first time in the history of the top 10 shootout, a privateer made the grade, and he wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Victorian John Faulkner was first to attack the mountain, throwing down the gauntlet to the pro teams with a fast and effective 2-minute 12.14 lap time.
We changed the car dramatically just for this top 10 run, and I think it might have paid off.
It was a situation custom-made for our former world champion, Alan Jones, who responded to Faulkner's challenge in the only way AJ knows how, a near-perfect 2-minute 11.77 effort in the flying pack leader Ford put Jones on top. 5 times Bathurst winner Larry Perkins was next in the queue, and with his focus more on Sunday's race, the talented Victorian produced a solid 2-minute 12.31 second lap. Queenslander Tony Longhurst also failed to top Jones' stunning time, but the lanky Queenslander was still well pleased with his 2-minute 12.32. With a record 19 starts in the top 10 shootout, Ford hero Dick Johnson was the next on stage, but the 51-year-old veteran was far from pleased with his effort, joining Longhurst, Perkins and Faulkner in the 12-second bracket. The Queenslander's lap was in stark contrast to Wayne Gardner. The former world motorcycle champ grabbed the Coke Commodore by the scruff of the neck, thrilling fans with a spectacular display of on-the-limit driving for an excellent 2-minute 11.69 second lap.
I got on 2 wheels in a couple of places and went wide and had to shut off, and I probably lost a good half a second or more. So, no, personally, I'm not impressed with myself. It was my mistake more than anything, driving too hard. But that's the games about the cars here in one piece. That's the most important thing.
Only 4 cars remain to challenge Jones for pole. Mark Scape attacked the mountain in the Network Q Commodore, but the 2 times Bathurst champ was struggling for pole-winning pace. His 2-minute 12.35 second lap was starting to make Jones' early effort look like genuine pole position material. Even the mountain master, Peter Brock, failed to beat the speed of the pack leader Ford. But the 51-year-old veteran came within a whisker of the top spot. His fast and fuss-free 2:11.81, a mere 4/100ths of a second behind Jones. The battle for pole came down to the two men who have dominated practice and qualifying. 22-year-old Craig Lowndes was ruthlessly effective, pushing the HRT Commodore to the limit to grab pole from Jones with a stunning 2-minute 11.40 second effort.
It wasn't the best lap I've had. You know, the car's been feeling terrific all week. Greg and I are quite happy with the car. We've just happy now to get the car on the start line in one piece.
Lowndes' grab for pole was all the incentive Glenn Seaton needed. For the second time in 2 days, the young Ford flyer dug deep, pulling out a magnificent 2-minute 11.02 second lap to snatch pole position from his Holden arch rival.
Yes! Go! It was a good lap. There's just a couple of bits across the top. I cut the curb a little bit and got a little bit taily, but no, I've got to say, I'm wrapped, absolutely wrapped.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the Australian National Anthem, will you please welcome a legend of Australian modern music, Mr. Glenn Shorrock.
Australia's all, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is goodbye sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Glenn Shorrock, well done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with the message that will get the great race for 1996 underway here again from AMP, Mr. George Trumbull, with that message that all the drivers are waiting for.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Mount Panorama, Bathurst. The rain has stopped, but only momentarily as cars grid up Seaton Parsons' front row of the grid, sharing the front row with Lowndes and Murphy for HRT Holden. Jones and Grice, the experienced team pack leader, Falcon on the second row with Brock Mazera.
Row 3, Gardner and Crompton, the Coke Commodore, Faulkner and Harrington, the first of the privateers. Row 4, Perkins and Ingle, and Longhurst and Ellery.
Scaife and Cleland, Johnson and Bowes share the fifth row. Then the sixth row, Larkham, McConville, Johnson and Kendall.
Row 7 is the second of the Coke Commodores, Jones and Scott, Romano and Madecki. Row 8, Richards and Reed and Ashby.
On the ninth row of the grid, car 49, Crick and Parsons, sharing that with Walden and Noski. Then Finnegan, McColl and Dulman and Cotter. Row 10.
Out of the top 10, Waldock and Park, Poole and Gazzard. Row 12, Dumsney, Bailey and Trimble and Attard.
Row 13 of the grid, shared by car 9, Needswitz and Douglas. In the Synovus entry, Rose and Shield, car 44. Row 14, McLeod, father and son, along with Smerton and Weeks.
Row 15, O'Brien and Callahan and the Commodore, Palmer and Peters from Queensland. Row 16, Kendrick and Poole, Russell and Shaw join them.
17th row of the grid, car 37, Taylor and Bell share that with 79, Conway and Pope, and Wilmington Cedars bring up the rear of the grid. Rain has stopped. Well, it's still sprinkling. They're away! And off the line, Lowndes got the better start. Seaton's got the inside running though as they go to the corner. Look for Alan Jones in the pack leader. Falcon trying to spear through the middle. Brock plays it cautious going into the turn. He slots into fourth position. There's a bit of a bunch up for fifth, sixth, seventh positions, but at the head of the field, the leaders have gone through okay. Synovus Falcon going through all right. Dick Johnson's okay, so's John Bow starting in that car, and further back in the field, there's Jim Richards, but it's Lowndes. Why, gee, what a start. He got the corner, he got the run. and Ben Seaton content to pull in behind him as they went through the corner.
Just imagine how difficult it is in that spray, Gary. The drivers have been talking about it all morning. Just so much water coming up from these tyres, really blurring their vision. So a great advantage for Craig Lowndes. We've seen a low-down traction advantage for these HRT cars all the way through the year, and he used that to maximum advantage off the start line.
Yes, he did a lovely start, and he didn't panic when he saw Glenn Seaton coming up alongside him. He took the outside line around Shellhead Helix corner and really maintained that lead. A beautiful start.
The last time that we had a start like this was 94, and Larry Perkins actually shot away to the lead and was having so much fun out there driving the car sideways. It looked dangerous from where I was sitting, but Larry was having fun. We're probably going to see him come back very soon and be up the front.
The crowd are damp, but not the spirits. Hear them roar as the cars fly, lights ablaze across the top of the mountain.
Ben Seaton hanging on in second position. Great start. Oh, look at that. Larry Perkins battling his way through the spray. A little bit untidy. Very, very dangerous conditions across the top of the mountain the first time around. They're taking it very carefully. Seaton second through the dipper. There's Alan Jones in the pack leader forward. Brock, or Mazira, I should say, in the Brock Mazira HRT car in fourth. And Perkins down there in the pack with that older model V Commodore, and he will be looking forward to these conditions.
Well, here's Craig Lowndes coming on to Conrad. He'll love this. He's got about 5 car lengths against Glenn Seaton. I think Glenn, with maybe a harder Bridgestone rain tire, is just being a little bit tentative until he gets some heat into those tires. But certainly Craig Lowndes is where he's fairly accustomed to being.
Well, Glenn Seaton top 300 kilometres an hour down Conrad Straight this weekend in the dry. Maybe not so quick in the wet, but very, very quick still. As the V8 pound down Conrad Straight, brake hard for Caltech's chase on the first of 161 torturous laps of Mount Panorama.
In the chase, cars slipping and sliding just a little, as you'd expect. A lot of water on the road.
Not actually raining, Gary, as you mentioned, but still wipers on to keep that mist and windscreen free.
Any further back than second or third, and you can't see too much.
Well, at the moment, Bridgestone shod cars holding sway. 1, 2, 3, 4. First of the Dunlop cars is the Coke Commodore behind them. Wayne Gardner in 5th position. Then it's Larry Perkins in the old VP model Commodore. Tony Longhurst in the Castrol Falcon. Scaife, Bow, and Johnny Faulkner, the privateer, rounds out the top 10 on that first lap.
All the drivers already will be very conscious of the fact that it isn't really raining, and they're on their full rain tires. They'll be watching to keep them damp. Look there, Wayne Gardner going up the right-hand side of the track. He's staying in the water. He's trying to conserve, if you can believe it, conserve his rain tires. They really want to have the rain coming down as well in these conditions with these tires.
Well, Gardner really has been setting the pace for the Dunlop boys all week, and spectacular lap in qualifying yesterday to take a 2:12.07. And he's really taking the fight up to the Bridgestone boys in the wet.
Won't be long before they get the wish for more rain. Craig Lowndes 3.7 seconds advantage as they went across the start-finish line for the first time over Glenn Seaton.
Fastest lap so far was Lowndes, as you'd expect, out there running in clean vision and clean air at 2:39.87. That's way, way off the 2:10s, 2:11s they were recording in the dry. And just an indication of how slippery it is. You can see the car starting to move around a bit now.
Yes, they're being very cautious. They have to be careful of where there are still puddles on the road, because the best tire in the world will not act like a water ski.
Just see how hard it is. It's this difficult to see through our cameras. When you're watching at home, imagine what it's like inside the cockpit of one of these race cars.
Well, if we can't see the cars, I can assure you the drivers that are running stem astern can't see the car in front of them other than just a slight glow of the tail light.
Charlie O'Brien, I guess you've driven in these conditions before. Just the level of caution just must be so extreme. You just don't want to put a foot wrong.
It's terrible conditions. You really, as Alan just said, you can't see the car any more than 50 metres ahead. You're doing 270 kilometres an hour, probably in even these wet conditions, and it is dangerous. And you're trying to be very careful, because it's a long race. It's the most important race of the year for the touring car guys, and you don't want to.
Oh, just as you were talking there, it looked like the car coming onto Conrad was getting very sideways.
They'll be very conscious. Remember, Charlie, when you were driving the Sonoma's Sierra, on the very last lap you hit an aquaplane and you just went splat into the wall. You were totally out of control.
Well, yes, and that was I was doing 15 miles an hour in first gear coming down the mountain. It was so bad.
I think Jimmy Richards did something like that himself a couple of seasons ago.
Big challenge here from Alan Jones. He's really starting to get a move on as he closes up behind Glenn Seaton.
Former teammates.
They were former teammates. Split up at the end of last year. Glenn went his own way with a one-car operation. Jones took the Philip Morris money and went in his direction. And there's plenty of competition between these two teams.
I felt Alan Jones yesterday was showing his mettle. He was very, very determined in qualifying, and I think he's got his qualifying eyes on now. He's determined to stay in touch. He's so close to Glenn, and he knows that car was capable of doing over 300 kilometers an hour down Conrad. He just wants to shadow him, and if Glenn makes one mistake, he's going to be up alongside his door handle.
This is just a race custom-made for Alan Jones, isn't it? We've seen throughout his Formula One career, whenever the chips are down, that's when Jones is at his finest. He knows he's going to lose his sponsor at the end of this year, and he is really pumped about getting a result at this race.
And he loves a fight.
He sure does.
Just by and by.
Lowndes leading second place to Glenn Seaton. Not much of a go, 5 seconds in it. And Alan Jones in third, Thomas Mazera in the 05 HRT Commodore in fourth spot. Then Gardner, Longhurst, Scaife, Bauer, the first of the Dick Johnson cars, then Larry Perkins and John Faulkner.
Just look at that shot of the rain, absolutely pelting down. There are puddles forming, and already the first of the pack leader Falcons, 2:01. That's the Madeki.
Looks like he's lost his no, he's lost his top advertising hoard, and it's got entangled with the windscreen wiper.
Just could not believe Ross Stone there, the team manager, trying to peel that away on his own. Can you believe? They talk about 20-cent parts upsetting a race effort.
The regulations allow 400 mil down from the edge of the roof, and of course everybody wants to use that, but it actually interferes with the wiper.
Well, I think he's having trouble with the
wiper motor
itself. So meanwhile, while we were in the pits there, Glenn Seaton has been passed. You could see Alan Jones was really charging. This weather doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all. One
of the difficulties all the teams have had, although it was a miserable opening to the week by virtue of rain and hail, by the time we started practice on Wednesday through Saturday, it was fine weather, and all the cars got pumped up, built into shape for maximum dry conditions. And now there will be a lot of drivers out there suffering a few little inadequacies in the chassis.
Here's Wayne Gardner all over Thomas Mazera in the 05 Commodore.
Meanwhile, when we're down the pits there looking at that pack leader Falcon, Jones got past Seaton. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Right up behind the Ford Credit Falcon here and just ducks up the inside. Can you believe that?
Very cheeky, very brave.
Very confident.
There's really only room for one car when they get to the top of that hill.
Well, Ross and Jim Stone engineering these pack leader Falcons. They know how to win this race before. Glenn Seaton said he was concerned about having the car on a stiff, dry setup. Here we are back in the pits, 2:01.
More than a windscreen wiper, I'd say.
Engine switched off, and there may be problems there that early. What a great disappointment for Paul Romano, the 22-year-old Queenslander. Dunlop pit report shows the trauma.
Looking through the safety net.
Andy Raymond is on the spot.
Yeah, this is just absolutely tragic, Gary Wilkinson. Speaking of Paul Romano, Paul, you haven't got a heated mirror and your windscreen wiper blade broke.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. It was absolutely impossible to see anywhere on the circuit. And the rain's so heavy, and I come down Conrad, and the wiper blade stopped. So I just had to nearly pull up to a halt because I just could not see a thing.
But we'll let you go, Paul Romano. Bad luck, buddy.
Yeah, Larry Perkins is coming in car number 11, the Castrol Commodore. Richard Hay is on the spot. Let's find out what the problem is here. Change of tyres, obviously.
Well, that's right, Wilco, but then talking to the team, few of the guys here seem to know what this is about. Now, I've spoken to Russell England, said, why is he coming in? He said, I don't know. Tyres have been changed, they've topped the fuel up, and remember that there are one or two teams hoping to do this race on just 3 stops. Perkins back in the race.
Oh, you bet your life Larry hasn't come in for fun. He knows what he's doing.
He will be unhappy with the compound of the rain tyre. Obviously a little bit too hard for these conditions. He's come in for some softer rain tyres.
That stop has put him back to 21st position, so shades of last year.
Well, Larry doesn't mind doing things the hard way. He had to win for more than a lap down last year. He's come in very early, and he has got a lot of work to do.
He's the only pilot, registered legal licensed pilot in the field, and I'm sure he was looking in the sky saying, this is going to be a long, hard day. I want the best tyre I can have.
Now there's plenty of action out on the track in these conditions, as you can imagine, and here's the Richards father and son combo.
Car 4 giving him a tap under brakes. It's taken them both off. They're heading off into the sand trap out there. I think that's the second car 4, the Scott car. Meanwhile, the second of the Gibson Motorsport cars rejoins the race. The Walden Noski car has a lot of pit stops very early on. We're only 3 laps into the race.
Yes, I think the forecast that the team managers made for their original set of tires is coming unstuck, and the drivers are saying we have to have the softer tires.
Safety car is on the track.
I was just about to say, I don't think
it stopped. It stopped. It was about to head out, but they've changed their minds for the moment anyway.
So maybe the conditions have got so bad they're going to pull the safety car out, just slow everyone down and just wait to see what this weather does, because this is diabolical at the moment.
Well, no, it is going out. Yes, safety car is going out on the track.
Okay, so you just saw Craig Lowndes will be coming under the Bridgestone Bridge. He's the leader of the race, so this should be nice and convenient. The pace car will pick him up first. The rest of the cars will queue up behind.
There's been a slight change, actually, in the way they run the pace car this year. The pace car will pull out in front of first available car. They will all queue up, and then when the pace car considers it safe, he'll wave past the tail enders until Lowndes comes up behind him.
But in this case, Craig's right at the front, so he should be the first to pick up the safety car at this early stage.
But for the restart, the cars must be in single file. They must be separated by an approximate 2-car length. And instead of the pace car doing a full lap with lights off before the restart, they can now put lights off top of Conrad coming out of Forest Elbow. He'll pull off into the pit entry lane, and then it's up to the lead driver to judge the pace until they get to the start-finish line and put his foot down again.
And they can switch the lights off on the safety car as late as Caltech's chase. And so these team managers are going to have to be on the ball.
Yeah. The team managers and the drivers all went to kindergarten class.
Oh no, it's the Mitre 10 Falcon. Mark Larkham and Cameron McConville.
There is a hoodoo on this team. There's got to be.
I cannot believe this. They qualified 11th. It was the strongest showing they've had all year. He's crunched it big time into the concrete wall on Conrad Straight.
Well, as long as he's okay, the medal can always be replaced. That's cheap.
That could well be the reason for the safety car coming out on the track. Actually, there's so much mist and spray you can barely see him there.
Well, we got one of the most experienced clerks, of course, anywhere in the world. Tim Chinkin knows how to run this race, and he'll be really quite happy that he has an incident to get that safety car out and just calm everybody down. The rain coming down, the water on the circuit is really quite heavy at the moment.
There have been other occasions you haven't spoken of him quite so kindly.
Well...
All right.
I'm speechless.
I'm speechless. There's 4 laps completed. The safety car on the track. Let's check the scoreboard, the Shell Helix scoreboard. Lowndes and Murphy lead in the HRT Commodore after 4 laps with a 9-second gap over Alan Jones and Alan Grice in the pack leader Falcon. Then Gardner and Crompton, the Coke Commodore, in 3rd spot. Seaton and Parsons holding down 4th. Longhurst and Ellery in 5th position at this stage. Brock and Mazira at the wheel of the 2nd HRT car in 6th position. Then Dick Johnson, John Bauer, the Shell FAI Falcon in 7th spot. Scaife and Cleland in the Sega Commodore in 8th. Faulkner Harrington in 9th. And Junior Johnson and Tommy Kendall in 10th position. But even on this lap, the cars are going out. Car 62 is off the track, so's 47. They came together whilst they were in procession.
That was extraordinary. That
behind the safety car.
That was on the slowdown lap. Let's
see it again.
Look at that on the replay. Alan Moffat was just pointing out the damage on the front of his Falcon there, just coming in the bottom of the screen. Now look at that, there's a collision.
Daily
Wayne
Planet
Russell,
car, yeah.
John Trimble in the Daily Planet Falcon. Another one's gone off to the other side.
They've been speeding on Conrad, and they've arrived at the scene of the tow truck, and the cars in front have slowed down premature. Look at that, poor John. He's put so much effort into this car.
John Trimble and David Attard. What a great shame. Anyway, plenty of happening in the pits. Let's get into AJ.
There certainly is, and I'm just in the Mitre 10 pit, and we've seen the Wayne Russell, John Trimble thing, and I know for a fact Wayne Russell has had a lot of engine problems over the last little while, but Cameron McConville, which one of you blokes has walked under a ladder?
Oh, I don't know, Andy, but we haven't had any problems all week. That's the sad part. The car's been going so well. We nearly made the top 10, and I feel sorry for the guys because they've just worked so hard this week, and it's a real shame. I just hope no one else gets, or no one gets hurt out there today.
That's it for the day?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Commiserates, mate.
Thanks.
Great shame. Cameron McConville, remember Cameron drove with the Shell team here in '93.
Yes, and banged it up at the top of the, where was it, in the S's?
Taken a long time for him to, oh, there's a bit of a discussion, shall we say, going on here between Wayne Russell and David Attard.
Just as well there's a brick wall between them.
No, I think you'll find that they were agitated. They were coming down too quickly. Obviously, bad conditions even under a safety car.
It's just a typical freeway collision, isn't it?
That'll be an incident for the stewards that certainly will be reviewed. It's not the type of thing that is really looked kindly upon by the international fraternity. The FIA will want a report of that. How does an accident happen under a safety car condition?
One man who's a proven expert in wet conditions is Jimmy Richards. He's down in the pits now with Richard Hay.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, Jimmy, you're acknowledged as a rainmeister. We saw you earlier on doing great things in the Volvo. How is it out there?
It's unbelievably bad. When you're travelling behind a car, you know, like 2 or 3 car lengths, you cannot see their tail lights. All you can see is spray. So it's very, very dangerous. But I mean, you know, we are racing drivers and there's a race on. You know, you've got to be out there because the race is on. But it is not nice out there, especially on Conrod or going up the mountain.
That's the driver's view. How's the father's view? Because your son Stephen's out there.
The father's view is I'm glad he's out there.
Thanks, mate.
Smiling Jim Richards, he can smile because he's not out there. I tell you what, I don't know whether I'd be feeling too well up in the skies today. That's the Whitman's Chocolates light ship. We have a camera on board. I don't know whether we'll be getting too many shots out of it today, the way the weather conditions are. It's a bit wild, as we speak.
Look at that.
It's a bit wild and woolly up there, and it's certainly wild and woolly on the track. I mean, we've lost, well, half a dozen cars, and we're only on lap 4. The safety car is out. The race, you can say, is virtually at a halt. We'll check the race score, I think, whilst we're at it. Again, Lowndes and Murphy leading. They, in fact, were on their 5th lap when the safety car went out. Alan Jones, Alan Grice in 2nd spot. Wayne Gardner, Neil Crompton holding down 3rd for Coke Commodore. Then Glenn Seaton and David Parsons for Ford Credit Falcon in 4th position. Longhurst and Ellery in 5th. 6th placing to Brock and Mazira. Johnson and Bow in 7th. Scaife and Cleland in 8th position. Faulkner and Harrington 9th. And Stephen Johnson and Tommy Kendall in 10th position, with the race virtually at a halt in miserable wet conditions at Mount Panorama. They endeavour to clean up the debris of must be the remnants of, well, at least 4 or 5 cars. I'm certain, Mark Oser, there was a car went off on the infield there that we couldn't see at the same time the Daily Planet car exited.
Well, there was so much spray around. There was cars flying in every direction. I'm sure one went off to the left-hand side of Conrod, but it doesn't appear to be there, so maybe he got underway. But just a classic example. They're going that slow and they're aquaplaning everywhere. You just can't drive. That's what's left of Mark Larkham's Mitre 10 entry being pulled up aboard the tow truck to get it clear of the track. That was approaching the entrance to Caltex Chase, and there is Mark Larkham sitting disconsolately on the wall. They've been dogged by bad luck right through the Touring Car Championship, like just luckless, absolutely and completely luckless. They went back to square one to build this car for Bathurst. Were convinced they had it right, and I think their qualifying performance to put them just outside the top 10 proved that they had it right. And yet under these conditions this morning, you just cannot take a chance. And on the entry coming down Conrod towards Caltex Chase, it ended up in the wall, and that was just the first of a procession of mishaps.
Safety car still with the flashing lights means that they will continue for another lap. The drivers know they are good for another lap. The Clark, of course, instructions will be for those lights to be turned out, and then the lead driver will know it's about to restart.
And that is the view from the rear of the pace car, looking back at Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of the #1 HRT Holden Commodore. Well, whilst we've got a few moments up our sleeve as they tour behind the pace car before we get a restart, it could be some minutes away yet. Keep in mind that today's power-packed field for the AMP Bathurst 1000 is made up exclusively of Ford Falcons and Holden Commodores. Of course, a victory at Bathurst carries enormous pride and prestige for the winning manufacturer. So the stakes here, as some drivers have already found out, are very, very high. Mark Oastler takes a look behind the scenes at the enormous amount of skill, the sweat and the dedication that is required, and as Alan Moffat well knows, to build a potential Bathurst winner.
The Holden Commodore. It's as Aussie as the Bush, the barbecue and the Bathurst 1000. Holden's top-selling sedan has built a winning reputation on Mount Panorama. With 9 victories, it's by far the General's most successful competition model. Today, Holden hero Peter Brock will try for his and Commodore's 10th Bathurst crown. But as you're about to see, there's little in common between Brocky's latest Bathurst weapon and the showroom model.
The birthplace of a Group A Commodore touring car takes place right here at Holden's assembly plant at Elizabeth in South Australia. Now, it may seem like a simple process of just taking one of these standard production shells and turning it into a race car, but really, it's not that simple. You see, even at this early stage of production, there are major differences between a road car product and a race car.
Each standard Commodore body shell is welded together from 29 separate components. But with a race car, dozens of additional brackets, mounts and panels not required for competition are discarded. This presents a problem for the production line. The The missing parts mean that fully automated quality control alarms have to be manually bypassed every step of the way. So the race shell literally has to be walked down the line by a special production team. For a factory punching out 480 Commodores a day, a race car may seem like throwing a spanner in the works. But there's no shortage of enthusiasm when it comes to creating a potential Bathurst winner.
Management are very keen on it, and so they see fit to let me build the cars down the line. But yeah, everyone on the line is really keen when it comes along, and they all really help and jump into it with real enthusiasm. You know, they think it's great.
After a final quality inspection, Brock's new car is rolled off the assembly line and on its way east to Melbourne for the next critical phase of construction. Its new home for the next 12 weeks is Dencar, where in the skilled hands of George Smith and Dennis Watson, the stock standard shell is substantially strengthened and modified to the Holden Racing team's own design. A total of 40 sub-assembled components are carefully adapted, including larger wheel tubs to house wide racing tyres. Plus, there's new mountings for the race car's multi-link suspension, onboard air jacks, seat mountings and competition pedal assemblies. Without doubt, the most critical addition for both safety and performance is the massive roll cage structure. More than 35 metres of military-grade steel tubing is required, effectively turning the stock shell into a high-speed survival cell.
Here at Dencar, safety is paramount. Our motto is race on Sunday and work on Monday. And if we don't ever have a problem with an accident with a driver being hurt over all the years that we are building cars, and that's our main aim.
Next stage is the paint shop, where any rough edges are filled and smoothed. A base primer is applied before final coats in the familiar blue and white colours of the factory Holdens. All that remains now is a full fit-out at the race team's Melbourne workshop. In the final days of construction, the new car is loaded with enough onboard weapon systems to resemble a fighter plane. Lightweight plumbing for oil, fuel and extinguisher systems are installed. So too special driver components like competition seat and steering wheel, specially designed gear shift linkage and front and rear anti-roll bar adjustments. Up front, massive cold air ducting is installed for engine, transmission and brakes. The boot area too is filled with ancillary systems for high pressure fuel and oil supply. High-tech aeronautical materials like carbon fibre are also used to construct everything from master switch boxes to dash panels, and all connected to sophisticated electrical systems. A dedicated team of 16 has completed the final phase. From production line to racetrack, Brock's new $300,000 Bathurst weapon has been given the red carpet treatment every step of the way. The ultimate payback for all that effort? Well, that's simple. A 10th Bathurst win for Holden's Commodore.
Because it is Peter's 10th attempt and Holden's 10th potential win at Bathurst, we really have put everything we possibly can in our research and development and our expertise, and we'll see how we go at the end of the day.
So, if the Holden Racing team does take the checkered flag today, spare a thought for Holden's hard-working backroom boys. Each has played a key role in turning a road car into a Bathurst winner.
Now you know how it's done, thanks to Mark Osler. Sounds easy, but when you look at it, it sure is a complex business. Well, it's bucketing down still here at Mount Panorama. Water flowing across the track. That's up near Forest Elbow, entry into Forest Elbow, and of course it's causing absolute mayhem here. And as we saw even on the slowdown lap behind the safety car, car 40, there is another one going off on the infield as we saw, but on the left of screen, car 47, the Daily Planet entry, the Nokia entry, car 62 of Wayne Russell, both ended up in the wall on that side of the track. Did you spot which one was that went off on the other side?
Didn't quite see in the straight. I don't think he actually hit the wall. There he is there, coming back onto the track, so he didn't hit the wall, fortunately. Car 52. That's the Kendrick full Commodore.
Now, we saw Jeff Gresh talking to Mark Osler in that story about the construction of a V8 race car. He's now looking not quite as pleased with himself under these circumstances, I guess, although they're in front, Andy Raymond, so they've got to be happy about something.
Well, they may be in front, Wilco, but I tell you what, there's not a huge smile on the face of Jeff Gretsch. We've been racing about half an hour now, only 7 laps, and Craig Lowndes is, well, a little unhappy to say the least at the moment, Jeff.
Well, he's just radioed in, actually, Andy, just before we went on camera here, and it is very, very treacherous out there. It's starting to wash a lot of mud onto the circuit. He's even finding it hard to stay up with the pace car, which, you know, it is very treacherous. I mean, whilst the race is on, we have to try and stay out there, but if it gets too much worse, I don't know what will happen.
Are the drivers showing any concern at the moment from what you've experienced?
In these conditions, I think every driver would be out there. Whilst they know they're racing drivers, as Jim Richards just well said, you wouldn't envy any of them being out there with mud and all that washing across the circuit. You could just see an instance of that last pile up there. It's virtually uncontrollable.
It certainly is, and Gary Wilkinson, you've got the comfort, the creature comforts of being in the commentary box, but I can assure you the rain really hasn't let up down in here in pit lane.
Hey, it's cold comfort today, as Jeff Gresh well knows, as the man in charge of the Mobile Holden racing team. It's a thankless task. They've come here with enormous expectations and with a real shot at possibly a 1-2 finish with their two-car team. Alan Moffat knows how difficult that is to achieve under any circumstances.
Gary, getting one car just to the start line is an enormous endeavour. Getting it to finish is a tremendous achievement. To do it with 2 is almost miraculous.
Well, Fred Gibson has tried it, and he's always trying it on. He's with Richard Hay.
It's Wilco, yes. Freddie knows a bit about this race. This wasn't in the script, was it, this weather?
Wasn't at all, Richard. We thought it was probably easing showers and sort of, you know, the rest of the day to probably fine up, but it's turned around the other way now, right now.
Now, what does this do as far as the car's concerned? I hear you talking to Mark all the time. What sort of things are you telling him?
Oh, just like the gearbox pump, like the gearbox is getting too cool sort of thing, so we turn the gearbox pump off, things like that, and the lights and the front windscreen demister are on, so they're drawing the power a fair bit because they're only running around slow. So to turn that sort of stuff off when the car's going slow.
And what's he have to say about the conditions out there? Because I know that the pace car came out initially because of an incident, but the rain seems to have been coming down heavier and heavier.
Yeah, he said that he's never seen conditions like it, really. He's seen how the car's the problem straight away, but also the conditions are very bad because what at Bathurst happens is the water runs across the road, so it gets very puddly. So what you need is a very deep treaded tyre. And probably when we started the race, as you know, we've stopped for tyres. When we started the race, we started with a shallow groove tyre, thinking that was going to sort of not be too bad and probably might get a dry line in an hour. But that didn't work, so we've now gone to the full monsoon tyres, they call it, which is sort of getting rid of most of the water we can.
Now you've got Mark out there in the car. Sitting in the back of the garage here is John Cleland, who's done very little time in the wet in a car around here. What sort of things can you say to him?
Well, JC's a professional. He'll do a great job. It won't be a problem because they're professional race drivers. That's what they do for their living sort of thing. And he'll do a very good job. Doesn't need miles in the car. He'll hop in the car. He'll adapt to the condition and go quite as well.
Fred Gibson, thanks very much.
Thanks, Richard.
Fred Gibson, he didn't lose his hair because it fell out overnight. He's lost it because he worries a lot. And you can't blame him with the amount of money that's involved to have conditions like these dumped on you come a race day. Because, as we've said, it is an enormous investment in terms of time and money, and they can do nothing about it today, for the moment anyway, but sit behind the pace car. And race officials tell us the pace car will stay out as long as it keeps raining. So we could be here till Christmas.
A long time.
This brings back memories of...
Clark, of course, now will be gun-shy after the incident under the pace car. And he'll really want to be very certain that there are no rivers flowing across the track. They've got their own observers. Every corner is on radio linked to race control, so Tim Schenken will be able to say if and when he wants to restart it.
This brings back memories of 1992.
1992, and the Olympic flame was lit for the 25th time in Barcelona. Brisbane won their first Rugby League premiership, West Coast likewise in the AFL. At Bathurst, and once the cold wind travels over the mountain, what follows is a sense of uncertainty. That was the case on the morning of October 4, the 30th running of the great race. 5 different manufacturers made up the top 10, the all-conquering Nissan GTR, the odds-on favourite. Tragedy hit the mountain on lap 33, popular New Zealand driver Denny Holmes suffering a heart attack at the wheel. He was later pronounced dead at Bathurst Base Hospital. Intermittent light rains had threatened since sunrise. Late in the day, they delivered. The track quickly turned to ice. The result, carnage. It was even too much for the race leader.
I don't want to be unkind to Winfield and the Nissan team, but the punters at the top of the hill, this is the kind of send-off they wanted to see for the Nissan team.
Officials ruled the track unsafe and declared the event. Dick Johnson was the highest-placed driver still circulating. Many believed he had won the race. But officials then ruled that Team Winfield were the victors, taking positions from the last full lap recorded. Victory to the GTRs, but perhaps the most controversial in the 30 years.
And the pace car is still out. Dick Johnson, who is not in his car, John Bowe driving at the moment, has been to see Tim Schenken and has said, look, this is crazy. They're aquaplaning across the top of the mountain, even at the speed they're doing behind the safety car. So we've just calculated here that if it runs at this race for the rest, this pace rather, for the rest of the day, it would take 12 hours.
Well, we're not on overtime on Sundays, mate. I'm sorry.
Well, Alan Horsley would be happy. He's a bit of a specialist at 12-hour races.
12-hour races, yes, he is. And he's the tactician for the Shell team. We should point out also the longest race in the history previously of Bathurst is 7 hours 51:43 in the diabolical wet conditions of 1974 with Kevin Bartlett and John Goss, but they only won it courtesy of Alan Moffat, isn't that right?
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes, John came in a bit of a flap and said, we need the rain tires, we don't have any. My car was out, we lent him my tires.
Alan Jones is out there at the moment. Alan Grice waiting anxiously. He'd like to get a turn behind the wheel. It could be some time. The way things are going, he's in pit lane.
Alan Grice playing the waiting game at the moment, but can I assume you're not too keen to get out on the track just yet?
Jones is obviously doing a very, very good job. He's enormously experienced in these conditions and all others, and you know, he's closed the car down as everybody needs to do now with all the electric pumps and things, because we have to keep 12 volts up to these engines all day. He's just sitting, you know. I'm sure the thing going through his mind is maybe trying to get the jump on Craig when we get the green light.
Alan, I say in all due respect that you've seen a few race tracks in your time. Mount Panorama is a special place. It's a very difficult circuit, but in conditions like this, it is extremely dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, with the water running across the track, but that's the nature of the place. But, you know, having said that, I've raced in the snow at Donington in England and on slicks, and that was a very unnice thing, I can tell you.
Alan Grice, we hope you get to drive a little bit later on. Thank you very much. And with Richard Hay, let's go and speak to Neil Crompton.
Thanks, Andy. And yeah, Neil Crompton's with me. You just said something to me about last time you did any of this. You had four-wheel drive.
Yeah, that was 1992, but we were at a slight technical disadvantage now. But it's very much the same as it was that year, and I can imagine what the guys are going through out there at the moment. When the surface gets that icy look about it, you hear the cars do what we just heard them doing then. They just flare on the engine, and you've got to hold on pretty tight, so it's a pretty tough time. I'm glad I'm here.
You've been having a long chat, I know, with Wayne and Brad Jones. They're happy out there, are they?
Yeah, there goes Bradley now, waving like an idiot. He's been telling jokes on the radio. Wayne rang up and wanted to have a chat because he was bored too, and he just told me a few of the things that were going on with the car and what was happening around the top of the mountain. But they're happy chappies, although I saw Bradley got into a bit of trouble with Richo Jr., so we'll have to smack his wrist when he gets back.
What I really want to know is why is it when you stepped out of the garage the sun came out?
You know I can't answer that. There's just a little glimpse of sunshine, so hopefully it'll poke through.
Thanks, Neil.
Thanks, Richard.
Well, the rain has stopped now, but there'll be a hell of a build-up flowing across the top.
Well, John Cleland, of course, would race in these conditions all the time in the UK.
Well, I was just talking to him about that, actually, Wilco, and we don't get rain quite like this, do we?
I have never, ever, not even in Britain, seen rain like this. When it rains there, you get a bit of drizzle, and then it comes down a wee bit, but this is outrageous. I came here for a suntan. I didn't come here to get weather beaten.
Now, I guess I know where you'd rather be at the moment, which is this side of the pit wall, not out there in the car.
I just said to Scafie there just now that with running at this pace behind that Jackaroo, the first car that's going to have to come in is the Jackaroo for more fuel. But it's going to be great for fuel, great for pads, and we could just do a one-stop change, and I'll let him know when I want him in. I don't want to go out there at the minute.
Had one of my worst moments here in situations like this with and we really want to talk to Wayne at the moment.
Wayne Gardner. Hey, there he is. How are you finding it out there at the moment?
Very, very wet. I think I need Karen in here.
Yes, you would have some advantage in that respect. I understand there could be a restart in a lap. Do you think conditions warrant that yet?
Yeah, I think it's pretty well right. It stopped pouring. You know, the problem is when it rains heavy, the cars aquaplane very, very easily, even on the main straight, as you see in the three accidents over the back of the straight there. So, yeah, I think it's nearly right, but it's treacherous conditions. You've got no idea how slippery it is at the moment.
Wayne, all year you've been complaining about a lack of front-end grip. It must be terrible in wet conditions.
Yeah, but to tell you the truth, I don't need too much more than today at the moment because I just need grip, I mean, everywhere at the moment. I think, you know, we're all swimming in the same soup at this stage, and all we've got to do is just...
Okay, we just lost Wayne Gardner there.
Yeah, we're having some, as you can understand, everybody's having some difficulties, especially at the top of the mountain. That's where the weather conditions tend to be the worst. That's where it's fogged in places, and that's where we're having some communications problems. And as you said, Alan Moffat, you've had your own share of these problems around here in these conditions.
The worst problem for a lot of cars is not so much the rain as the fact that 7 laps behind the pace car, the engines have got so cold. No matter what gear they're using and trying to rev things up a little bit, the oil temperature goes down and the water temperature goes down, and the engine can suffer a thermal shock if they get into them too quickly. 1988, we had 3-lap lead and we lost the engine with a thermal shock after a long pace car.
And I guess the problem goes all the way through the car, Alan. They were talking about switching off gearbox pumps, diff pumps, and all those parts of the transmission get very cold as well.
Well, they're doing that to save the electricity, first of all. The actual gearboxes and diffs are stronger and less temperamental than the engine, but the engine likes to stay warm and cozy.
Charlie O'Brien, you've raced in, I've lost count of how many different categories of racing car, and in a lot of places. Have you ever raced in worse conditions than you've experienced at Mount Panorama?
No, it's very similar at the moment there, Gary, to 1992 when the race was stopped. It's just there's no way of describing it. You know, when you're doing those sort of speeds and you can't see any more than 2 or 3 car lengths in front, and you're saying to yourself, I shouldn't be doing this. But of course, you can't ring up your team manager at the time and say, I don't want to drive anymore. I want to come in.
Well, these guys are about to drive some more because the lights are off on the pace car, which means it will pull off into the pit entry lane as it comes down the bottom of Conrod Straight this time. And the cars at the start-finish line will head off. As we said before, they must maintain single file. They must maintain approximate 2 car lengths between each car. Once the pace car pulls off, it's up to the lead car, that's Craig Lowndes in the Mobile HRT Commodore, to maintain or set the pace, as it were, until they reach the start-finish line.
He's not allowed to beat the pace car down to the AMP bridge.
Okay. Let's check the top 5 for you again. These are as they stand at the moment. Craig Lowndes and his partner Greg Murphy. Lowndes at the wheel at the moment in the Mobile HRT Commodore. In front after 12 laps. That means 8 laps behind the pace car. Coming up for 9 laps behind the pace car. Alan Jones, Alan Grice, pack leader Falcon in 2nd position. Wayne Gardner, Neil Crompton, Gardner at the wheel, the Coca-Cola Commodore in 3rd position. Glenn Seaton and David Parsons for Ford Credit Falcon in 4th spot. And Tony Longhurst and Stephen Ellery, now they've done a pretty good job in those early 4 laps of racing to slot themselves into 5th position. Car 10, car 47, car 62, those 3 are definitely out of the race and will not be rejoining.
Well, as you can see, conditions have lightened up a little bit here. Track not quite so damp, certainly not raining at the moment. So we're back to action. There's the green flag for the restart. In the 1996 AMP Bathurst 1000, Craig Lowndes leaves him standing, and Wayne Gardner's coming up a big challenge along the concrete pit wall, but Alan Jones closes off that option very quickly. So Gardner tucks back into third position. Seaton right up behind the Coke Commodore.
Some good driving there by Alan Jones. He had his eye on the rearview mirror. He knew he had a real competitor in Wayne Gardner right behind him, and he just nosed him out of that first turn.
Bit of a challenge here from Glenn Seaton as we take race cam aboard the Ford Credit Falcon, and this car has got some squirt in the straight line, let me tell you. First one down, Conrod at 300k, but Gardner coming back, and no shortage of horsepower from the Rob Benson prepared Chevy. Very even in a straight line there. Seaton looked like he had a bit more grunt coming out of the corner, but when it got to the top end, boy, didn't that Coke Commodore take off.
Well, the driver behind it took off as well. I think Wayne is so superb in many ways and just hasn't quite got that laurel around his neck yet.
Now in that little manoeuvre, Tony Longhurst also found his way past Glenn Seaton. We didn't see that on race cam, but that was a great move.
Tony Longhurst in '94 did a great job when the race started in the rain, and he had a very hard compound wet weather tyre at the time with the monsoon, very deep, and I would say Tony's picked the same sort of tyre for this, which is exactly what you want.
We've certainly seen Longhurst flying in some of these changeable conditions. Very quick at Phillip Island in the Castrol Falcon, and he's reveling in these conditions here.
Still dicey across here. It's bad enough in the dry, but to come along here now at these speeds and to judge your braking, there's still a danger of locking a front tire and skidding over to the right of the circuit. It's very dicey here without the grip that you're accustomed to with the dry tires.
Talk about the pressure on the drivers. The pressure on the team managers under this situation must be so hard, because they're not in control of the car, but they're in control of everything else. Pit strategy, suspension setup, tyre choice. It must be an unbelievable responsibility.
Can I tell you, my worst job when I retired was watching Charlie and the other drivers behind the wheel. I never worried when I was there myself, but I certainly started worrying when I was watching them.
So they go down Conrod Straight, and plumes of spray coming off the cars as they pick their way. Look at that, you just can't see the cars as they disappear into that wall of spray. Down Conrod toward Caltex Chase, Craig Lowndes, the leader, Alan Jones, Wayne Gardner, Tony Longhurst up to fourth, Glenn Seaton. That's the top five, but back in the spray, just cars everywhere. We'll take a race cam. Riding with John Bowe in the Shell number 17 Falcon. Johnson electing to give Bowe the first bite of the cherry. I remember Bowe in 1992 when he was driving the Sierra here. He's never been more frightened in a race car in his life.
Maybe this is because Dick wants to be behind the wheel for once when the checkered flag drops.
I think he just did a very wise management decision, and he's put John behind the wheel, who's no stranger, coming from Tasmania and no slight on the island state with wet weather driving.
And boy, yeah, these conditions, it's almost identical. You know, if it finds up this afternoon, we may have a similar situation to 1994. And this Shell FAI Ford, Johnson and Bowe, very closely matched in times. They're both great drivers, very experienced at Bathurst. This is a car to watch today.
Now in 6th position.
Well, with the accidents behind us already, all of these lead top team drivers will certainly be aware of the fact that there will be no prizes for getting out of step now and not having a car to bring the bacon home this afternoon.
And one guy who'll be feeling plenty of pressure is Tony Longhurst's young co-driver, 22-year-old Stephen Ellery. What a baptism of fire. His first run in the Castrol Ford this year. He'll step into the car after that first stint, and he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Bear in mind, with the low usage of petrol while behind the pace car, these cars will extend themselves almost up to lap 40, I would believe. Normal stop would be lap 32 for the first stop, but I would think a lot of these cars are going to try and get to lap 41, which will save a whole stop.
Yeah, three-stop strategy. I know that Gibson Motorsport, before they had the tail shaft failure in last year's race, they'd gone 38 laps before they had a fuel stop. I'm sure they were going to go for 3. They're going to try it again this year.
So Larry Perkins has come out of this with something of an advantage, because he came into the pits early, changed his tyres, topped up his fuel. That put him back to 21st, but with the pace car, he's now come up to 15th spot again, and he's on the same lap as the race leaders, obviously.
Bill O'Brien coming into pit lane. One of our privateers with his new VR Commodore, replacing the old VL after 7 or 8 years.
Car's going great. He's just got a flat tyre.
So tyre trouble here for Billy O'Brien. Brian Callahan Jr., son of the former Speedway ace, swings into pit lane.
It's always a pity to get a puncture, but boy.
Dunlop pit report takes you trackside, and not too much of a rush to get that wheel off. Probably caught the boys a bit by surprise. So you never know.
Well, even the top teams with all their radio communications have failures, so...
Yeah, and communication under these circumstances, as we said, with the weather the way it is even more difficult.
So, back at the front, and here comes Alan Jones. The 1980 World F1 champ, and boy, isn't he pumped up at Bathurst in 96. Look at him applying the thumb screws to Craig Lowndes. He's going deep under brakes. He's going to try and get him at Shell Helix corner. Alan Jones does it and takes the lead of the AMP Bathurst 1000.
A superb move. He is really wired for this race this weekend.
And there's no doubt Jim and Ross Stone working very hard on setup all week, and this car is working an absolute treat in these wet conditions. Lowndes staying with him, but Jones just brilliant under brakes. It didn't look like he put a wheel wrong.
He was determined to make that move, and he edged himself right in there. He gave himself just a little bit of cushion in case Craig came across on him, but a superb, very, very tough move.
So Jones now leads the race. He wants to win so desperately. World Formula One champion. He's also been US Can-Am champion, Australian GT champion. He's won just about everything there is, but Bathurst is the one he has to conquer before he retires from motorsport.
Well, let's face it, he spent the last 12 months putting together the best possible team in terms of equipment and personnel to build himself a car to get him across the finish line in front here.
And this says it all, Gary. To have done that in a year is a superb effort. I know that he went after the best people in the business and stole a few here and there. That's okay. In 1 year's time, to form a team that can lead Bathurst on any lap is a superb achievement.
Well, Jim and Ross Stone have done it before. They engineered that great victory for John Bowe and Dick Johnson here in 1994 when it went right down to the wire with Craig Lowndes. And they're now twiddling the spanners on this car, and it's obviously working particularly well.
He hasn't just passed Craig Lowndes either. He wants to put daylight between him. He's happy with his combination.
And we are getting a dry line very gradually emerging here. It hasn't rained for a while. Alan Jones, 49 years of age, lives up on the Gold Coast in Queensland, first in the World Formula One Championship, 2 times third in the World Formula One Championship. That's quite an achievement. Can-Am champion 1978, Australian GT champion with the Porsche of Alan Hamilton in 1982. A guy with tremendous experience, enormous ability, and one of the most aggressive racers you'll ever see.
He's drifting through Caltech's chase in the rain, chaps. Have a look at that. You're not going to see this every day of the week. Here is a champion at work.
And as Alan Jones and Alan Grice hate to be reminded, there's 103 years of experience behind the wheel of that car today.
Age has nothing to do with ability. You know that, Gary.
We just see the Walden Noski car 6, the second of the Gibson Motorsport Commodores, has been pinged. It'll have to come in for a stop-go penalty, exceeding speed in pit lane, and I believe overtaking under yellow flag conditions.
Well, there is a 60k speed limit in the pit lane these days.
Oh, look at this. John Bowe starting to close in on Tony Longhurst. So the Shell Ford now going quickly as Dunlop race cam shows you. He ducks up the inside, following in the tracks of Alan Jones. And John Bowe goes through, moves up another position up into the top 5.
This will just be taking advantage of all the parameters that go into that tyre choice.
We've got Thomas Mazzera coming through now too. He's just behind this pack. So it's Jones, Lowndes, Wayne Gardner in third, Seaton, Longhurst and Bowe.
Up the mountain once more, John Bowe, who's had victory here with Dick Johnson. Jones and Grice, as Mark Osler said, now leading the race, the AMP Bathurst 1000 on lap 16, ahead of Craig Lowndes in the Mobile HRT Commodore. Gardner and Crompton in 3rd position, Glenn Seaton in 4th spot. 5th position
John Bowe.
Is John Bowe. That has just changed. Longhurst dropping back to 6th. Brock and Mazzera, with Mazzera at the wheel in 7th spot in the second Mobile HRT Commodore. Then John Faulkner at the wheel of the better electrical Commodore in 8th spot. Poole and Gassard up to 9th. By gee, that's a good effort by them in their Scott's Transport Commodore. And Jones and Scott in the second Coke car in 10th spot.
Time to welcome you back now to our live and exclusive coverage, the AMP Bathurst 1000 for 1996, and what a wet and miserable start to the big race. Recapping the first hour, and of course with the rain pouring down, Glenn Seaton sitting on pole, but you will see it was the young gun, the Australian Touring Car champion Craig Lowndes, who got a brilliant start to the race in 1996 to lead them into Hill Corner for the first time. So with everyone safely away, but after just one lap, Paul Romano was the first into the pits, frustrated by a wonky wiper. Meanwhile, former world F1 champion Alan Jones was on the move, a cheeky but brilliant manoeuvre, passing Glenn Seaton as they headed up the mountain for the second time. Back in the pits, the defending champion Larry Perkins was taking no chances, changing his wet weather tyres and topping up his fuel. Back out on the track, the mayhem was starting. First, Stephen Richards coming to grief with Tony Scott. Then the hoodoo continued for Mark Larkham and the Mitre 10 Ford. It's been a miserable season for the car number 10. So that brought out the pace car. But even that couldn't stop the carnage with the Nokia Commodore of Wayne Russell and the Daily Planet Falcon of John Trimble coming to grief. With fog shrouding the mountain, the AMP Bathurst 1000 is assured to provide plenty more excitement in the hours to follow with Alan Jones, the current race leader.
Thank you very much, David Ford, on the first of our hourly updates, the AMP Bathurst 1000 on the track. 3:01. Pack leader Falcon, Alan Jones, the race leader from Craig Lowndes for Mobile HRT Commodore, then Wayne Gardner in the Coke Commodore in third spot, Glenn Seaton in fourth, John Bauer in the Shell FAI entry is up to fifth, Thomas Mazira, also a mover, now in sixth position, has passed Tony Longhurst, and in the number 2 Sega Commodore entry, Mark Scaife has been to the pits for a change of tyre, and that has dropped him back to 21st position.
Well, Alan Jones, he is standing on it. 5.7 seconds the gap now over Craig Lowndes. 18 laps completed. It'll be 19 as he comes across the start-finish line this time around. Further 2.3 seconds back from Lowndes to Wayne Gardner. So Alan Jones really going for it.
Well, that team, Ross Stone, Jimmy Stone, they've worked miracles here to get a team in a year up to a position like this. This is a real achievement. And the engine sounded good all throughout the week. They got a lovely ring to it. The 5-litre Ford engine is really singing. And I know there's a lot of Ford fans around Australia reveling in this action at the moment.
Larry Perkins, meanwhile, running back just to the tail of the top 10. He is in 10th position, actually, in the older model VP Commodore. And these are the conditions where he said this car would revel. And he's just sitting back there in 10th position. And no doubt, very confident he's just going to get stronger and stronger as this day progresses.
He has such a feel for the car, Mark. He'll know exactly what he wants. Look at that, even in the rain, hardly a turn for a 90-degree corner. That's pretty interesting short turn he's using. He's relaxed behind the wheel.
He is just one of the most fluid drivers to watch on race cam. He just, his wheel movements are just so minimal, just very relaxed style behind the wheel, even though he's going at 300 kilometers an hour. Very, very skilled professional.
I thought his determination last year was a real mark of his character, to have fought back from last to win that a superb victory, something that he can cherish all his life, no matter what his finish today is.
And there may be some people at home wondering just why Larry has switched from the later model VR Commodore back to the older VP model. It's just simply a situation of tyre durability and front-end grip. A recent change by the governing body to try and even up the performance between the Commodore and the Falcon has had the effect of dramatically reducing the front-end grip on the latest model Commodore. So Larry, getting smart, went back to the older model Commodore, which has more front-end grip. That, he says, will give it better tyre durability and a stronger race package over 6.5 hours. He's a wily character.
He did a little bit more than go back to it, mate. He built a brand new one.
That's right. And anyone who underestimates this guy's ability to engineer a Bathurst win is a fool, because his track record here is phenomenal, and he doesn't do things by halves. He thinks about things, does a lot of homework, and he and Russell Engel drive the car to the maximum.
This is the Tony Scott Brad Jones entry. Brad Jones, of course, we saw in action earlier in the Super Tourers race in the Audi, and he's sharing this car with Tony Scott. They were involved in I was going to say a minor incident. It's left a pretty nasty bang in the left-hand door panel there.
It would have been just when he tapped the back of the other car coming into Caltech's chase. Meanwhile, Walden and Noski, Scaife, Cleland car came in a bit earlier on for a change of tyres.
Just changing the wet weather tyres again. So obviously this Yokohama team have got a tremendous choice to put on their cars, and when you see a rain changed like that, there's plenty of tread left. It's only a compound they're chasing.
They also the ones that copped the stop-go penalty earlier for doing 77 kilometres per hour in the pit lane.
Well, all the drivers were warned severely. 60 miles an hour, 60k was the limit.
So here's the second Coke Commodore. up behind Tony Longhurst, driven by Tony Scott and Brad Jones. So car 6, the second Gibson car, rejoined the race in 29th position after they stopped, so they've got a lot of work to do. Jones sneaks up the inside of Tony Longhurst. Brad Jones currently 4th quickest man on the circuit, so getting a bit of speed out of the Coke Commodore as this dry line continues to emerge.
Brad certainly would help doing that race this morning in the 2-litre cars. Got him pumped up for this.
And that would have given him, I guess, a really good look at the track where the puddles were and where the slippery parts of the track were.
Yeah, definitely an advantage for Brad Jones and Jim Richards when Jim gets in the car to take over from his son Stephen.
Just to remind everybody, we're on lap 20. These cars in dry conditions could have gone to lap 32 plus. I don't expect any stops for petrol at least till lap 40. So plenty of action in front of us.
John Faulkner in car 46, the top privateer, the man who's surprised everybody with his mighty effort to get into the top 10 run-off yesterday.
It certainly was that, Gary, a team that not been on the scene all that long, but mastermind by Les Small, who has worked with many top drivers for the last 25 years. He must have worked extremely hard on the engine of this car.
Whoops.
Car 52. Now, this is the car that did escape the melee coming down under the slowdown on Conrad, but he hasn't escaped this time, and he's not going to either.
Jeff Kendrick and Jeffrey Full. Jeff Full's been a busy guy this weekend too, driving the Peugeots and the Super Touring races. He was supposed to jump into this car as well, but look at that. It's gone right across the sand trap and may have even bumped the wall.
Well, he's come up pit straight, which is not a maximum speed corner for the left-hander at Shell Helix, and he hasn't made it, so maybe a car failure. I doubt whether that would have been a driver failure.
The famous sand trap in which Jimmy Richards and George Fury did the JPS BMW waltz.
Some shoveling.
Let's see it again in replay. Just gone straight on there.
Well, if it was a driver error, he'll live to regret it.
Oh, he's just kept it off the concrete.
Didn't quite make it. Luckily, didn't make it.
There's a number of drivers lucky this weekend, just coming within a paper width of touching the concrete wall. But he is really stuck there, and that could be a dangerous position, or judged a dangerous position by clerk of the course, Tim Schenken.
It's not moving.
Safety car motionless at this stage. Be interesting to...
They're very reluctant to go out and retrieve abandoned cars. If they feel it isn't too dangerous, they'll leave it there. They might work away at pulling it back with a tow truck, but I doubt whether that demands a safety car.
So race leader, Alan Jones, 21 laps completed. A real battle now developing between himself and Craig Lowndes. Lowndes has got the gap down to 2.3 seconds. Last time across was Lowndes was the fastest man on the track at 2:29.44. Jones just about 3/10 slower than that. So Craig Lowndes now starting to close the gap. 2.3 seconds and closing.
Well, this performance from Alan Jones will be going through young Lowndes' subconscious, and he'll know that if it starts to dry out, that Falcon isn't going to get any slower in the dry, and he doesn't want to be too far away from it as this track improves.
Into the Firestone Dipper goes Alan Jones, pursued by Craig Lowndes.
Well, Jones was the charger, and the conditions were much wetter than this. Now it's starting to dry out, a definite dry line appearing, and Lowndes starting to get more speed out of the HRT Commodore. So a great battle between Ford and Holden on Mount Panorama in the early stages.
Out of tyre power turn at Forest Elbow and on to Conrad Straight. We'll take a look at the split times there. 2.39 seconds between Alan Jones in 3:01. The pack leader Falcon.
Here comes Jones down the inside of the McLeod NZ Commodore. Hinks to the outside.
There's his aggression at work. There's a race driver at work. There's a fellow behind the wheel who is picking up every little nuance, every little ounce of energy that he can get out of that car he's taking. That was a semi-unsafe move.
Here we go on race cam, and a big charge from Thomas Mazeras. He ducks down the outside of John Bow on Conrad Straight. Look at that thing go. It's like a jet. Leaving Bow standing on Conrad.
It's amazing the difference between these two cars as conditions have started to dry out.
Well, he may have had a phenomenal run out of Forest Elbow, or John made an error, I'm not sure, but he just went past him like he was standing still there.
Well, I'm told the good Chevrolet blocks are made in Cape Canaveral from the ex-Moon Rocket materials made, so they probably pretty well settled down here for this job.
John Bow, though, closes in, a little bit under brakes.
Look at that crowd. lining the top of the circuit, undeterred by these atrocious weather conditions, and enjoying the spectacle of the AMP Bathurst 1000. What a race we've got in store.
Lowndes again. Still the fastest man on the track. 0.5, Thomas Mazira in 5th position as we take race cam from the passenger floor. AMP race cam of Thomas Mazira working away at the wheel 05. A brand new car built for this year's endurance season. And Thomas Mazira right on the pace.
We're seeing a few more things in that Holden than we did in your story earlier this morning, Mark. There is a lot of intricacies there. Wiring, look at it. The knob on his left on the floor is the kill switch. Some radio device just in front of that.
So Thomas Mazira climbs the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, charging down the other side is Alan Jones and Craig Lowndes. And this is a tremendous battle. It's something that Alan Jones would relish.
22 laps completed on their 23rd lap. And we're going to check the complete placings in the race as they stand at the moment, right from top to bottom. Jones and Grice in front, Lowndes and Murphy holding down 2nd spot. Then Gardner Crompton, the Coke Commodore 3rd, Seaton Parsons, Ford Credit Falcon in 4th, Rock and Mazira 5th.
6th position, Johnson and Bow, Johnny Faulkner and Steve Harrington, great effort that. 7th, Perkins and Ingalls sitting back in 8th, Jones and Scott and the Coke Commodore in 9th, and Richards, the father and son team, in 10th.
Yeah, good effort there. Longhurst and Ellery now in 11th spot, Johnson and Kendall, that's Stephen Johnson in 12th position, Poole and Gazzard 13th, Terry Finnegan back on the track after a wipeout on Thursday in 14th spot, Crick and Parsons 15th.
In 16th, Mal Rose and Terry Shield and the Fairfax Commodore, Alan Moffat, and the Needs Fitz, Douglas, Alan Moffat, Synovus Falcon. 18th, Waldock and Park, Dumsney and Bailey in 19th, and Scaife and Cleland after that tyre change way back in 20th.
21st position, Reed and Ashby, the Landvale Smash Repairs Commodore, then Smerton Weeks in 22nd spot, Dulman Cotter, veterans here in 23rd place, father and son McLeod in 24th, Conway Pope in 25th.
26th position, Taylor and Bell in the Xerox Commodore, Walden and Oski, the second of the Gibson Commodores. 28th, Kendrick and Full, we saw that car sitting in the sand. 29th, Palmer and Peters in the Queensland Commodore, and 30, O'Brien and Callahan.
And in 31st position, Romano and Mediki, Wilmington and Cedars in 32nd. Russell, well, they're out of it. So's Trimble and so is Larkham. So those last 3 cars have exited the race. That leaves us with 32 runners at this stage of the AMP Bathurst 1000. 24 laps of 161 in the AMP Bathurst 1000. We've been in progress an hour 20 minutes here, but of course we had 9 or 10 laps behind the pace car in the early stages, and this car is currently in 9th position. This is a great effort.
Well, he may have had a bit of a grin on his face, young Stephen, when he went past Brad Jones stuck there at Repco Bend, because it was Jones who just gave him that tap in the back, which probably dislodged the rear bumper. You can see the damage on the front of Jones' car there from that altercation in those early slippery laps. And Bradley just stopped up there on the hill. Pace car, safety car I should say, on standby, so we may have a safety car out here again pretty soon.
There is so much electronics on these cars, not just the engine management, just keeping the whole car running. They are built like fighter planes, as you saw earlier in the opening of this race, and believe me, they'll be really scratching their heads wondering what went wrong with that Coke car.
Well, Charlie O'Brien, Stephen Richards has been one of the real comers in the touring car season, hasn't he? I mean, he's really proven his worth. He's a young driver of tremendous talent.
Gary certainly is a great driver. He's got youth on his side and about to go overseas to have a test drive and 2-litre overseas. And Stephen's going to go far. Having Father Jim as a teacher, what better situation could you have?
Well, I don't know what had that bodywork. At least hang on there until their first pit stop. Doesn't look like it's too badly damaged, but just flapping around in the breeze there, and things tend to fatigue when they're moving up and down.
One thing, if it does hit the ground, it'll rip off. Doubt whether it'll hang on very long, and it might not become a black flag incident. But another car coming up behind him, it is the clerk of the course duty to decide whether that is a hazard to the other cars, not to Stephen.
It'll be quite interesting here, because if they bring the pace car out for Brad Jones's Coca-Cola car, I'd say there's going to be quite a few teams maybe toying with the idea of changing onto slick tyres.
Safety car is going to come out, we understand, so it hasn't as yet, so we're still under full race conditions at the present time. There's the car. That's at Repco Bend, and Brad Jones is...
Whoa! That's Alan Jones!
Alan Jones, the car's on fire, stopped in the middle of the circuit.
Goodness me, Alan Jones. the race leader.
That one is going to be in bad shape.
Now they're going to have to get a hell of a lot more extinguishers down there to get that one under
that
control.
fellow isn't going around the other side, and I don't blame him. He doesn't want to get onto the track.
Especially the smoking.
He's not. The extinguisher is not doing the job that is going to really get moving. If he doesn't get around behind the tire, now he's just...
No,
he's not going to do it.
He's got to get out of there.
He better walk away from it.
Yeah.
That's going to be a dangerous situation shortly.
A Conrod straight. I don't know what's happened, but the car is ablaze. 301, the pack leader, Falcon.
No, I think that's on the approach to the cutting, actually, Gary.
It's on the way up to the cutting, sorry.
Under bonnet heat, Gary, is so immense in these cars.
You can see, from the commentary box, we can see the plume of smoke coming up through the trees. There's the pack leader team. Ross Stone absolutely shattered. Look at the
Ross.
fire. That is getting hold of that car big time. That is going to be a burnout very, very quickly.
I think the marshal could be a little braver. The car will never blow up with the fuel cell safe and secure in the back. They need to address it.
Well,
looks like they've got it out.
There's no flame there, but
the heat under the bonnet on these cars is immense. This
Alan
could have...
Grice absolutely shattered. You saw the look on Ross Stone's face, leading the race 25 laps. And look how it's ended up for pack leader racing. Unbelievable.
That is actually the second car that Alan Jones has been driving, and it's caught fire. There's one at Lakeside a couple of years ago, Glenn Seaton.
I was just thinking of that before at Lakeside. One of the Peter Jackson Falcons. Jones was driving in a touring car round. That one burst into flames. Jones got out of that in a hurry, but this is a very different situation. Let's have a look at this on replay. Jones just slowing as he came up the shelf. Bit of a
electrical problem, I would say, obviously, has caused the car to virtually come to a halt, and I don't know what has actually caused the ignition.
When he's tried to restart it, you saw the puff come out of the exhaust pipe, and that lit up. He may have had a fuel pump failure or some fuel line failure, and when he's tried to restart it, it's caught fire with the fumes that must have been in the car.
Well, additional fire marshals are on the scene now, but I've got to say that lone marshal was a very brave man and did a hell of a job to get that under control.
Yes, he certainly did.
You take on something like 80 or 90 litres of fuel with one extinguisher, dry chemical. It's a pretty tough job, and there's still smoke coming from that car, smouldering rubber and plastics.
Well, as Alan said, there's intense heat under there, even with the main body of the fire extinguished. It's still damn hot under the bonnet.
With near on 600 horsepower that these cars are producing now, the heat that goes through the muffler system in very tight confines between the block and the side of the car, you have to get oil lines through there. You have to get your fuel line up into
You can see Alan Jones there yelling at the marshals, come on, get that smoke out of the way. He's desperate to get this fire under control. Look at him, absolutely shattered.
He was leading the race. Oh, hello. We've got car 7 in the pits. The Wayne Gardner Coca-Cola Commodore has called in for a pit stop, but we don't know whether there was anything untoward or whether it was just for tyres as the track dries out.
They're still trying to put this thing out.
Some of the smart teams now will come in and use the pace car lap to get fuel, get new tires. If they feel they should go on to dries, now's the time to use the safety car. But this car is still malingering. He may not have got the kill switch off. I'm sure he did. But commiserations to
Andrew Madecki, driving the team car with Romano. We saw pit very early on in the race. It's just amazing how the fortunes in this place can turn with the snap of a finger. Car 7 rejoined the race in 11th position. Looks like they got the fire under control there now, but what a shattering result for pack leader racing.
It's one thing to see a stranded car, as we did a minute ago with the Coke car, but at least it was in one piece. But Alan Jones watching $300,000 on fire is not a pretty sight. But I think they've saved the better part of it. It doesn't look pretty, but it does look fairly safe.
Well, no doubt during the course of the day we'll find the cause of that ignition. The combustion. The car just virtually blew up.
First time we've seen that in a long time, but I do believe he was trying to restart it. There were fumes in the area of the exhaust pipe, and she just took off.
Well, sensational development on the 25th lap of the AMP Bathurst 1000, and there's Alan Jones. You can see still pacing up and down, just absolutely furious with the world, because there is a dream shattered here. As we've said only just a few moments ago, what an enormous effort Alan Moffat observed to get this car up and running in 1 year, to put it in a position where it was leading the AMP Bathurst 1000 and looking for all the world like a strong contender to finish the race at the front.
Can you imagine what's going through Alan Jones' mind now? This is the one race left that he wants to win, and he would have been thinking at lap 25, boy, are we on a roll here.
Well, he can be proud of one thing. They would have put everything they had into it.
And you can see the crew are absolutely shattered as well, just stunned into silence in their pit bay, watching our 7 Network pictures being beamed from the 7 chopper at the top of Mountain Straight. The field coming back over the start-finish line. In replay, the AMP Bathurst 1000 race leader Alan Jones, the pack leader Falcon afire at the top of Mountain Straight, going into Repco Bend inexplicably. Fire beneath the car, flames engulfing the vehicle. Jones exits quickly. A very, very brave fire marshal. One of the coat cars going through the picture.
He looks like even a flag marshal. He didn't have any fireproof gear on.
From Dunlop Race Camp with Dick Johnson. That was how Dick Johnson first saw it. John Bow, sorry, in the car. And there is what's left of Alan Jones, pack leader Falcon, the man that was leading the race, the man who for so long has tried so hard to win the AMP Bathurst 1000, that has seen that dream just snatched away in a few brief moments.
Well, some of the cars, a lot more of the cars now coming in for slick tyres, taking opportunity. But some of them may still be hanging around there waiting for an official safety car period, if there is going to be one.
Well, the wise ones will be thinking about lap 32. We're on lap 27, and they'll stay out there to try and judge the situation of how busy they are with Alan Jones's car, and ideally not to come in and waste a stop.
Well, you can see some of these cars behind the safety car now. So you can just see Lowndes going offline to try and get some water onto his tyres. He's still running on wets.
And over in the pit lane, as we said, in the pack leader camp, just disbelief, stunned silence. Alan Grice, we saw absolutely shattered. He was co-driver for this car. He's with Andy Raymond right now.
Well,
disbelief is probably the word, Gary Wilkinson. Alan Grice, a very hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, indeed. It's off with this one for the day and on with this one. But lost some fuel pressure. Obviously a fuel line of some description, it would seem, but you never know these things. We get it all back. But you know, it was just it was one of those couple of days for Jonesy. He was on fire yesterday. He did the best of the 10 laps in my view. Today he grabbed hold of this race by the scruff of the neck. The car and the tyres and the driver were ready to lead the race, and they clearly did.
You said he was on fire yesterday. Unfortunately, it's ended that way today. Has anyone spoken to Alan? How is he?
No, he'd be a good bloke not to talk to for a while, but it's enormous disappointment for you know, about 25 people here in the crew that they've built the motor car all year for this day, and then to have the motor car do the job. You know, it was the quickest car out there, and as I said, Jonesy had it by the scruff of the neck, and I've always liked the rain. I was looking forward to get in it. In fact, I had the earplugs in and taped up. His rear tyres were starting to show a little bit of concern, and he would have been in reasonably soon, but that's the day.
Bad luck, Alan Grice.
We'll fight another day.
Alan Grice, MP, the member for Broadwater, won't be taking his seat today.
Indeed, but he's a great campaigner, 53 years of age, and word from the pits. Can you believe this? One Falcon down. We hear that Glenn Seaton now, car may be running on 7 cylinders. That's the word we've heard from the pits. We take race cam.
The car actually came into the pits just a few moments ago for tyre change, resumed the race in 12th position.
Well, he certainly doesn't look very concerned there. I would imagine if the car was on 7 cylinders, he'd be switching to, he's talking to his pit crew.
He'd be talking a million miles an hour.
He'll be concerned about one thing. It was a Falcon that went up in flames, and he'll want to know that the aerodynamics and the cooling on his car are up to snuff for the job, because here's the fastest car on the track yesterday, and you can be sure that it's pumping out some heat through his exhaust pipes.
Yes, there doesn't seem to be any major concern showing on the face of Glenn Seaton at the moment. We're on lap 28. The car's behind the pace car, as they have been since the end of lap 25. That's where Alan Jones met his Waterloo in the 96 great race.
It's just shattering, isn't it, when you think about it? Just the scene there of the car on flames and Jones running around. It's just you know, shattering for a driver, for a team, for everybody.
Well, our commiserations to Ross Stone and his team, because to have got into the top 10 and to have led the race here today, it didn't happen because they didn't have the car well prepared. But these things happen, and they happen at Cape Canaveral. They can certainly happen at Bathurst.
No disrespect to Ross Stone, but nothing is written in stone when you come to Bathurst for this race.
Now, I believe Seaton may be coming in to change to slick tyres this lap around. We'll keep an eye on the Ford Credit Falcon.
Well, if he does that, he didn't read the situation very well for the last change. You would have thought that if he was going to go to slicks, he could have done it in his stop a minute ago.
I think he was in for tyres.
Yes, no, he did come in. He changed tyres. Yeah. He's gone to slicks. There is a report he's got an engine miss, but as I said, he doesn't seem to be all that concerned. I don't know.
He's talking to the crew. He's got his thumb on the radio button, and had a little look across. He's looking. He's analysing what's going on. Something. He's got his flicker on.
Now, this will be interesting when he comes into pit lane. We have heard that there is an engine problem, but this will unfold as he rolls into pit lane. Take IBM Glenn Seaton on IBM race cam. Andy Raymond's our man in the pits as Larry Perkins come down. So Richard Hayes the man on the spot.
Driver change there. Perkins out. Russell Ingall getting in.
And bonnet up on Glenn Seaton's car a bit further down the pit lane.
That's the kiss of death.
It's never a good sign when the bonnets come up on these. Let's go to Richard Hay.
They were claiming over 600 horsepower in this car, and obviously it had to have it.
Well, Larry Perkins with Russell Ingall at the wheel now, rejoins the race, but Glenn Seaton now pit bound. And there's the man who has dominated the battle for qualifying. Let's go down to AJ.
Okay, as you can see, the Glenn Seaton crew is working frantically. The man you might not recognise is the man in the Valvoline shirt. His name's John Sidney from John Sidney Racing. I tell you what, there's whistles everywhere. Cars are coming in left, right and centre. What they think's happened to the Seaton car, they think they are down to 7 cylinders. Although in saying that, they're not entirely sure. They've got a soft limiter on the car that keeps it at 60 kilometres per hour up pit straight, which, as Gary said earlier, is the maximum speed. Glenn Seaton getting out of the car. Co-driver David Parsons getting in. And I must admit, very little is known at the moment, but as soon as something comes to hand, we'll notify.
Well, 600 horsepower is the far end of the range, and certainly a stressed engine at that level. 5 litres, be more comfortable at about 550.
And further to pit lane, the Lansvale Smash Repairs Commodore of Ashby and Reid comes in for tyres. Driver change as well. Steve Reid started the race. I think Trevor Ashby now taking the wheel.
The Synovus banana boat entry too, I see, has been in, had a tyre change and is just exiting the pit lane, rejoining the queue behind the pace car.
You like that banana boat, don't you?
I love that banana boat. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but this car has been in the pit lane for more than a minute. That bonnet's still up and there's mechanics frantically running around. And could this be the end of Glenn Seaton's great effort for 1996?
Well, to lose Alan Jones' effort, and if this was to be the demise of to Glenn Seaton as well, then that would just be incredible.
It's just gut-wrenching stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you know how much work these guys put into this race, it's just this one day when it all comes unglued, or you end up, on victory lane.
Andy Raymond with Glenn Seaton.
And a very disappointed Glenn Seaton, or frustrated Glenn Seaton. Can you shed some light?
Yeah, really, Andy, it's just dropped a cylinder on the pit stop. I don't know if it's happened with the pace car going so slow and it's loaded up a spark plug or what, but they're just having a look at it now and see what happens.
It's quite convenient the pace car's out at the moment, isn't it?
It is, really. It dead set makes a hell of a difference, there's no doubt.
The way the morning's been as far as the pit stop's continuing, the way the morning's been so far, we've seen what's happened to Alan Jones, we've seen a few crashes, we've seen some rain. Today really is going to be a survival of the fittest, isn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure. It was bloody dangerous out there early with the wet weather. I just couldn't see at all. I suppose I just got to soldier on.
You really do deserve your break. Enjoy, Glenn.
Thank you.
Boy, it's amazing how he keeps his chin up in these situations, isn't it?
Yep, the Alan Jones fire tragedy overwhelmed what we were about to say at the time concerning Brad Jones and Tony Scott, the number 4 Coke entry. It was parked off the side at Repco Bend as well. I just seen it come back on the back of a truck. So it's gone. End of that effort for the day.
Isn't it fascinating the way this is starting to tumble up this top 5? Now, Russell Ingall and Larry Perkins, VP Commodore. He's up to 3rd position. John Faulkner, the first of the privateers, in 5th, with Stephen Richards behind him in 6th. This could be quite a different top 10 in 1996.
That's the shot from the Whitman's chocolate lightship over the Mount Panorama circuit. The cars in a queue, as you can see, behind the safety vehicle, the pace vehicle. clearing, even as we say clearing, still a lot of heavy cloud cover moving over, but broader patches of blue sky lightening up a bit. The track quite dry in most places at the moment. As we check again the top 10 standings at present, Craig Lowndes, Greg Murphy, Holden, HRT, Commodore, after 29 laps, an awful lot of them behind the pace car, they lead the AMP Bathurst 1000 from teammates Peter Brock, Thomas Mazira in the second Mobile HRT car. Then Perkins and Russell Ingle now behind the wheel there of the number 11 Castrol Commodore. Dick Johnson, John Bowe in fourth position. John Faulkner, Steve Harrington, they are still there in fifth.
Stephen Richards and Jim Richards in sixth. Watch those guys too. Longhurst and Ellery hanging on in the 10. Johnson and Kendall, the second of the Shell cars, in eighth position. Gardner and Crompton in ninth. And rounding out the 10, Mark Paul and Peter Gazzard from South Australia. What a great effort.
And after 6 laps behind the pace car, we are racing again at Mount Panorama in the AMP Bathurst 1000. We are on lap 31 and Holden HRT are running 1-2. Craig Lowndes in car number 1. Thomas Mazira in car number 2. They are running 1-2 at this stage of the great race. Car number 17, John Bowe, the Shell FAI Falcon, is in third spot.
Yes, I think we're going to be relying on this car to hold up the Ford flag for the rest of the day, Gary.
Yes, the Glen Seaton car number 30, was in the pits when we went to the break, with David Parsons now sitting behind the wheel, and that's exactly where he still sits, behind the wheel and in the pits. Dunlop race cam with John Bowe.
Still not taking too many chances through BP cutting. A little bit slippery, perhaps. Don't just floor the gas pedal in this part of the track. But John Bowe shadowing the Holden car.
And Greg Crick and David Parsons, that's truck driving David Parsons, not to be confused with Glen Seaton's co-driver. In car number 49, been pinged for doing 90k in the pits.
Well, 90's a long way from 60, so they should have been pinged as well. A lot of the teams have fitted electronic devices out of their engine management to warn the driver when the light comes on, they've got to take their foot off the gas. 60 is an extremely low figure for a race driver to maintain in pit lane after doing a couple 100k.
Gary, it's a great effort there from John Faulkner and Stephen Richards in the privateer cars. And Stephen Richards now has just passed John Faulkner, and they're right up the front. This is great for the privateers.
Absolutely, and Les Small, of course, involved in running this team. Wayne Smith built the engine for this car, and, well, he certainly built a good one.
Certainly have. And it's good that they've got the Bridgestone tyres on the cars. It says something for a one-tyre formula for this category when you can get a privateer to go and buy a car and be up the front of this great race.
Yes, I certainly agree with you there, Charlie. There's been a lot of selfishness in this business for far too long. The lead teams have private sources of tyres, and I believe the future will be much rosier, where the privateers will be able to buy what is available for the lead teams, and that will equalize and make life much more beneficial for all young drivers.
Well, it's been a hot debate through the last couple of touring car seasons, and of course the people that are protecting the current position are the people who've got the privileged position, obviously.
Yes.
Car number 32, Stephen Richards and Father Jim Richards sharing that car, still got that loose bodywork on the back. They must have been in for a pit stop, but obviously they've decided that it's not worth ripping off, or it's at least going to stick there without causing any problems.
Very strong bolts on Holden Commodores meant that'll flap there for hours before it'll break.
Thomas Mazira under threat from John Bowe coming up the mountain this time, and look at that car number 32. Stephen Richards into fourth position. This is a phenomenal performance, as Charlie O'Brien said the same for John Faulkner in his better electrical Commodore entry. And Stephen Johnson too up into sixth position at this stage of the race. So there are some young and very talented drivers coming to the fore now in this event.
Well, I think we can only endorse the comments that have been said earlier, that the effort by John Faulkner and his co-driver Steve Harrington is superb. It's also great to see Fisher and Paykel on his car. That's a personal sponsor that John has had all his career, and terrific to see them getting the results of their support over many, many years of his career.
And speaking of which, I should remind the folks in New Zealand that are watching our telecast through TVNZ that with the pace cars that we've had out so far, and who's to say we mightn't have them out 2 or 3 more times before the end of the race, for you, this race is going to finish quite late, so just bear that in mind.
All New Zealanders are quite happy staying up late at night, Gary.
All righty, here we go. There's Stephen Richards, and moving through on the inside of car number 17, getting past John Bow. Slick manoeuvre.
Yes, John won't like that, but he's obviously got a set of tires on his Dunlops that are not quite to his satisfaction at the moment, not suiting the conditions as well as they should. But he'll have a good load of gas on board, and he won't want to come in and waste it just for a tire change. He'll be trying to stretch that gas load out.
Glenn Seaton's car is still sitting in the pits. They're still working there, but by gee, they've lost the better part of 5-7 minutes now.
And something just happened on Conrad. I don't know whether we picked it up, but I think Steve is in trouble.
Yeah, Stephen Richards has spun out under Bridgestone Bridge over here.
Oh, yeah. Stephen Richards after the good work. And he's got a fire there too.
Here we go again on the trying to restart it. The best thing you can do now is hit the starter motor and push some air through the engine, and it'll blow that flame out.
Well, he's taken your advice. He's done that. He's still sitting in a very dicey position, having just managed a brilliant passing manoeuvre coming out of Forest Elbow to get past John Bow into third position. Jim Richards, concern showing on his face, hasn't had a turn behind the wheel of this car today. There's the fire again.
He lost it coming out of the S's and right under the Bridgestone Bridge, and boy, lucky to get it. Very good move to get it going. Come in, he can cut across the track. He's right at the start of the pit entrance, so
they can get away without losing too much time here.
Boy,
he was so. Oh, he's given the wall a decent nudge with the rear end.
John Faulkner was lucky not to copy him.
So it's going to be.
He hasn't come in.
He didn't come into the pits.
Well, he might have been past the pit entry lane.
Ah, yes.
It's the only thing it could have been. But lucky to get it restarted.
Well, he's got to take it pretty carefully here, but get round this lap as quickly as he can. Get back into the pit.
It looks like something coming out of the fuel cell, an oil line, an oil cooler line. He's in trouble no matter what he does.
Let's see it again in replay from Dunlop Race Cam aboard the John Bow 17 Shell FAI Falcon. Richards goes right in front of him. Bow's heart is in his mouth. He slides to the left. Leave me out of this, he says. Go away.
And look at John glancing to the right. He doesn't even care where his Falcon's going. He's watching that Commodore out of shape. Yes, he's had terminal problem. The oil cooler's at the back.
Halfway up Mountain Straight, pulling off to the left, and that, as Alan Jones said, as Alan Moffat said, is terminal. And the race is run. The smile on our graphic has just been wiped from Jimmy Richards' face.
That's a shame, because it would have been good to see Stephen and Faulkner continue this run, because it's great to see some privateers up there mixing it with the level 1 teams.
And a credit to their preparation. That was a driver error. He got onto the ripple strips. It's cost him dearly. And what will have cost him even more dearly is not to have darted across somehow into the pit lane.
Well, spare a thought for Gary Rogers, who's sweated tears of blood to put this effort together for father and son, Jim and Stephen Richards. But he's in good company today.
There's no disgrace to fail here, mate.
Pace car is back on the track. We're on lap 33.
It's a good thing those Jackaroos are economical on petrol. This one's going to be using everything that's in the tank shortly.
And I got to tell you that it's starting to rain again. It's not going to be as bad as it was earlier, but just light rain falling at the present time. And well, you can't say, Richard Hay, we don't provide you with entertainment and drama every time you come out here for this race.
There's plenty of excitement. There's plenty of excitement here, Wilco, and what fascinates me is the way that some of these guys, some of the top runners, have changed under slick tyres. And I noticed that Wayne Gardner would be the first of the runners on slicks. That puts him in a great position should it not rain again. But if it does...
Bathurst is like Birmingham, Richard. You cannot make a statement like that in a 24-hour time frame.
We've got some replays coming of the dramas here involving Stephen Richards. What better way to live through it in replay than with Jim Richards. He's with Andy Raymond.
Thanks very much, Gary. And he's still got a smile on his face, always smiling as Jimmy Richards, but that is the end of the day, it seems.
Yes, I think so. I think the oil cooler, which is at the back of the car, has been obviously ruptured, I think. And what's actually happened there, he's just come out and got the rear tyre on the white paint, and it's still pretty slippery, and the car's just quickly spun around and hit the outside wall backwards.
You saw him, we're watching the replay at the moment, we saw his touch on the white line, and he's given it a fair old tank slapper, hasn't he?
Yes, it has, but, you know, gee, could have happened to anyone, so no, we can't be too hard on him.
John Bauer got the bird's eye view too. It's gone in badly and broken an oil cooler, you said.
Yes, I think that's what it's done. That obviously was why it stopped, otherwise he would have kept driving around.
Jimmy Richards, like so many more before you today, it's time to spectate.
Time to spectate? Oh, well, it's not a bad day for that, is it?
Actually, on that replay, we saw another very cool drive by John Faulkner. He actually got it sideways under brakes when he saw Stephen in such bad shape. He didn't want to be ricocheting into him, and he pulled a very neat little maneuver under brakes and sideways there as he was in the shadow of John Bowe.
Well, he's pulled a few neat manoeuvres this weekend, John Faulkner, getting into the top 10 for a start, surviving that incident for another, to be up there running in 4th position at this stage of the race. And I know it's still early and I know a lot's going to happen, but he could pull off the ultimate bit of magic by the end of the day. You never know.
You certainly don't. It's a credit. If he stopped on the next lap, it's still a credit to them.
Steve Reed and Trevor Ashby, their Landvale Smash Repairs Commodore. These guys are always very solid performers here at Bathurst. They always somehow manage to keep going and stay out of trouble. And with new sponsorship on their car from JBS Tools, I can tell you, I don't know whether it's been revealed publicly anywhere else, that this car is going up for sale. They have purchased a brand new Wayne Gardner prepared Commodore, which they will campaign next season and which will be maintained for them through the season by Wayne Gardner Racing.
Oh, that's excellent. That's terrific. These fellows deserve the best. They've worked away at their careers. They've worked away at their businesses, and they've kept the two separate, which a lot of us haven't been successful at over the years, and that's tremendously good news.
So we can see they're managing to get the Valvoline car hooked up and get it on the truck. The safety car, pace car still out, of course. John Bowe behind the wheel of the Dick Johnson Shell FAI entry.
By regulation, Gary, all the cars have to have tow hooks on the front, and generally 2 of them, to ease that job for the tow truck drivers, but it still takes a bit of time to get it onto the flatbed.
All this this weather, the damp does tend to play havoc with electrical systems if they're not awfully well insulated. A lot of people are having that trouble. We've had some of it ourselves in the great wet here at Bathurst this morning. The Shell team are now having it. They're having great communication difficulties and cannot get in touch with John Bowe at the moment, or having difficulty communicating with him. And so we've had to send a couple of our technicians down to give them a hand to try and get the matter sorted out.
I was told yesterday, if you're on a mobile phone that isn't digital, you can just get dropped out. If a digital goes on next to your analog, it just obliterates it. So it's getting pretty hairy here. The Russians, we might have to bring some Russians in to find out how to unjam ourselves.
Well, the difficulty, I mean, you've got to understand, I guess, that the race teams all have their communications. We've certainly got our communications. You've got a lot of corporate sponsors and people here with all sorts of radio and telephonic communication. So there are an awful lot of signals buzzing around this mountain. There's a few of them I wouldn't want to tap into today, because I bet there's some colourful language flying. Let's check the top 20 positions in the race at the present time. With 35 laps completed, we are under the caution at the moment, with Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy leading in the #1 Mobil HRT car, ahead of teammates Brock and Mazira in car 05. Third position, Bowe and Johnson Shell FAI Falcon. Faulkner, Harrington, what a great day for them so far in the better electrical Commodore entry. Young Johnson and Tommy Kendall in 5th position. 6th, Gardner Crompton, Poole and Gazard in 7th, Perkins and Ingle holding down 8th, Longhurst and Eller in 9th, and Dulman and Cotter are in 10th position.
11th place, Needsvitz and Douglas. 12th, Max Dumsney and Kerry Bailey. 13th, Reed and Ashby. 14th, and climbing back up, Scaife and Cleland. 15th, Walden and Noski. And then in 16th position, Crick and Parsons. 17th, Finnegan McCall. 18th, the Richardses, but they won't be there for long. They're slipping down the order now. 19th, Waldock and Park. And 20th, Smurden and Weeks.
Welcome back as we head into the third hour of our coverage, live and exclusive on the 7 Network, of the great race of Bathurst of 1996, and the second hour charged with drama. It all started with Alan Jones on the move, grabbing the lead from Craig Lowndes with a gutsy move at the end of Pit Straight. And the battle for the minor placings was also a hotly contested affair, John Bowe taking 5th from Tony Longhurst as they headed down Pit Straight. But with gripper problem, Mark Scaife headed into the pits to change tyres. While the rookie Jeff Kendrick must have wished he'd done the same as he slid into the sand at Hell Corner. Back on the track though, Thomas Mazzera was on the move, passing Bowe to snare 5th place in this classic race of 96. The same couldn't be said for Brad Jones, who found himself stranded on Mountain Straight. Then the big drama of the day with the race leader Alan Jones finding his pack leader Ford engulfed in flames. Unbelievable sights here at Bathurst, and the face of teammate Alan Grice, as you will see, certainly told the story. Jones, who's searching for a sponsor next year, saw his race dreams shattered here in 1996. The pace car out again, but the drama continued with doubts now over Glenn Seaton's Ford Credit Falcon. And just a short time ago, Stephen Richards' race hopes ended after he slid and also caught on fire. So just amazing scenes. It's the scene from the seat of John Bowe's car and Stephen Richards' car going up in flames. Well, many of the Channel 7 personalities have braved it to Bathurst today for the great race of 96, including network personality Ernie Dingo. Ernie, it's been a race of attrition. I saw you shudder as you saw Alan Jones' car go up in flames.
Well, he's going to have to do something, the poor bloke. He might get a sponsorship for some fire deal or something.
Well, he's after a sponsor for next year, so that may be it. What does the great race mean to you?
Oh, it's good, but mainly this is my first time, I'm going to say that for a start, and I'm enjoying it up on the hill with the boys.
Yeah?
Right?
Have you been up there sinking a couple of them?
No, not so much sinking it. I've been learning the rules of the game and where's the best seat in the house. And it's good fun, actually, and most of the time I watch it on television,
Yeah.
but to be here...
My first time too, Ernie, it is just a great atmosphere, even though not dampened by this dreadful weather. There's a great spirit about the racing car fans.
Yeah, I know, they're there. Everyone out there knows the cars before the numbers, and I'm trying to strain my eyes to see whose name's on it. And they said, like, oh, that's so-and-so, that's so-and-so, that's so-and-so. They're pretty well informed, so I'm learning the easy way.
Well, the touring cars have been dominated by this terrific young talent this year of Craig Lowndes, currently leading the race.
Yeah.
A wonderful young talent.
He sure is.
Who are your thoughts about might take out this race?
Well, I got a couple of favourites, and then, well, there's my old mate Compton's in there, so he's running with Gardner, so we'll see how they go. But I think that Dick Johnson should do something about it and get back up there.
Okay, well,
he can probably get up there for the 10th. I mean, it's an end of an era, so he can't have it, so he'll be back next year.
Well, I might just enjoy the dry confines of the commentary box. You go back and brave the elements.
I'm going to do that, mate. Thanks a lot.
Anyway, Wilco's got the right hat on for the occasion.
Okay, Ernie Dingo's trifecta, Dick Johnson, Peter Brock and Neil Crompton. Okay, well, that's not a bad bet, I guess, under the circumstances at the moment. Neil Crompton, in fact, is behind the wheel of the number 7 Coke Commodore as we speak. And I noticed that Peter Brock getting suited up down in the mobile HRT pit, so there's a possible change there. He'll be stepping in place of Thomas Mazzera in the 05 car shortly, and Greg Murphy also getting suited up, so obviously he'll be substituting for Craig Lowndes. Car 38, Poole and Gazard, they are running in 7th place at the moment, so the privateers having a bit of a field day here at the moment, Alan Moffat, outside of the top 2 or 3, of course.
Well, I don't know that it's actually a field day for them. They're probably just as worried as the rest of them, and whenever there's spray and mist anywhere in sight for 100 kilometers of any racing event, drivers' heart rates go up like crazy, and that's still not a brilliant shot of Conrad, as we know it can be on a beautiful sunny day. But no, certainly all the lead teams, and speaking of private operations, I see Klaus Niedwitz in the Synovus car is in 11th. That car started in 25th spot, so it's an indication of the attrition that's been taking place here today.
Well, Glenn Seaton, as we saw, sat in the pit lane for, well, David Parsons sitting in the car after a driver change, sat in the pit lane for 5 laps, so that's they've rejoined the race now virtually, at the tail of the field in 28th position, and several laps down after what was some kind of engine problem. Mark Osler is with John Sidney. He's the man who built the engine. He should know.
I certainly will, Wilco, and I hope John Sidney knows. John, a great disappointment for Glenn Seaton's team there when he came in. We saw you under the bonnet. What was the problem with the engine?
Well, he came in for his pit stop. It was on 8 cylinders. He went out from his pit stop and it was on 7 cylinders. So he came back in, and all the noise and commotion that was going on down there, we took the spark plugs out of it. It wasn't anything to do with a fuel up problem. So we pulled the valve cover off. We find 2 rockers have come loose. It's damaged the rockers. We've changed those and tightened it all.
Now, in all the testing and all the engine development work you've done both on track, on dyno, have you ever had a problem like that before?
No, I've never seen one of those come loose before. I've heard of it happening to Fords in the past, and I took a lot of precautions not to have it happen. Well, it has happened.
Bad luck, John.
Okay.
Car 11, that's Russell Ingall. Larry Perkins leaning in the window, Andy Raymond there. What's up, Andy? Is this routine? Told you we were having trouble with our electricals today, not only the race teams but us.
I don't believe it would be routine.
Short stop, whatever it was, and Russell Ingall about to rejoin. Now there is oil on the track. You can see the oil warning. The yellow and red stripe flag is out.
As if the rain wasn't slippery enough, Gary.
At the worst part of the track, coming out of the dipper towards Forest Elbow, we believe car 52 may have been responsible for this. The Commodore entry of Kendrick and Full has been black flagged for dropping oil, so I guess that's the incident.
I can't remember when there's been so much havoc prior to lunchtime, Gary.
No, well, we've got the pace car on the track still. This is the 3rd time today it has been out. There's a lot of oil on the circuit up in that section. Cars taking it very easily. Car 75's emergency there, Dumsney and Bailey. Come on, go. They've got the message, as we have, that the pace car's going off at the end of this next lap. So the race is about to restart. You don't want to be caught sitting in the pit lane when that happens.
No, in these conditions as well, I fear we may not have seen the last of the pace car with oil over the top of the mount in there. Still damp conditions everywhere. I should tell you that there is a little bit of blue sky around at the moment, but for how long that will last.
Very patchy though, Richard, as we look up towards the top of the mountain, a little bit of blue, but over to the left, coming from Dubbo, solid grey. Over to the right, if it decides to do a hurricane U-turn on us, it's black behind us. I wouldn't be parking the rain tires just this moment.
It's done it enough times before, and the lights are off on the pace car, so we can expect things to get underway again at the end of this lap. And it's interesting to look down the list to see those guys who stayed out there, stayed on the wet tires, haven't made a pit stop, while others have come in, changed the slicks, then gone back to wets and whatnot, and it's that just hasn't been the right move at this stage, has it?
No, it hasn't, and I think the Shell FIA team are right in that window. They haven't been jumping around from one set to another, and both cars up there in the top 10 now, with John Bowe in 4th place and young Steve in well, one down on that.
Yeah, so the 2 HRT cars lead. Craig Lowndes and Thomas Mazzara at the wheel, then John Bowe and Stephen Johnson.
Crompton, Neil Crompton in the Coke number 7 Commodore is in 5th position, and we saw they've elected to leave the wet tyres, the groove tyres on the car. Wayne Gardner may have access to another weather forecast.
Yes, well, he took a chance. He put wets on, and we're looking at a dry pit straight, but he's obviously got other ideas of what's likely to happen.
Just before they restart, one of the unlucky drivers today, Mark Larkham, with Mark Osler.
Yeah, very unlucky driver. We said your team seems to be cursed, Mark. I don't know what you've got to do to get it right, but boy, what a tragic end to the race for you.
Yeah, roll on 97, I guess. Yeah, following Richo down the main straight, they're 3 or 4 car lengths behind, and we've crested the hill in that torrential rain, and for some reason, I don't know if there was a flag or something out, perhaps an incident, and Richo's backed off suddenly, and I saw the back of his car when I was 2 feet in front of it, behind it.
Yeah, so car out for the rest of the day, and end of 96 for you. Bad luck, Mark.
Thanks, mate.
About to hit the restart button here. The safety truck off the track. We've got the restart. Craig Lowndes, car number 1. Mobile, HRT leading Thomas Mazira in 0.5. They'll both be coming in for driver change before too much longer. I think they probably want to let this part of the race settle down before they do.
Well, they're obviously running their tank to bone dry. Craig got there for 39 laps. We said with that earlier pace car that they'd go a long way past 32. If they can get to 41, they'll have saved themselves a pit stop. It'd be a pretty nice achievement.
Dunlop race cam with John Bauer in car number 17. Slides by 0.5 Thomas Mazira. They've swapped places 3 or 4 times so far.
It's just the heat in the tires, the confidence that the driver has on that restart, Gary, and John slipping by Thomas there. Quite likely to get repassed again when a little bit of heat gets into the Bridgestone tires.
And there's the second of the Shell cars, number 18, Stephen Johnson at the wheel. The car he's sharing with Tom Kendall, the American driver, the American Trans Am champion.
Yes, a fine young driver, 1996 Trans Am champion.
Second year in a row, I think, that he won it.
No mean feat. Some tough hombres in that part of the world.
There's Neil Crompton, number 7.
Well, it's certainly, we were saying maybe what's Wayne Gardner doing on wets. Well, he didn't want to be on slicks up across the top. Didn't matter how dry it is and how nice it is for us to look out the window and say the pit straight is dry, but look what these fellows still have to put up with across the top of the mountain. I think the clouds are still so low that the rain is dribbling down a bit up on the top and just making it very treacherous, so no chance at all of a slick tire being effective up here at this stage.
Crompton just going by John Clellan there at the wheel of Mark Scaife's car.
Well, a lot of these fellows will still be saying to themselves, hey, this is only 40 laps of 160. We better start seriously thinking about how we can conserve the car. We've seen a lot of top teams go out already. So anyone running at the moment is still a chance for the flag.
Well, Crompton a man on a mission at the moment. They came in, changed the slicks, and then it changed back to wet tyres. So he's got a bit of ground to make up.
McLeod, father and son, going through in the car number 50 NZ Commodore. Lansvale Smash Repairs going through, pursued by John Faulkner.
The softish rain tires, Gary, great in the rain, but when they hit that dry ground, the drivers get almost a slingshot effect. They've got to be careful not to slide it around too much and destroy the tires on that dry section. Mark Scaife getting a little creative with an outside move there.
Greg Crick in the Alcare car trying to get involved in this battle as well. Sliding past the Lansvale Smash Repairs car. 40 laps, as you said. It's incredible. They've got a long, long way to go. Another 121 laps. Anything could happen, and probably will. Great sound as the cars roar up Mountain Straight.
Most of the cars do sound truly beautiful. For the aficionados that love the sound of a V8, they've got it here at Bathurst today. Both the Fords and the Commodores are really singing.
Sega Commodore entry of Mark Scaife, shuffled right back through the pack in the early stages of the race, currently in 14th position. But with the advent of the pace car, of course, not all that far in arrears in terms of the race for the lead in the event. And as I said, with 120 some laps to go, there's plenty of time for things to change. Not a lot of hustle and bustle in this pit. What's the problem here? They're looking in the wrong end of the car, aren't they?
Well, this is the car that was called in for dropping oil.
Aha, so they're looking in the right end of the car.
I think...
Yes, the dry sump oil tank on the left, the breather on the right, fuel pumps in the middle.
Mark Osler's on the spot.
Yes, indeed, Wilco. A bit of a trouble. We quite to concentrate on the main teams in the race, but right up the other end of pit lane, one of the privateers, the Kendrick Full Commodore. And these boys have had a bit of a drama. They overfilled the oil catch tank on the engine, and with so much oil in there, the pressure blew out the lid on the catch tank. They're now trying to refill it, but the officials have said until you get all that oil cleaned up, there's no way you're going out on that track. So these guys are furiously wiping this thing with rags, towels, anything they get their hands on to try and get rid of this oil so they can get back in the race. They've been in the pits for a long time.
Serious temptation to do this by all engine people. They think just another leader, let's put another leader in it, and all of a sudden all the design parameters that have gone into a good dry sump system go out the door because there's too much oil in the pipes.
Jeff Kendrick and Jeff Full paying the penalty at the moment as we go back to our race leader, and that is Craig Lowndes, the man who won the Australian Touring Car Championship. A phenomenal, a blockbuster performance in 1996, just 22 years of age. Heading overseas shortly for test drives in Formula 3000, and I would say it won't be long before he's spending more time there than he is here.
Yeah, he's a man who I think World Motorsport is going to hear a great deal more of in the future. And at the moment, Craig Lowndes heads John Bowe by just a little over 4 seconds. Bowe in turn almost 2 seconds ahead of Thomas Mazzera, who's at the wheel of the 05 car.
Peter Brock suited up and waiting in the Mobil HRT pit.
Well, there's Lowndes still fishtailing it there with a degree of confidence. It doesn't seem to be anything untoward here. He can throw this around with as much abandon as he likes.
There's Brock, and there's a lot of activity around the #1 pit.
These are the conditions that Peter really does excel in, where it's not quite wet, it's not quite dry, and he's never been nervous about those kind of conditions.
Local knowledge counts for a lot as well, doesn't it, when it's sort of half damp?
Local knowledge and good eyesight. He's a health freak, he's very fit, and believe me, he can spot a puddle at 100 yards.
It's a great combination that they've got going for them in the Holden HRT cars. Lowndes and Greg Murphy. Murphy was surprised everybody. He was so quick when he just stepped straight into the car here early in the week. Mind you, he's been here before and he's raced with Craig before, so I guess he knows what it's all about. But it was he that set the early pace, in fact, before Lowndes and Seaton then began the real duel for the fastest qualifying lap here. And it went that honour to Glenn Seaton, but in the cold, hard light of race day, things haven't panned out quite that way for him.
Well, these fellas don't need to go much further. They only have to go to lap 41 if they want to have a 3-stop strategy, but Craig's elected to go around one more time, maybe just to be on the safe side, make sure that he completes 41 laps.
Preparations being made in the 05 is coming in. This is Thomas Mazzera, so Peter Brock is about to get his turn behind the wheel today, and although he excels in these conditions, he'll be thankful that they are improving somewhat. You can see belts off for Thomas Mazzera, and Andy Raymond is there.
Yes, Thomas Mazzera out, Peter Brock in, and Peter Brock can probably thank his lucky stars. There's been a lot of very classy drivers that haven't and won't get to have a run around the mountain on this first Sunday in October. 120 litres of fuel going in. There was a change of tyre. As we said, Peter Brock jumping in the car, and Team HRT are very aware of the 60-kilometre limit going up speed lane, and a very efficient stop, about 22 seconds for Peter Brock.
Certainly got the nod of approval from Alan Moffat.
Yes, it did. Anything under 25 seconds is superb. I saw the wheels go on and off very quickly, and Peter was very snappy getting the belts on, just giving himself a bit of a tighten up on the shoulder belts there. He's still, now he's gunned it. He was in 60K mode. Look at him go now. The rubber hose hanging over his elbow there, his drink bottle. He'll stick that in later when he feels like a cup of tea. Morning tea, really, for him.
Coming into the pits, first pit stop for the Shell cars. Unbelievable. These cars have been out on the track for 43 laps. The first stop running on these wet weather tyres are fully grooved, full chunk wet. They've gone to a more intermediate wet tyre, so it just shows what the track conditions are like. Stephen Johnson out, Tommy Kendall, the big Californian, gets into the car, looking pretty smooth and controlled at the moment. 20 seconds have just passed, hands in the air. I've hit the stopwatch, 22 seconds. Tommy Kendall's on his way.
Well, another superb stop. That's tremendous. And you were alluding to Stephen Johnson. I think he did a superb job there to hold that car in one piece in those conditions on one set of tires, bring it in after 43 laps. He needs a pat on the back, and he'll get it from Dad.
rejoining the race in 11th position with Tommy Kendall behind the wheel of the 18 Shell FAI Falcon. And here is car number 11, the Castrol Commodore of Larry Perkins, slowly but surely, as you would expect, eating his way back through the field yet again. He's a man who knows how to battle adversity, to overcome it and still walk away with the prize. And don't be surprised if he comes close to doing it again here at the end of the day. Russell Ingall behind the wheel.
Just fighting a little traffic there across the top. You just can't take a chance. He can't go up on the wet lane. You can see him trying to do it, but he's just shadowing Faulkner. He's got to wait till he gets a clean bit of road in front of him before he dares commit his Castrol Commodore.
Let's check how they stand. These are the survivors. Craig Lowndes leads with Greg Murphy, Dick Johnson, John Bowe in second, Gardner Crompton third. Crompton driving at the moment. We've just seen Tommy Kendall take over the fourth placed car, Shell FAI. Faulkner Harrington in fifth position. Sixth place in the race at the moment, held down by Perkins and Ingall. Russell Ingall driving, Poole and Gazard, great effort by them in seventh. Longhurst and Ellery eighth, Dillman Cotter ninth, Needswitz and Douglas in 10th position. Brock and Mazera 11th, Dumsney and Bailey in 12th spot, Crick and Parsons 13th, Scape and Cleland in 14th, Walden Noski 15th, Reed and Ashby in 16th place, Smerton Wicks running 17th, O'Brien and Callahan 18th, Rose and Shield in 19th, Waldock and Park running 20. Now we're getting down towards the end of the field. McLeod, father and son in 21st, Palmer Peters 22nd, Conway Pope 23rd, Taylor Bell 24th, Romano Mediki in 25th position, Finnegan McColl in 26th place, Seaton and Parsons. A lot of work to do from there for David Parsons in 27th spot. Richards and Richards cancel that. Also Kendrick and Full at the moment, although the car still works. Wilmington Cedars are out there still. Jones and Grice, of course, the fire put the end to their effort. Jones and Scott, that car's off the track. So's Russell Shaw, so's Trimble and Attard, and Larkham and Conville out of business as well. We've lost a half dozen cars to this point of the great race. We'll be back shortly. .45 laps gone. Car number one, Mobile HRT Commodore heading up the mountain, and it's Greg Murphy behind the wheel with a change of driver in very, very slick time indeed. Craig Lowndes having done the opening stint and done a brilliant job simply of survival. Let's have a look at it again as Lowndes brings the number one car into the pits, and as he did so, the number 17 Shell FAI Falcon also came in with John Bowe at the wheel to hand over to Dick Johnson. So there was action aplenty at this point of the race.
And we're watching slick tyres going on for Greg Murphy. Now everyone in New Zealand that's still awake and not having gone to bed will be happy to see a New Zealander leading this race.
Yes, very slick stop indeed, and the HRT team, by gee, the cards, and it's not luck, but the cards are falling their way.
Well, there's never luck when it comes to good strategy, and those fellows ran Craig Lowndes up to lap 44. They've obviously got great telemetry and good onboard system to let Craig know when he can get down to the last drop. They weren't tempted to fool around coming in, throwing in on every combination of tires that their company makes for them, and really kept that number one car up there in number one spot. Very, very good strategy.
Andy Raymond is in the pits at the moment. He's going to have a quick word with Craig Lowndes, an exhilarated Craig Lowndes.
An exhilarated Craig Lowndes just there. There's about 14 different interviews going on at the moment. Craig, the role was to start well, to come in first. You've done exactly that.
Well, we got a reasonable start. I suppose it wasn't one of the best, but I beat Glenn off the line and we got into the turn first. And I suppose it's been an interrupting race. We had pace cars after pace car. No, it's unfortunate for a lot of other teams that have unfortunately had the crashes. AJ went past me after one of the restarts. That was more to do with trying to control the tyres, or keep the tyres to last, right up until the stint we wanted to come in, which was 31 laps or thereon.
I can imagine how frustrating the pace car must have been for you out there.
Well, the pace car it didn't work for us at Sandown. It was out that much and that often. It we couldn't really get a break to disadvantage us. But Greg's out there now. Hopefully the circuit's going to be drying out now. Across the top it was a little bit slippery, but hopefully all goes well. We can be there at the end of the day.
Well, we certainly hope so. Thanks a lot, Craig Lowndes. Let's now go to Mark Osler.
Yes, Andy, from one young gun to another. Stephen Johnson, that's a marathon stint. 45 laps and one set of tyres, fully grooved wets. That must have been hard work out there.
You had to really look for the dry spots on the track. The tyres wouldn't have worn any. If in fact, I think rubber would have grown back on them in the first stint because it was that wet. It was just unbelievable. I've never driven it on anything in my life like that. And in the pace car laps, after the first pace car came out, I was behind John Faulkner. I was flat out seeing the back of John Faulkner. It was that wet.
What have you told Tommy when he got in the car? Did you have a chance to say anything to him?
Just basically that there's a lot of oil around the track coming up towards the cutting and things like that, so he's got to really be careful of that and basically go out there and enjoy it, because I know he's going to do a great job.
Now, I understand you have radio communication, but your dad's car 17, you've got no radio communication with the pits.
No, well, they were asking me all the choices in tyres, what tyres, and I was getting a bit nervous in case I made the wrong decision, but I basically said to him, if it's dry-ish like it was when I came in to put slicks on, and if not, to put intermediates on or big block wets, because it's still fairly wet up the top, and with the oil around us, just be treacherous on slicks.
Well, you've done a great job, Steve, and we hope you and Tommy get on well today.
Thanks very much. Hope we can carry on with it today.
Hard skill, but there's only one way to learn.
And if he hasn't won Bathurst by the time he's 25, I'll give up.
Here's the race leader in all of the comings and goings in pit lane. It's car number 11, Russell Ingall. Larry Perkins, Castrol, Commodore holds pride of place. Now, car number 7, the co-Commodore Neil Crompton, was in second spot briefly. They've since pitted to change to slicks, so Crompton has now dropped down to 9th. That puts Mark Poole, by my calculations, into to second place. Greg Murphy now in the number 1 HRT car in 4th position. They're changing so fast I can't keep up.
I can see a banana boat there in the top 10, mate. What's wrong with you?
Oh,
You're not
sorry,
rolling?
yes. In 8th position.
Klaus Niedwitz. Very happy.
Excellent effort. The Synovus banana boat with Klaus Niedwitz behind the wheel. Klaus, of course, was first past the post here with Steve Soper in 1987 in a Texaco Sierra, and they subsequently had the race taken away from them for running what was alleged to be illegal wheel arches, and that gave victory to Peter Brock, his 9th in this great race.
Yes, those wheel arches were 3 millimeters too wide, apparently.
Now, Peter Brock has had a little incident, having just taken the wheel of 05 from Thomas Mazera, apparently clipped the wall up at Reed Park, but has grabbed a hold of it again and survived.
Yeah. Damage to the front of the car.
A little exuberant there for Peter Brock, and as we pick up race cam again, you can see Peter at the wheel, our AMP race cam, and you might be curious about the police camera, if your eyesight's that good, that's what it says, camera, police camera action. That's the title of a new show that you'll be seeing on the 7 Network around Australia starting 8 p.m, that's 8 p.m. Eastern time on October 16, hosted by Peter Brock. Now, Peter Brock has been in the thick of the action at Mount Panorama and other racetracks around Australia and around the world for 2 decades, but you have not seen Peter Brock like you will see him in police camera action. We drop him in the thick of it, in helicopters, in boats, in cars, in police chases, in fires, in all sorts of situations, and he handles it with amazing ease. This man is a genius, not just behind the wheel. Oh,
well,
the
there
banana
it is.
boat.
We said when we came here, if we could get into the top 10, be a tremendous achievement, a personal achievement, only running the car once a year, with support from Synovus for after 5 years. Delighted.
Perkins, Ingall lead the race. Russell Ingall driving at the moment in the number 11 Castrol Commodore. They were last year's winners, and they've got pride of place again at the moment. Longhurst Ellery holding down second spot ahead of Lowndes and Murphy. Greg Murphy now driving. Mark Poole is in 4th place, and Dick Johnson now at the wheel of the number 17 Falcon is in 5th position. Faulkner, Harrington holding down 6th, Niedwitz and Douglas, as we've just seen. Klaus Niedwitz driving in 7th spot. Peter Brock now behind the wheel of 05 in 8th position. Duelman and Cotter now into the top 10 in 9th spot. And Neil Crompton driving the number 7 Coke Commodore holding down 10th spot. We've got a long way to go in the great race. Exiting the pits, we've just seen Russell Ingall in car 11, race leader. He won't be now, and also 0-5 in the pits, Peter Brock.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a real snappy stop either. They're shouting at him. He's in gear, ready to go. He's got his foot on the clutch. There he goes. Well, he's down. Now he goes.
Well, let's see if Mark Osler can shed any light on the reasons for that stop.
Well, I just got down here myself, Wilco. I'll just catch up with Jeff Gresh, the team manager, and I'll call you back.
Okay, thank you very much. It's frantic action down there. As I said, just as we came back, car 11 was exiting the pits. Russell Ingall has now rejoined the race, having led it briefly in 6th position. 0-5 Peter Brock rejoining in 9th spot. And I'm not quite sure what the stop was about for car 11 either.
The tyre changing to dries. They've obviously got enough confidence to go across the top of the mountain, Gary, with dries, so that they could really steamroller it here on Conrad. We're getting a picture now of Murphy on Conrad. It's practically dry. It's dry down pit straight, and the wet weather tyres would have just been shredding themselves to pieces.
Let's find out now. Mark Osler's managed to track down Jeff Gresh.
Yes, Jeff Gresh, Holden Racing team manager. We just saw Brocky come in there. What was the problem? It looks like he's brushed the wall somewhere. Has it done any damage?
No, it's only really superficial fiberglass work. The main reason he did come in, of course, was the track's dried out now, and he was on the changeover from wet to dry, unfortunately. So we just basically brought him in to put him on slicks. The rest of the car's just fine.
I believe you're having some communication problems with 05 too. Is that? I said I believe you're having radio communications problems with 05.
Yeah, yes, we have actually.
Yeah, and what about 1? Is that okay?
No, 1's fine. He managed to stay out there for a couple more laps, and Greg's now on slick, so we're trundling along.
Everything going fine?
Sorry?
Everything going fine?
Yeah, so far. Long race yet.
Best of luck.
Quite amazing. The HRT team are having communication problems with one of their cars, and the same with the Dick Johnson team, one of their cars also. Now, let's just establish where we are on the racetrack. Car number 1 leads the race. That's Holden HRT, Greg Murphy behind the wheel. Tony Longhurst, car 25, the Castrol Falcon, is in 2nd place. Car 17, Dick Johnson driving at the moment. The Shell FAI Falcon is in 3rd. And in 4th position is car number 9, the Synovus Banana Boat Falcon, driven by Klaus Niedzwitz, and Neil Crompton is in 5th in the number 7 Coca-Cola Commodore. They are the top 5 placings on the track at the moment, as we take you to our pit studio, to David Fordham and to a devastated Alan Jones.
Thank you very much, Gary. Devastated, the right word.
I'm beside myself.
Well, you're beside me at the moment. Alan, unbelievable. This race meant so much to you in 1996 with the prospect of chasing sponsorship for next year.
Yeah, sure, but it means a great deal to everybody. I mean, there's not a single person out there now that wouldn't want to win it. That's what we're in there for. It's just a shame for the team, because they did put in a really extra special hard effort with the car, and you know, they prepared me a good car. There's the old girl now.
Take us through this stage. You're watching.
Well, we're just about to see the incentive program for exiting a car now. There it is.
This was the pace of Michael Johnson at Atlanta.
Absolutely,
I've never seen you
like
move
a
this. But as you said, there's an incentive to get out of it. And a very brave fire marshal there too, with no protective gear.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And he was the only one. And unfortunately, really, just having a guy like that with one single little extinguisher, quite frankly, is not good enough. In more ways than one. As I said to them at the time, I'd hate to be upside down on the bloody thing while it was going on.
Take us through what was going through your mind right now.
Well, I was actually saying, where are the other marshals with the fire extinguishers at this stage of the game, because I knew that he hadn't extinguished it properly and it was going to flare up again. And I was just sort of looking around there on the right-hand side now. It's flaring up again, and I was just sort of looking around saying, well, you know, where are the guys with the fire extinguishers?
And that smoke obviously is an absolute hazard to the drivers pursuing the race as well.
Well, to be honest and truthful, I really wasn't paying all that much attention to them at that stage of the game, but, you know, I was worried about the car. We are going to respray it we're going to New Zealand, so we're going to respray it anyway, so it'll have to be painted.
Jonesy, the preparation was all okay. You were very confident going into today, and a little cheeky manoeuvre early in the race, so you snatched the lead.
Well, the car was fabulous. I mean, it was just really hanging in there. The Bridgestones were great. The car with the brake balance was fine. Everything was just going really well. You know, but that's motorsport. You know, you know, the Holden dealer teams are running very, very strong at the time. But old Tony's up there having a bit of a go.
Yeah, it's a wonderful battle here at the moment. It's been a race of attrition so far, and but young Craig Lowndes has set down the challenge right throughout the touring car series. and could be set to be the youngest fellow ever to win the Bathurst race if he can keep it going.
Well, he's on a roll, there's no doubt about that. He's won the Touring Car Championship, he's won Sandown, and now it looks like he's heading for victory here. But Tony's got the bit between his teeth, and he's really going for it. So this is going to be a couple of really interesting laps.
Isn't this a fantastic battle here at the moment with Tony Longhurst and Craig Lowndes, car number 1 there, Lowndes, the Holden Racing team, and Tony Longhurst really throwing down the challenge. Conditions improving out there a little bit, Alan, even though you're probably not all that concerned about that at the moment.
Well, there is a dry line, as you can see, and that enables them to put the slick tyres on, and as long as you stay within that dry line, it's fine. The only problem may come for Tony, for instance, if he does move off the dry line to pass Greg in a damp patch. That's when you've got to be a little bit careful. But otherwise, if you stick with the dry line, you know, no problems at all. Oh, dear.
Now, I believe by the time we finish our telecast, you could be well back in Coolangatta, is that right?
Mate, I will be at 5 p.m. probably back in Coolangatta with a cold Bundy in my hand.
Okay, Judgy. Disappointing into the race today, but keep the chin up.
Thanks, David.
Okay, well, what a wonderful battle going on. Greg Murphy in Craig Lowndes' number 1 Holden car there, and Tony Longhurst. The battle is hotting up on the mountain, Gary.
Absolutely, David Fordham, you're quite right about that, and I would say at 5 o'clock, if things continue to go the way they have been, yes, we'll certainly still be here, and the checkered flag may not yet have dropped on the race while Alan Jones is, as he said, enjoying the comforts and delights of living in Queensland.
Tony Longhurst will really be reveling in this. He is a fighter from way back. He's extremely fit. He's been in there for 52 laps. Most of the other drivers changed over for petrol and tires. He stayed in, and here he is challenging the best of New Zealand at the moment for the lead.
Gary Walden, Mark Noske, and the second Sega car in the pits at the moment, and I would think Mark Noske about to take over. Longhurst just taking over, speaking of doing that, taking over Greg Murphy and assuming the lead in the AMP Bathurst 1000 as Mark Noske leaves the pits in the second Sega entry.
Well, Longhurst is the fastest man on the racetrack at the moment by some half a second. And
he's really motoring. He won it here in 1988. He knows what it is like to win. But this Castrol team that he's put together with the Falcon, this will be a lovely feeling for him. Ooh, look at this, not even waiting for that slower car. He zigged and zagged onto the wet patch. He's feeling good. A lot of warmth in the, a lot of heat into the tires, a lot more than warmth. A lot of heat in the tires. They can take a little bit of that wet patch, but as Alan Jones said, don't want to be getting into any really seriously wet patches when you're on slick tires.
Well, with the track now drying out, times which were running into the well, up to close to 240, 230, mid-30s earlier in the rain, have now come down to 216. That was Tony Longhurst's last lap, 216.9. 05. Peter Brock is back. It's not looking good for the 05 car. Mark Osler, he's on the spot.
Yes, thanks, Wilco. The mechanics are leading inside the car. I've just arrived on the spot. Brock is motioning to his mechanics to get inside in the floor area. That's where a lot of the electronics, the vehicle's engine management system, and I can see they're working away with spanners.
There's oil inside the car, is it?
And have a look what's going on in here. No, they're looks like they're adjusting the gear linkage mechanism.
Oh.
A number of very intricate gear linkage made up of several rose joints. Quite a complicated system, and looks like they're tightening it up. They may be even taking it out. Doesn't look like the gear linkage of 05.
Interestingly, because this is the car, Mark, that was a little late going out in preparation for the top 10 yesterday morning because they had a problem with 2 gears.
Well, what they're actually doing is replacing the link between the linkage and the gear shift. It doesn't look like it was broken, but that's the thing that they're replacing. And the car's been here stationary for a while. Just as Alan Moffat says so often, you only need the 20-set, or in this case a $2 part to brake, and it can throw your whole race out of order. Meanwhile, at the front of the car, the damage that Brock incurred when he hit the fence, the mechanics are working feverishly on that. They've got the magic tape on there. It looks like it's become dislodged. So Brock is losing a lot of time here as the mechanics try and get the car race ready.
Meantime, John Faulkner and Steve Harrington have been in and out of the pits for another stop. They are now back in 12th position, so the changes are happening so fast here, it'll certainly keep you dizzy. Tony Longhurst, though, is without doubt the race leader from Greg Murphy. The number 25 Castrol Falcon leading the race from the HRT Commodore, and Dick Johnson holding down 3rd, then Neil Crompton, and 5th position to the Synovus entry of Klaus Niedwitz.
Well, Greg Murphy will be getting a little dizzy at the moment watching Tony Longhurst accelerate away from him the way he is. Tony is a fierce competitor. He loves this place. He loves to race. And he's putting everything into this Falcon, just as we saw Alan Jones putting everything into his earlier in the race.
Let's check them for you as they stand at the moment. The top 20 placings in the AMP 1000. Longhurst in the lead for Castrol Falcon. Greg Murphy is in second place in car number 1, Noble HRT Commodore. Car 17 is third, Dick Johnson driving the Shell FAI entry. Car number 7, Neil Crompton in 4th position for Coca-Cola. Car number 9, Klaus Niedzwitz for Synovus Vitamins with the Falcon entry. Russell Ingall in the car number 11, Castrol Commodore, 6th position. 05, Peter Brockwell is in the pits at the moment. He was in 7th position. Then Dumsney and Bailey in car 75, the Valvoline Falcon entry, holding down 8th. Poole and Gazard are in 9th position. Stephen Johnson and Tommy Kendall driving in 10th spot at the present time.
In 11th spot, Crick and Parsons. 12th, the Faulkner-Harrington car that went so well in the top 10 and was going so well earlier on today. 13th, Waldock and Park. 14th, car number 2, Mark Scaife and John Clellan. And 15th, number 6, Walden and Noski. 16th, the Dulman Cotter entry. 17th, 44, Malrose and Terry Shield. In 18th place, number 3, Lansville Slash Repairs Commodore of Reed and Ashby. 19th, Smurden and Weeks, and 20th, Palmer and Peters.
Thriller-minute racing at Mount Panorama, the AMP Bathurst 1000. Lap 55 out of 161. We'll be going 2 hours and 52 minutes. Tony Longhurst has been at the wheel for all of that time behind the car 25, the Castrol Falcon. But by geez, working overtime now to fend off Greg Murphy in the number 1 HRT car.
Yes, Murphy taking up the challenge. He realizes he doesn't want to see a car, particularly a Falcon, disappear in front of him after Craig Lowndes has brought it in the lead. But he's not in trouble here. He's just shadowing Tony Longhurst, and he may make a move here. I personally don't believe it would be too wise. Tony's got to come in shortly. He doesn't have to take any chances. Now's not the time to get creative, but he is letting Longhurst know that he's behind him. That weave pattern behind a lead car is only bravado. It's a bit like the bullfighter waving the cape. The bull knows what he wants to do.
Well, they're not hanging around here. They're doing 2 minute 16-second laps, still with a how close do you like that? 2 minute 16-second laps with still a few damp patches around.
Tony Longhurst still well within the regulated maximum of 3.5 hours behind the wheel before he has to effect a driver change. He's been there for 2 hours and 53 minutes at the moment. And he does expect, I think, to come in for a driver change in possibly about 15 minutes from now. Although he'd want to try and shake Greg Murphy off his tail before he does. Slight rain has started to fall again on the top of the mountain as we speak, and there's a lot of very heavy and nasty looking black cloud out here to the west and northwest.
As a matter of fact, Gary, that's the blackest one we've seen all day. They've not been much shade of a gray, but that one's definitely black. So these fellows on slicks are in for a surprise, and they won't be able to go at it hammer and tong the way they are now if another downpour hits this track.
This is the battle for first and second. Tony Longhurst and Greg Murphy. Falcon versus Commodore. Tony Longhurst, Gold Coast resident, 39 years of age, won this race, as Alan Moffat said a few moments ago, in 1988 in a Ford Sierra, partnered by Thomas Mazera. He's won the Australian Super Tourer Championship in 94, has won the Sandown 500 back in 85, that was in the Sierra days, and has also been a winner over in Kiwiland in the Wellington 500. So he's got a mountain of experience to bring to Panorama with him.
And you can see the wipers are on now. Longhurst has switched the wipers on, so that gives you an idea of how much rain there is up there, because he needs the wiper to be able to see through it.
He'll be really worried now. Both of these fellows will. They'll be saying, we know where we are, running first and second, wipers on, and okay, the heat in the slicks will help them for a while, but if the puddles start or the whole track becomes wet, they're going to have to come in.
A glimpse from third place man. Second place man seems to have dropped back a bit there, Greg Murphy. He was right with Longhurst a moment ago, and now he's dropped back.
Discretion is always the better part of valor, and we know all New Zealanders have got plenty of valor.
Longhurst has opened up a break now. Murphy dropping back in the number 1 HRT Commodore. Third placed man is Dick Johnson in the 17 Shell FAI Falcon. We take Dunlop race cam. Wipers on. Coming down into the chase.
Johnson was about 8 seconds behind the leading pair of Longhurst and Murphy. He's taken over from John Barr, who did a fantastic job for him earlier on in the first stint.
3-time winner at Mount Panorama, Dick Johnson. One of the most experienced of campaigners, partnered in this car by John Bow. Bow drove the opening stint. both the Johnson cars performing extremely well.
A lot of people will be hearing the squealing and thinking that Dick's in great trouble, but not on a race car. If you can hear them, it means they're working.
Queenslanders don't squeal, though.
Well, I know they don't. They squirm a little occasionally.
Now, 8.93 seconds. That's the split between Greg Murphy and Dick Johnson. Johnson closing it up very rapidly, though.
Yes, well, now's the time to be thinking, and now's the time to be wondering about making sure the car doesn't get into a stupid situation. If it's running well, which the Shell car is doing at the moment, Dick doesn't seem to be too perturbed about anything as we now look on. Here's the old Crompton, not so old, but our old mate, Neil.
Telstra race cam, a good view. Oh, well, Crompton's having a good look himself out the window.
Anybody following me? Will car 9 please report in? Oh, thank you very much. This is an unpaid political broadcast, but Klaus Niedewitz out here, courtesy of Lauda Air. Nicky Lauda flew Klaus to Australia for us.
Well, it's doing the job, and there's no prouder man at the moment than Alan Moffat, sitting right next to me in our commentary position, who's, since he stopped driving himself, continued to come to bat at Mount Panorama. And as he said, for race team owners or managers, it's no easy feat to have to come here and sweat it out while somebody else is actually behind the wheel doing the hard work. But if you've got to have somebody behind the wheel, as far as overseas drivers are concerned, nobody handles it better than Klaus Niedewitz.
We love having him out here, a personal friend. Klaus and I won the Fuji 500 together on the day I retired, so naturally I'm very close to him.
Problems there for the father and son team of Peter and Ryan McLeod. Car 50 making its way slowly up the mountain through BP cutting there.
Yes, that one's just dragging itself back, and it looks like a rear wheel loose. Maybe not. No, diff, probably a diff. Oh, isn't that rear wheel moving around?
Looks to be.
It certainly is coming out of the bodywork.
Yep.
The wheel is loose, jammed in the wheel well, and he's going to be very lucky if he can get this around.
You want to hope it stays jammed.
Left rear wheel is definitely moving in and out, and he's got himself a little worrisome trip. He'll bring it around if he can, but
the suspension's gone all together. The axle's had it, the whole thing. It's lucky he hasn't fallen out the back so far.
He's being gracious. He's staying on the inside line, at least keeping off the fast lane. And if they can get it back, fine. But a lot of, oh boy, that whole rear axle assembly is, I would say, a Watts link is broken. This is a bar that runs from one side of the car to other that keeps the rear axle in place. And it's certainly wandering around here for the NZ Commodore.
Problem is, if he doesn't make it back to the pit lane, if this does fall apart,
you can see it on the ground now, Gary. The whole rear trailing arms, as their known Watts link combination, has broken off the chassis, and you can see the car's wobbling. He may get it back.
I hope
he may actually get it back.
Well, if he doesn't, because we're going to have another pace car. If he doesn't.
No, he'll get through this tight bit, and I'd say the fact that it hasn't broken loose, the wheel isn't loose, it's the fact that the whole axle assembly is wobbling from left to right. And he might be short the Watts link by the time he does get back, but...
Looked like a drop or two of oil coming out of there as well, which is not going to please one or two of the other competitors at this stage.
Both McLeods. Peter McLeod, a good supporter of motorsport for many, many years, drove an RX-7 for many years, went to Daytona with my team in 1984, and has always been a gentleman of the sport.
And, of course, can claim a Bathurst victory when he drove with the Brock Holden team some years ago.
I forgot about that, yes.
True. That's right, that was the year that...
And here we go, the Lansville cars had it, and caught out in the slick conditions.
Yes, coming out of Tyre Power, a turn at Forest Elbow, has just caught the edge of the track, the slippery conditions, and has hit the wall by the look of it, and is now really caught in the sludge there off the side of the track, now reversing out into very dangerous territory.
Well, I can say that's goodbye engine there. And now how does Peter McLeod get by? He's got to weave through. He knows he's got faster cars. Okay, Lansville getting out of the way. That's a decent maneuver on his part. I'd say that engine is cooking. If he hit the wall, look, he forget it. He can't get that back. Well, he can get it back, but it won't be anything drivable when he tries to restart it.
Well, again, he's now going to have to try and struggle all the way down Conrod Straight.
There's the water pouring out of the radiator. He'll be very lucky to get down to Castro Chase. Caltech Chase. Watch that bumper bar. That'll be havoc for any car to hit that front spoiler that's been parked there by the Lansville boys.
And there's no Marshall game to duck out to retrieve that, because they're coming out of tyre power turn there, lickety split. And
the McLeod family will be replaying this for some years to come, and I know NZ happily supporting their cause for a number of years. Certainly no fittings gone wrong on it.
Right back to the
I believe it's
RX-7
just
days.
broken. It's just broken the Watts link.
Well, there we are. It's made me eat my words. I said nobody would be going to dart out and do that, and he's done it. Well done.
Our Australian marshals are famous around the world, Richard, for their bravery and for their intelligence, and I don't think we need to be too ashamed of that at all.
Tony Longhurst continues to lead this race, by the way, with from Greg Murphy after that serious scrap 3 or 4 laps back. He's now edges it out to 8 seconds. Let's have a look at this as... what the hell happened there? He didn't hit anything. The back of the car just went away from him.
Could have been power oversteer, Gary. He hit the gas pedal a little bit too early, and it caught him on... Oh, no.
Oh, Russell Ingall has put it in the dirt at the Hell Corner turn out of the main straight to head up the mountain.
Well, this is very on Ingall, and he's in there. That's going to take a post hole digger to get him out. I think the Lansville fellas can park it for the day.
They've made the pit lane, but that's as far as they'll be going, and it looks as though that's as far as Larry Perkins' challenge is going to go for this year, because Russell Ingall is stuck in the sand trap. The safety car is about to go out onto the circuit.
I thought we might get away without the safety car before Perkins' car, and Russell Ingall ended up in the sand trap.
Let's see if we can find out what's going on with Russell Ingall, but before we do, Mark Osler is in pit lane.
Yes, I'm down here, Wilco, just trying to track down Steve Reed to have a word with Steve. Steve, what's happened here?
It looks like Trevor's had a bit of a problem coming onto the hit a wet patch, coming onto the main straight, and the Conrod straight, and it's just gone out and whacked the wall. But we're just going to look at it now and see how bad it is.
A lot of smoke and everything pouring from the engine bay. I mean, it's pretty early to say. Do you think you can get it back in the race?
Well, we're going to give it a damn good go. I mean, we're here to race, so let's give it a go. We haven't looked at the radiator and the oil cooler, I think, are gone, Malcolm. So.
Well, I know you were building up to get a new VR next year, so maybe the timing wasn't that bad.
Yeah, let's hope so, eh? I mean, the car will be all right. It's a bloody good car, but, let's just see how we go here.
Great, thanks, Steve.
Meantime, you can see the Perkins Castrol Falcon. We've got it on one of our ISO cameras in replay, going for a slide as he turns out there into Mountain Straight out of Hell Corner, and has lost the rear of the car.
He'll be kicking himself for that, mate. A little bit of brake balance. It looked as if the back brakes locked on him, and he was just too committed at a speed that he didn't want to hit anything, so he let it go, and probably wisely let it go, but that's very deep sand, and it's caught him badly. Larry will be a little bit unhappy with that.
Well, Alan, this has really played into Tony Longhurst's hands. Pace car coming out. Tony just about due out of time. So
I'd say he'll play this one out as long as he can now. He's got a little bit of a reprieve, and every lap that he can go to his maximum distance. We don't know how much petrol he's got, of course, but yes, it has played into it for him. It's been helpful. And everybody needs a little bit of luck in this business. We generally make our own luck, but you don't mind taking the odd break when it comes your way.
Tony's been doing a lot of fitness training leading into this race, and he's been in the car now for 3 hours, so it's certainly paid off for him that way too.
He's always been extremely conscious of his health, and he's done a super job. Larry's asking himself, is the car going to be brought back? The clerk, of course, did say in the drivers' meeting that he would do everything he could to bring a wounded car back, but it's in a delicate position. It's got to come across the track to get into the pit lane. So our commiserations to the Castrol team.
Yes, we welcome you back to Bathurst as the race of 96 heads into its vital 4th hour. And the 3rd hour of the race was certainly frenetic activity in the pits. Many of the cars heading in for a change of tyres and also drivers. Meantime, out on the track, oil was further adding to the problems, and that pace car went out again. However, taking advantage of the situation, Thomas Mazira headed in and handed over the wheel to Brocky in the 05 Holden. as the Kings set out in search of 10th Bathurst title. Fourth spot, the number 18 Shell FAO Falcon Stephen Johnson pitted. Johnson handing over the American Tommy Kendall for his first taste of Mount Panorama. That's something that awaits him. Back on the track, Johnson Sr. was moving along nicely, passing Larry Perkins' teammate Russell Ingall to move temporarily into second place. But ahead, Tony Longhurst has been at the wheel since the start, is passing the HRT Commodore of Lowndes and Murphy to take the lead.
The lights are out on the top of the pace car. Let's go to Andy Raymond before the restart. Tony Longhurst there.
A driving stint around this place, even for 32 laps, is a hell of a lot of work. 3 hours in the car, Tony Longhurst. All that training is worth it.
Yeah, but look, at least the conditions were kind for me out there. It wasn't difficult, you know. No, look, the guys back on the coast, Dave and the boys I've been running and swimming with, fantastic. It really paid off. But, you know, I'm so thankful to Castrol, Yokohama and Ford for hanging in there. It's been a hard 18 months and, you know, it's just such a buzz leading this race.
And if there is one complaint so far, it was the pit stop we just saw. It was a minute in total and the craziest thing happened. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Tony, run us through.
The radio wasn't working and one of the lads tried to get the radio out and I couldn't get the door to shut. And I tell you, we were pretty lucky, weren't we?
I've seen you throw your fist through a window a couple of times and it was just about as strong. Congratulations.
I had no hesitation then. If that's what was needed to close the door, it would have been fine.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Oh, race restart, and the two Shell FAI cars almost took each other out there on the corner.
Well, Dick owns them both, so he can do what he likes with them, I guess. They say it takes a lot of heart to be a champion. You saw a lot of heart in Tony Longhurst's face a minute ago. That kind of emotion is coming from the heart.
So the two Shell cars now split by Greg Murphy in the number 1 car, the Shell FAI pair. Let's have a look at this again as they head off the line after the pace car pulled off the track. I'm sure that 18 wasn't looking. Tommy Kendall with Dick spearing up the inside there. He just pulled across and almost cut him off. And he's hello, there's a problem with the banana boat.
Change of tires. That'd be the normal stop after 62 laps. That car will take 32 laps for a tank of gas. So Ken Douglas back in the car after a good stint from Klaus Niedwitz.
And prior to the pit stop, he was running in 4th place. So Dick Johnson leads. Greg Murphy in 2nd place. Guess who's back up to 3rd now? Neil Crompton in car 7.
And car 9 with Ken Douglas behind the wheel, as Alan Moffat said, has rejoined the race now in 5th position rather.
Well, Neil knows how to win this race. It may have been a 12-hour that got him his victory, but he knows he has to persevere. He has to make every lap count. You can't get mad. You can't get carried away with your own self-esteem. You've got to do the job that's in front of you as the conditions are presented to you.
Spearing down Conrad Straight on pretty much dry surface now, right round the track. Still looks a little threatening in parts overhead, but a lot better than we had it earlier in the day.
Well, beautiful weather for the engines, nice, cool, damp air. It really does produce the horsepower. And I would venture to say that all the cars running at this moment, if they are not involved in a driver crash type situation, the cars that are running at the moment should pretty well continue to. It's the old hoodoo. If you can get past that lunchtime break, 3.5 hours, most cars that are running now will continue to do so.
This race has actually played into Dick Johnson's hands very well with the pace cars coming out, because otherwise the HRT cars have shown all year that they've been much faster than the rest of the opposition, and it really hasn't allowed them to go ahead like they were planning on.
No, the combination of that, Charlie, and the effect the mountain has on everybody, the two factors have really helped them out a lot. Here's young Murphy having a go. I wouldn't suggest that he takes Dick Johnson on.
Klaus Niedwitz, as we saw, has just alighted from the Synovus entry, car number 9, and he's with Mark Oslo.
He has, Gary, and just looking up at this scoreboard here, you were in 4th, you just slipped back to 5th. That's a remarkable result. Are you enjoying yourself out there?
Yes, it was a great experience during the rain because I was on slicks. During the pace car phase I went out, I was on slate and it started to rain again, and I made a decision to stay on the track, which was right, so I could pass many cars, but it was really the greatest experience in my life to be on Bathurst here on slicks in the wet.
Now, you've threatened to come out here a number of times and drive a V8. What's it like now you've finally driven one?
Keep quiet, you.
Can hear you.
What's it like now you've finally driven a V8?
Oh, it's quite difficult because it has a lot of power. The car is very wide compared to this from the last years and compared to my car in Germany. But I like to drive this car. It's a lot of fun here.
Well, you've come very close with Alan Moffat in the past. Let's hope you can get a podium today. Thanks, Klaus.
Thank you very much.
And Alan Moffat, tell us about the driver pairing here of Niedzwitz and Ken Douglas.
Well, I've always wanted to have Klaus whenever I could, and a couple of times we've had the ticket booked and he hasn't been able to get to the airport. Problems with management at the other end that didn't want him to come to Australia in the middle of his championship. But this year we got him, and I was very happy to. Ken Douglas was introduced to me by Ted Robinson in Ballarat, who has prepared the car, and I'm very happy with the way he has acclimatized to the car and kept it in one piece.
Greg Murphy trying the brave way to get round Dick Johnson at the bottom of Conrod Straight there and not succeeding.
Just take a look. I mean, he's trying the brave way. He's trying every way at the moment.
You'll be unwise to take Dick on here. He really will, because Dick's remembering lots of occasions when the opposition have given him a little one, and I can assure you.
Passing Gary Wilmington there as they head up the mountain.
He better pass him cleanly, because if Dick fights back, it'll be at his peril.
He can make that Falcon very wide, can't he?
He certainly can, and so he should.
Now work in the pits on the Lansvale Smash repairs car. They're going to endeavour to get this. They've got the right sponsor for that, I guess. If anybody can do it, they can. Working feverishly to try and get this car back in the race. Top 20 positions in the race, which keep changing so rapidly, but at the moment are held down by Dick Johnson in the number 17 Shell FAI Falcon. Greg Murphy, car number 1. Holden HRT is in second place. Neil Crompton, car 7 for Coca-Cola Commodore, is third. 25, Tony Longhurst, after the pit stop, has slipped back to fourth position. Stephen Ellery now driving. Ken Douglas at the wheel of number 9, the Synovus Falcon entry, in 5th place. 6th position is held down by car number 2, John Cleland, driving for Sega Commodore. Then Tommy Kendall, the wheel of 18, the Shell FAI car. Car number 48 rather, is Faulkner and Harrington, the better electrical entry, in 8th place. Then 05, Peter Brock driving for Mobile HRT. And then Russell Ingle and Larry Perkins in car number 11 to round out the top 10.
The Paul Gazard entry in 11th position, car number 38. In 12th position, Weldon and Noski in number 6. Crick and Parsons in 13th. Dumsney and Bailey 14th. Waldock and Park in 15th. And 16th, Rose and Shield. 17th, Dulman Cotter. 18th, Smurden and Weeks. 19th, Palmer and Peters. And 20th, Romano and Madecki.
66 laps gone, and the cheer goes up on top of the mountain because Holden HRT Commodore are back in front. Greg Murphy has slipped by Dick Johnson to the roar of the crowd at the top of the mountain. This is how he did it, going up Mountain Straight. Out of the slipstream, foot to the floor, run to the corner, and easily slides by the Shell FAI car. Fastest laps just been recorded by both these drivers. Their personal fastest laps for the race, but Peter Brock, in fact, is the fastest man on the track at the present time with a 2:15.3, quickening up all the time the race.
Well, the fact that fellow half the age of Dick Johnson could get by him gives you an indication of the prowess of these Holden cars.
Max Dumsney and Kerry Bailey sharing this car number 75, the Valvoline Auto Pro entry.
Running in 13th position at the moment. And something of a dice with the privateers just behind them. Car 49, David Parsons at the wheel. And he's literally trying to take that place away from them as they go over the top of Skyline there.
Kerry Bailey, of course, has driven a number of categories, sports sedans, with great success. Max Dumsney has been, like Charlie O'Brien from time to time, spent a while driving around in circles. but they're both enjoying this V8 touring car racing, and it's a good pairing at Bathurst because they're both rock-solid, steady drivers, and they've managed so far to stay out of trouble. The car is up and running for them quite well, and they're putting up a very, very good showing.
Well, you can have any class of racing you like in Australia, Gary. When it comes down to the bottom line, Bathurst in October, the finest race of its type in the world, and just no other place to be.
Politics have come into play on pit lane with the Holden Racing team, campaigning, canvassing the marshals, the officials, to try and get a penalty on car 17 for allegedly passing under the yellow.
Well, meantime, Dunsany just moved up into 12th, but one man in trouble there, I think, was Wayne Park behind these this dice that's been going on. There's 4 cars here dicing for 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and indeed problems for Wayne Park, who heads for the pits and loses a wheel on the way down the pit lane there.
This is the Komatsu entry.
That wheel's going to come across the track. There wasn't a barrier there to stop it. I hope it doesn't collect the radiator of any oncoming car. This is bad news. The wheels are supposed to have safety locks on them, but it didn't save this one.
Yes, the Waldock, Kevin Waldock, Wayne Park car from Playscape and Komatsu Racing. Queensland entry. Kevin Waldock, of course, driven here a number of times, and he'll be very disappointed at the outcome here, Andy Raymond.
Certainly will. By the look of things, they were actually planning a stop, as it was, and as you said, the right front decided to make the job a little easier for the mechanics. The 44 car, the Melrose Australian Community Newspapers vehicle, has come in right behind the Waldock car. Wayne Park at the wheel, and just a little bit of paddle beating going on up front, but other than that, they look quite good.
A little bit of huffing and puffing there for Andy Raymond. It's a busy day on pit lane.
Well, certainly they're in trouble here with this Komatsu car. The threads were hurt as the wheel was rubbing down on the tarmac. They might find when that right front wheel nut goes back on, it might jam on the broken threads. We're not talking about this car, we're talking about the Falcon in front. They're not lowering. Yes, I can't get the wheel on, he's just shouted, because the threads have been damaged and the wheel nut, very fine threads. They're going to have a time of it to get that on. A single wheel nut goes on with over 500 foot-pounds of torque. Now they're scraping the threads, trying to actually get the dirt, what they think is dirt, out of it. But I think it may be more damage.
Here's again in replay. There goes the wheel. I've got no idea where it ended up. As Alan Moffat suggested, there's no barrier there to stop it from rolling across the track, which obviously it must have done. But fortunately, it was retrieved without causing damage to any other car.
Well, certainly couldn't have happened at a better place to come off, Alan, could it?
No, he picked his timing good. Hang on. There's great. Fellows get very excited. It's very nerve-wracking for the mechanics. It's a tough job. Any young fellows thinking of being on a pit crew up here, boy, you better take your vitamins and have steady nerves.
Well, they've got it done. The Komatsu entry rejoins the race. Wayne Park at the wheel, and while all that was happening, Melrose and Terry Shield in car 44 have also got back into the race. This is John Cleland, the Scotsman, who has got as big a sense of humour as he's got driving talent. I think he fancies himself as a comedian.
He's a funny guy, and he's also a seriously quick guy behind the wheel of a racing car. He's twice British touring car champion, and goes to great lengths to point out that he's still the British touring car champion until the end of this year, when Frank Beeler, who's won it in 1996 in the Audi, takes over.
In 7th position at the moment in the Mark Scaife Gibson Motorsport entry, the number 2 Sega-sponsored Commodore.
Yes, this team suffered a lot from wheel change itis in the opening segment of the race. When the torrential rain was down, they changed about 4 different compounds, but they are sneaking back, and not a bad spot to be in. Lap 68 as we're on, and they're in 7th place, so the potential to get back up here on the podium.
Still threatening skies, but the rain holding off at Mount Panorama after the earlier downpours and the earlier dramas. The survivors have now got the best of the conditions so far today.
Smartly prepared car. Fred Gibson never puts a car on the track that doesn't look a treat. We're used to looking at them in Rothman's red for many years, but the Saturn car is still with Sega sponsorship making them look good. On board as we go up Mountain Straight, and Commodore about to give its obligatory dip of the lid to the Holden Hill sign. And now John thinking about pulling back from 5th gear back to 3rd for this right-hander, a tricky right-hander. You can't get too carried away here. That curve comes up very nastily. He's used all of the road as he's gone over to the left. Now he has to select 2nd for the BP cutting. Also a nasty corner. You get in the middle of it before you can sort of see where that wall is going to be. And this is, I always found, very difficult here. This right, you have to stay tight, and this curb waiting for you. For many years, that curb wasn't there, and we used to lean right up against that wall. I was quite disappointed with Peter Gannon, the Bathurst chief engineer, who was forced to put that curb in there. And here now another tricky corner, the left-hander onto Skyline. But very steady behind the wheel, John Cleland. Likes Australia, likes working for the Gibson team.
John's running in 8th position at the moment. Just ahead of him is 7th place man Russell Ingall, who's got moving again after being in the sand trap earlier on.
Well, he had to pay the tow truck driver $50 to get him out of that sand trap.
So long as it's just the tow truck driver.
His life wouldn't have been worth living if Larry Perkins had got his hands on him and hadn't out of the sand trap.
It's going to be more for Larry that he has to put his hand in his pocket for.
You were talking us around the racetrack a moment ago, Alan. This, just coming out to the chase here, is one place where John Cleland did have trouble, I know, during qualifying. Not so much going through there, which is absolutely flat, but right here under braking, he was having trouble flat spotting tyres a little bit.
Yes, I think what would have been happening there, that he was reluctant not to go through the kink, the first part of the chase, flat out, because it will show up on the telemetry and the readouts, and all the other drivers that are the heroes say, well, I went through there flat. So, but the moment you get through there flat, you've got to get on the brake very damn quickly. And slipping through the gearbox, these Hollinger gearboxes, we do have to change gears in Australia, unlike Europe where they have the sequential gear change. Just about anybody can drive a sequential gear change, and the European Klaus Niedwitz has been complaining all week about how hard it is to change the 6 speeds.
I mentioned a few moments ago politics in play on the pit lane, with HRT campaigning to get a penalty against car 17 for passing allegedly under the yellow. Mark Osler down there at the moment with Alan Horsley. I think it'd be a bit hot under the collar.
I think you'd be right, Wilco. Alan Horsley, we're still waiting for word from upstairs. They're discussing the possibility of imposing that stop-go penalty. What's the current situation, Alan?
Well, from what I understand, the Holden Racing team have claimed that Dick passed them under a yellow, but we can't contact Dick over the radio, and I'm just hoping they wait till Dick gets in and gets his version of it. I couldn't understand him passing under the yellow with his experience.
So your situation on this is you'd rather they wait before they impose the penalty and hear Dick Johnson's side of the story?
Well, I think that'd be the fair way to do it, yes.
OK, thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think it would be fair to hear from Dick first, or at least if they don't have any independent observers around the circuit that actually saw the incident. I mean, they can hardly just take HRT's word for it.
Exactly, and fairly unsporting of a team that's leading the race to have to go out chasing yellow flag infringements against the person that's chasing them. Don't really think that's necessary at this stage of the game.
Car number 20 coming into the pits, Ian Palmer and Brett Peters, another entry from Queensland, that have managed to dodge the trouble today. Haven't been running with at the front of the pack, but slow and steady gets you to the checkered flag. Maybe not in front, but at least gets you to the finish line, if not in first place.
And they're one team that's unlikely to have a problem losing a wheel, as the Waldock car did earlier on.
Won't have a problem losing a sponsor either.
But you notice that they're running the 5 studs to put the wheels on, as opposed to the central
studs, yeah.
One of the main reasons for doing that, you only have to use 50 or 60 psi, pounds per square inch airlines to put the 5 studs. The big nuts go on with 500 foot-pounds of torque, and that takes a big air gun to do that job. Some people can't even lift that gun up.
Dillman and Cotter, car number 29, former class winners here at Bathurst in a BMW, going back, must have been about 88, I would imagine, somewhere in that period. But they've raced in that smaller car category here at Bathurst for a number of years, and of course when touring car racing in Australia went to the head-to-head Ford Holden battle. These guys decided to jump in at the deep end and move up to the bigger category, which they've done with a reasonable degree of success. They're in 18th place, and among the survivors, at least they can boast that much so far in this race.
They've done a good job, and good stalwart supporters of the sport, Sydney businessmen and solicitors. They can certainly count to 10, and they've secured sufficient funding to run a car here, and my hat goes off to them.
They're not running in the top 10, but those that are headed by Greg Murphy, driving in the #1 car for the Holden HRT team after 71 laps of the great race. Long way to go yet, 90 laps in fact. Dick Johnson, John Bower, car #17, Shell FAI Falcon, second place, car 7, Castrol Commodore, Neil Crompton driving in third. Then Stephen Ellery behind the wheel of the Castrol Falcon of Tony Longhurst, that's car 25 in 4th position. Ken Douglas driving for Synovus in the Falcon in 5th place, that's car #9. 05, Peter Brock in 6th position, car 11, Russell Ingle running 7th. John Clearland in 8th position in car #2, the Sega Commodore, and then Tommy Kendall in the second Shell FAI car 18, and Steve Harrington driving in car #46, the better electrical entry. John Cleland in car #2, the Sega Commodore, on lap 73, coming into Caltech's chase. On lap 72, got a little footloose and fancy free, coming out of the turn there on the main straight, and did just a little...
Once that back tyre hits that ripple strip, Gary, he's got to be pointed exactly straight. He's lucky it was the rubber tires that stopped him. If he'd hit the AMP wall, he would have had a jammed up boot department.
He'd be thankful about that, but of all the corners to do it on right in front of everybody.
Well, if he'd gone any further, he would have had to take the drink out of Freddie Gibson's hand.
Still, hasn't seemed to have done too much damage to the car because he's rocketing away from the Everlast entry of Bill O'Brien as they head up Mountain Straight once more.
No, the curbs have still got moisture on them. They're bad enough when they're dry, but with a little bit of moisture, he just got caught out there. But he was very fortunate that those were rubber tires. Gibson team run their oil tank very close to the rear of the boot, and any kind of an infringement in that area could hurt the engine lifeline very, very seriously.
O'Brien moves over and makes way for one of the Shell FAI vehicles. This is Bill O'Brien and Brian Callaghan, or Callahan entry. Car #39, the Everlast car. It's had a lot of time in the pits today. Bill O'Brien, one of the long-time campaigners at Bathurst, of course, comes from Canberra, not far from here, where the weather's even worse. He's had 16 starts, in fact, at Bathurst. Finished 6th here a long time ago in 1980.
So this is a new car being debuted here, this VR.
Finished 8th, in fact, in 1990. He finished 6th in qualifying, which was his best ever qualifying effort in 1980.
The old 7-year-old VL finished 10th last year.
The car's done the rounds, and so Bill O'Brien and his co-driver. But it's not Brian Callahan Sr., it's Brian Callahan Jr., keep in mind.
They're planning to do a number of rounds of the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship next year.
Well, that's a great idea, because there's no substitute for laps, and it's pretty difficult for anybody but the absolute top drivers to be able to come here, as Charlie O'Brien can well testify, just once a year.
Yeah, it's true. I was just thinking about Bill O'Brien. I thought unfairly blamed for an accident a few years ago with Dick Johnson at the top of the hill. Competitors have got to be in the race, need the numbers, so we need everyone.
Neil Crompton, he'd be having a ball at the moment at the wheel of this Commodore. Wayne Gardner entry, the Coke Commodore.
He'd be very conscious of the fact that his team car went out and that they're carrying the responsibility of the team corporate relations.
And conscious of the fact that in a similar position, although a later stage of the race last year, he got a little exuberant and cost them a couple of places.
More than a couple.
More than a couple.
Yes, late under brakes into Castro. Oh, he's not fooling around now. That when you see that left rear go up like that, that's a lot of weight transfer on the other side of the car. It doesn't get over there by with a Coke can. It gets there with Neil's verve.
Oh, what's happened here?
The Synovus car.
Ken Douglas has had a spin in the dip.
Crompton was lucky to avoid that tangle. There was another one involved as well. Oh!
Boy,
oh, that was the pack leader entry of Paul Romano that flashed by there and was lucky not to collect Ken Douglas.
I've seen some saves in my life, but that was a pretty good one to have spun that around like that. We didn't see the beginning of it, but to get himself out of it, back on Conrad.
I got to say this, if he'd been stationary, he probably would have been collected by the other car. The fact that it was in motion saved him.
What he'll be saying right now, I hope Moffat wasn't watching that.
Say it again. Neil Crompton comes across this incident in front of him.
Well, certainly nothing to do with Neil. He just lucky to pull up. Both cars were lucky to pull up. Ken's lost it in the dip.
Here it is on race cam, and that's one of the HRT cars, 05, I think.
Yes, they both missed him, and that's a pretty tight part of the track. I'd say we're very lucky not to have another pileup. I'm thankful to see this one still running.
Yeah, it was 05, and in fact, Neil Crompton and Peter Brock, two of the three fastest men on the track up to that point. Brocky, in fact, I think was quickest, but they both lost about 5 seconds as a result of that.
Well, I don't know how Ken Douglas got out of shape, but he certainly got back into shape in spectacular fashion.
He did do that. He recovered brilliantly, but I have to say he might be wanting to think about watching the brake bias. It's the driver's responsibility to turn more brake onto the front of the car as the gas load decreases, and he may just have forgotten to do that, and a bit too much brake on the rear. He's gone into the dip, car's unsettled. He's pressed the brake pedal to obviously slow the car down, and round he's gone. He's lucky that it's all in one piece, but
couldn't happen either at a worse part of the circuit. And this was in the aftermath of it, as he was trying to get the car to rights, and Paul Romano flashed by.
That could have been worse than what we saw in the opening laps on Conrad when the safety car was out. That was real luck. Ken Douglas can thank his lucky stars.
Only 4 cars now are on the front running lap in this race, with 75 laps completed. So we've not gone quite half distance yet.
Those 4, Greg Murphy in car 1, Dick Johnson, car 17, Neil Crompton, car 7, Stephen Ellery in car 25 that he shares with Tony Longhurst.
Now, Stephen Ellery, Charlie O'Brien, we've not even mentioned him or given him a rap, because Tony Longhurst did the very long stint at the start of the race, 3.5 hours. He's now got a big job to do to maintain the advantage that Tony Longhurst has built for this car.
Well, he will, Gary, and Tony certainly is not backward in coming forth. If you do something wrong or if you're not fast enough, he'll be on the radio telling him to drive faster. Stephen's been training quite hard also with Tony, because these cars are pretty hard to drive, and after a couple of hours in them you get sore in the arms, so the more training you can do, the better you're going to go and the faster. So Stephen will be doing a great job. He did a great job at Sandown, and with that extra month of preparation, I'm sure he's on the pace now.
Well, if they were to win this race, Stephen Ellery would certainly dazzle the cameras, because he's got a mouthful of pearly whites. And he'd have every right to be smiling, because they've put in a great effort to this point to be in 4th position with young Stephen at the wheel at the moment.
Is Craig Lowndes worrying himself to death about his car? He should be back in the truck resting. It's Murphy's job to bring it back for him.
The AMP Bathurst 1000. That's car number 37, just flashing through frame there. The Xerox entry of Scotty Taylor and Stephen Bell from Tasmania. It's an ex-Gibson Motorsport car, so it'll want for nothing in terms of its construction. Scotty Taylor is one of the veterans of the Bathurst field, 55 years of age, and he's been here many times, 13 times in all, in fact, for a best placed finish in 1979, going back a few years now, when he finished in 6th place. But as I said, a veteran campaigner who certainly knows his way around. Stephen Bell's only had 2 starts here previously, so he'll be taking orders, I think, from Scotty when it comes to surviving at Mount Panorama. Charlie O'Brien is no mean feat.
Well, certainly I think they'll be just circulating around and hoping that a top 10 finish would be very
huge.
good indeed.
Yes. would be huge, but Scotty Taylor's got a wealth of experience and, as I said, knows how to survive, if nothing else. David Attard is also entered as a driver for this car. I don't know whether he actually will get behind the wheel. That'll be up to the debate that goes on in the garage area. I don't know whether or not he's actually listed to drive today or not.
Three driver teams. The third driver is always a little bit nervy about whether or not he gets a start. But certainly to have come through all the melee that has been part of this race to this date, to this lap of 79, they've done well.
And my apologies too, it's Bill Attard. David Attard is sharing the Daily Planet car, and was supposed to share it with John Trimble, but never got a shot at it. Car 44, the Fairfax Community Newspaper's entry. This is Mal Rose and Terry Shield. Now, Terry Shield was a man who campaigned here for a long, long time, and it's good to see him back again in partnership with Mal Rose in this entry. This is the former Pinnacle Motorsport entry that finished 6th outright last year, driven by Tony Scott and John Cleland.
John Cleland, that's right.
Yeah.
Actually, Terry Shield also was very fast in Mazda RX-7s back when Alan had a couple of little rotaries running around.
I do recall his presence on many a corner. It's a smart move for a professional driver to buy a good car from the year before and put the funding that you can secure into something that is already a good package. A lot of fellows like to reinvent the wheel. They want to build their own engines. They want to build their own cars. They want to build their own teams. Naturally, from a personnel point of view, that's important. But it is wise to buy what is available off the rack occasionally.
Terry Shield has had 2nd and 3rd placed finishes here before, and actually started in a, I don't actually think he started the race, but was in a car.
Closey. Oh. We just saw the better car up on the ripple strip.
And that's
I hope he brought it back around again, but the right rear on that Faulkner car was definitely chasing.
Neil Crompton in the pits. Here's Andy Raymond.
And Gary, yet again, another very busy time in the pits, despite all the stoppages and pace cars. All the major teams pretty much have stuck to their game plan. Right in front of the Coca-Cola car, Team HRT are preparing for Craig Lowndes. What you're seeing going on at the moment in the number 7 car is just basically a routine stop. Neil Crompton gets out of the car, Wayne Gardner gets in. 4 new dry tyres and 120 litres of fuel. They've been in the pits going on 24 seconds, and that is quite a good stop for Team Coca-Cola. Right next door, as I said, we're preparing for Craig Lowndes.
Wayne Gardner now at the wheel and heading up the pit lane to rejoin the battle, and he does so in 4th position. So they've just dropped the 1 spot in that pit stop.
A good stop, and he was very conscious of going out on the 60K, virtually walking by the potential that these cars can do. And now you can see him going up through that Hollinger 6-speed gearbox. And he'll want to settle in a bit. It's the worst time for any driver. He's been in the car and he knows what he has to do. But now he just has to warm himself, get into the groove on this opening lap, feel the tires, get a bit of heat in there. You can hear he's just on throttle a little bit. Watch his foot going down slowly now that he's in a straight line, safely through Repco corner, up the shelf, into 4th, onto the brakes, and he'll pick up 2nd, straight from 4th to 2nd. A smart change there. Just a little jockeying on the wheel, not too savage. Hasn't got enough heat in these tires yet to be confident about throwing it around through BP cutting. Up onto the top of the mountain now. This is a bit narky through here, Castro Curve. We asked the city engineer to straighten this corner out about 50 times. He kept telling me to go back and mind my own business, just drive the car. He'll prepare the track. And here's Wayne across Skyline now as Murphy comes in after a very good stint to hand over to Craig Lowndes.
Here's Andy Raymond.
Well, this could be the point that changes the complex of the race. We've got Craig Lowndes jumping in the mobile number 1 car. Number 17 car's also going in. I tell you what, this is a well-drilled machine, this HRT team. 16, 17 seconds, and that is an absolute ripper as Lowndes lights up the bags, and we stop the stopwatch at 19 seconds for mine. That's the quickest of the day.
Yes.
Car 17 is in as well. Dick Johnson out of the car. John Bowe back behind the wheel.
Coming in.
Another car coming in as well. You can hear the shouting going on in the pit lane. It's a dangerous place if you're not aware of what's going on around you every second of the time.
Well, Andy alluded to it. The HR team is very well oiled and a great stop. That really was. The Shell team didn't match that by any stretch of the imagination.
Now, this is the Castrol Konica entry number 11, Larry Perkins. Here's Mark Osler.
Yes, Wilco. Everything running to schedule at the moment. 120 litres of fuel, 4 tyres. Russell Ingall gets out, Larry in, and bang, 18 seconds. A fantastic stop from the Castrol Holden team.
Another fabulous stop. I mean, anything under 25 seconds is wonderful. 30 is acceptable. So to be sub 20 for 2 stops there, terrific timing, and it will help these fellows as the race unfolds. There's no doubt about that.
Car number 39. And that is the Commodore entry. Chris Smurden and Kevin Weeks. They also had a third driver entered, Adam Kaplan.
Some good boys from South Australia. Chris Merton has put a lot of money into this team and run exceptionally well considering the number of years he's had behind the wheel.
18th position at the present time. This car built by Larry Perkins. So again, it's a vehicle one for nothing in terms of construction and preparation. Chris Smurden, 39 years of age. Co-driver Kevin Weeks is 46, and they've only previously had 1 start each in this race at Mount Panorama.
Well, we can't see him at the moment, but Greg Murphy will, speaking of seeing, here comes the Ford Credit car in. And busy getting Parsons getting the seat belts off. The Clark, of course, warned the drivers, do not undo your seat belts on Conrad. You will be penalized if you do. We'll be watching. We've got onboard cameras. We can see you. And certainly there, David Parsons doing the right thing, allowed to undo his belts as he's in the pit lane, not on the race circuit itself.
24th position. It's been a shocker of a day for Glenn Seaton and the number 30 Ford Credit entry, after starting with such tremendous promise.
Well, there's Glenn. Looks like he's just getting in at a bus stop, waiting for someone to ask for the ticket. He's so calm behind the wheel. 60K out the pit straight, just getting his mic in place. He's got nothing to do but just hold on to the steering wheel. He's not racing yet. It really does seem painfully slow. It's an international regulation.
It's quite ironic. Quite ironic that Barry Seaton, Glenn's father, is building the engines now for Tony Longhurst, and Tony's car is going quite strong. Last year, Glenn, of course, missed out on winning in the last few laps of the race because of an engine problem.
Car 18, Shell FAI Falcon. Tommy Kendall is he getting out of the car? No, I don't think he is. AJ's there.
No, it's Wilco. Tommy Kendall is trying to get out of the car, but there's been some serious damage to the side of the car. You may be able to see it on the camera there.
Yes,
the door was badly damaged in that accident. That's why Stephen Johnson was reefing at it, trying to get it open. They did get it open now, so this the stop proceeding as scheduled. And 25 seconds is a fairly slow one, but they did have some trouble with that door. Hands raised. It's just gone 30 seconds, but they are having trouble with this driver's door. They might, they're running for the magic tape. Try and put a few strips on it to hold the door closed. No, they didn't have enough time. 38 seconds. Stephen Richards gets back in the race.
Well, that'll be one mechanic that'll get a reprimand tonight. That door was closed. He opened it, then couldn't get it closed. So I'm sure Dick will bring it to his attention that he didn't need to get overzealous trying to open a door that was already closed.
Stephen Johnson rejoins the race in 12th position. The race leader at the present time is Tony Longhurst, virtue of those pit stops that we've just had, or Stephen Ellery behind the wheel of car number 25, the Castrol Falcon. Second position, Craig Lowndes now back at the wheel of car number 1, the Mobil HRT entry. Then John Bow again behind the wheel of the car number 17 Shell FAI Falcon. Wayne Gardner driving number 7, the Coke Commodore, in 4th position. Peter Brock behind the wheel of 05 in 5th. Car number 9, Klaus Nietzsche and Ken Douglas still holding down 6th. Then Stephen Johnson in 7th place in car number 18. Car number 11, the Castrol Konica entry of Larry Perkins, Russell Ingall in 8th spot. 9th spot, John Faulkner, Steve Harrington are in 9th, as I said. And Gary Walden and Mark Noske have moved up into the top 10 in the great race.
Yes, a terrific battle continues on Mount Panorama as we go into the 5th hour of the great race of 1996. The 4th hour of the race, well, it started with tail shaft problems for the number 50 NZ Commodore of Peter McLeod, who nursed his car back to the pits. Then the number 3 Lansvale Smash Repair Commodore of Steve Reed was also in the wars after coming to grief at Forest Elbow. Then it was drama for Russell Ingall. Russell, of course, beats the Castrol Commodore at Hell Corner, straight into the sand, but avoiding the wall. That brought out the pace car yet again, and more frenetic pit activity. Tony Longhurst having major problems, shutting the right rear door of his Castrol Ford after handing over to Steve Ellery. Come on, get it closed there, Tony. And away they go again. With the restart, Dick Johnson grabbed the lead, but almost took out teammate Tony Kendall in the process. Tricky Dicky didn't have the lead all that long as Greg Murphy pounced as they headed up the mountain. Behind them, though, the frustration continued for others. Wayne Park having problems with the loose front wheel. And then, of course, Mark Scape was in the spin as he entered pit straight, much to the embarrassment in front of all those fans there. Scape continued in the race with no apparent problems to his vehicle. And then Ken Douglas had the luckiest escape of all. It's coming up right now. This is a classic as he headed down the dipper. So all the activity continuing here as we go into the 5th hour of the great race. A little bit different Mount Thomas to Mount Panorama.
Very different. Only the police drive as fast as this at Mount Thomas.
John, the program's going wonderfully well. The top-rating police drama on Australian television.
It's doing extraordinarily well. It's, I mean, it's great to be in such a hit.
And how are you enjoying this today? It's a bit of a change of pace.
It's a lot of fun. This is my first visit. I've had my first fly in a DC3 today and my first visit to Bathurst. It's been...
The spies told me many years ago you had a bit of interest in this.
Yeah, when I was young, I used to play with carburettors and things. I don't do any work on my own cars these days, but I used to go to the races at Sandown and things and watch Norm Beechey and Bob Jane in the old Mark II Jags. Norm Beechey was in
That dates you a little bit, that, Roger.
Well, yeah, well, I am getting on a bit.
We all are. What about the race today? Plenty of drama. The rain tumbled down early. Saw the exit of a few key entrants in the race, but this is a wonderful battle looming here.
The start was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, we were watching it from the Channel 7 pavilion, and I mean, the cars just disappeared in the mist. Just, you know, off they went and just vanished. I thought,
and Alan Jones catching on fire. We've had everything.
Well, yes, we saw the smoke from where we were.
Yeah. What are your thoughts at this stage? A wonderful battle's looming.
Well, yeah, that's... Young Lowndes is pretty swift, isn't he?
Well, he's had a wonderful
great talent. Yeah. But, I mean, this is the first time I've been to a motor race for probably 30-odd years, and I'm having a great time.
I suppose you're up there in the private box, too, enjoying all this while we're slave away here and in the commentary box.
That's right.
Well, if you're the top-rated show on the network, you can enjoy that. Enjoy the rest of the race. It's great to have your company. And have a safe trip back to Mount Thomas.
Thank you very much.
From Mount Thomas back to Mount Panorama. And, Gary, that action continues.
Yeah, certainly does, David Fordham. Action aplenty as we pick up on lap 86, and Paul Romano just surviving an incident there as we pick up on the race leader. And yes, it is car number 1, the Mobile HRT car driven by Craig Lowndes, and there he is zipping past with consummate ease Stephen Ellery on the entry into Caltech's chase to assume command once more. And what a combination these two young men have made, Greg Murphy and Craig Lowndes.
There's no two ways about that, Gary. You don't get anywhere at Bathurst without a superb driver pairing. I don't know the circumstances under which Greg Murphy elected to leave his cocoon in New Zealand and come over to Australia and take on the big time, but he's done it well, and to his credit, he's maintained that car. He's given it over to Craig Lowndes in superb conditions, and Craig now out there belting you-know-what out of it, just as he knows he can.
Well, speaking of belting you-know-what out of it, Tommy Kendall belted some of it out of the number 18 Shell FAI Falcon too. Let's find out just how he went in his stint and exactly what happened there. He's with Mark Osler.
Yes, thanks, Gary. Tommy, you came into the pitch. You were trying to close the door. A bit of damage to the side of the bodywork. What happened there?
Well, that was on the in lap. We were going to try to stretch it 4 or 5 more laps, which was critical to try to cut out that splash and go at the end. But right up at the top of the hill, I came up on a gaggle of cars, and the Komatsu car went around the outside of someone and lost it and came back, and I just almost got by him, but he T-bowed me kind of light on the right rear, right where the door closes. And so think the suspension's okay, but that made us pit 5 laps early. And what hurt us more was early on, we were kind of the guinea pig on whether to go on intermittents or slicks. And I guess if this really was the guinea pig, that one would have died. The experiment was a failure, but it worked because the 17 car made the right choice, but that's how we lost our lap. So keep plugging along, I guess. That's why they call this place Bathurst. Anything can happen.
Now, you've done a lot of endurance races in your career. You got sweat pouring off you. Have you ever worked so hard in an endurance race? Does Bathurst take the cake?
I would say it takes the cake. You know, Daytona is a long, hard grind because you have to do 3 or 4 stints, but the pace here is pretty phenomenal, and it's pretty hard work up over the top there.
Fantastic, Tommy. Great to have you aboard.
Thanks a lot.
Tommy Kendall, all the way from the US of A. Now, for all of those people that are trying to get their entry into our watch and win, I can appreciate how badly you would like to have a Holden Commodore. Keep trying. I know the lines are a little busy. If you're having difficulty getting through, 1902 555 615. If you think you're smart enough to pick the winner, because we can't do it up here in the commentary box, but if you think you can, certainly have a go. 1902 555 615. Can't enter if you're in New Zealand, unless you're in your cousin in Bondi. Entries close at 4:30 Eastern Australian time.
Well, Gary, just noticed there the last lap time for Craig Lowndes is the fastest of the race so far at 2 minutes 13.67. That is a very fast time, considering that track out there is not at its optimum as far as the grip surface goes.
Well, we saw 2 minutes 10 in qualifying, but qualifying is a totally different animal, isn't it, to a race under these conditions?
What he's trying to do here is stamp his authority on the event. We're getting up here very close to the 100-lap mark, and he just wants to let everybody else in the whole field know that he can do that time. And if you want to come up and get on my back bumper bar, good luck.
This is car 201, Paul Romano, the second of the pack leader cars. Alan Jones went up in smoke earlier as we saw this car splitting first and second at the moment. Up ahead of him, he's got Craig Lowndes. Behind him, he's got Stephen Ellery in the 25 Castrol car. Andrew Miedeke is behind the wheel, a man that's done some driving stints here for you, Alan Moffat.
Yes, he has. He used to run our Synovus Falcon, and we were all set to do that again this year, but Alan Jones gave him an offer that I couldn't match, and I was happy to see Andrew get into a good team. Dearly would have liked him in my own, but this is a nice run here. We saw Paul with a windscreen wiper motor that broke on him in the very nasty time of the race. With the rain coming down, he had to stop, but they're fighting back. But as I say that, here he comes down pit lane for no doubt a scheduled pit stop.
Charlie O'Brien calling Mad Andy. Is that a deserved...
No, not at all. I found him very calm behind the wheel. I found him very dedicated. He understands the car handling. He can get himself in a bad car and make it a good one. I've got a lot of time for Andrew Miedeke.
Richard Hayes down there.
Thanks, Wilco. And Andy Miedeke, I think, might have been playing in the sand, judging by the front of the car. There's an awful lot of debris at the front. Paul Romano's jumped in. It's quite a difference in size between these two guys, so Romano has a seat insert to add so that he can sit comfortably in the car. Wheels and tyres changed, fuel in. This car delayed earlier on in the race with a windscreen wiper problem, probably the wiper motor, but all looks to have been going reasonably well since then. Now they're cleaning out the front of the car, where I think Miedeke has been off, and trying to get the gravel out the front so the air can get to the engine. Steam coming off the brakes, and plenty of attention going on to the front of the car. Meantime, right behind, the Brock pit are expecting the 05 car in at any moment, with Thomas Mazzera to take over. Still more gravel coming at the front of this car. I'm not sure how much is in there.
A lot, I would say.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
All the onboard systems are so critical on these machines. If that thing's blocked up the radiator, they've got to get it out.
Right, I'm sure they will. They'll be back on track shortly as we pick up on car number 18. Now, this is young Stephen Johnson back behind the wheel of the second Shell FAI Falcon.
We remember that he did a superb job, brought it in almost to lap 44, 45 in the opening stints. He's coming in, he's unhappy with the car.
Got a cooling problem, we understand the message from the pits, possible cooling problem.
Well, that's a pity. He took over from Tommy Kendall, and they won't want to see this.
05 is in as well. Here's Richard Hay.
Thanks, Wilco. Well, Brocky is out of the car, strapping Thomas Mazzera in. Everything else looks to be going pretty much to schedule. There's been a fair bit of work done on the front of the car earlier on, but nothing to do now. And really a very routine stop. Out he goes as we go over to Mark Osler.
Yeah, we've got a bit of problem here with shell number 18, Falcon. Apparently a problem with the cooling system. They're trying to charge it. And it doesn't look like there's anything leaking out of the car at the moment. They weren't absolutely sure what the problem was. Alan Draper, the chief engine man, supervising work under the bonnet, pins back in. They've dropped 30 seconds.
One of those problems like last year that Stephen and I had in that same car was brakes last year for no reason, because the car ran strong the month before down at Sandown, and here we are again with a heating problem and no problems during the week. So very odd indeed.
You can never tell when they creep up on you, but certainly the one system that has to work faultlessly is keeping it cool. They can only run a certain amount of heat.
For all the motorsports enthusiasts watching our telecasts throughout Australia and New Zealand and in replay in other parts of the world, and you love the sound of the big V8s, if you haven't got up-to-date audio and television equipment, I urge you to go and get some, because we're broadcasting this in Dolby surround sound. So the people that have got the SMIC gear at home will be sitting back and really lapping this up. If you haven't got it, get yourself some, because you cannot beat it. The Dolby surround sound is unbelievable. When you wind the speakers up with the big V8s ripping over the top of the mountain, it is something to behold.
And I know some agency people in Melbourne that'll be doing that right now, Jeff, and I hope you've got it on 19.5 decibels.
Wayne Gardner pursuing Stephen Johnson across the top of Mount Panorama. This is getting towards the business end of proceedings here. Repeating that the number 1 Mobile HRT car, Craig Lowndes, leads the race from Stephen Ellery in Tony Longhurst's 25 Castrol Falcon. John Bowe holding down third for Dick Johnson's Shell FAI car, number 17. Then Wayne Gardner, and then Thomas Mazira now at the wheel of 05. Having just taken station there again from Peter Brock. Gardner goes through.
Well, the number 18 car definitely in trouble. He pulled over for him. Wayne graciously accepted the passing maneuver there that Stephen allowed him, but Steve obviously just holding the revs down a little bit, watching that water temperature. They can run warm, they can run semi-hot, but they can't boil for long.
Lowndes the leader in car number 1. Car 25, Longhurst and Ellery second. 17 is third, that's Dick Johnson, John Bowe. 7 is fourth, Gardner and Crompton. 05 is fifth, Brock and Mazira. 6th position held down by car number 11, the Castrol Conacher entry, Perkins and Ingle. Car number 2, Scaife and Cullen is 7th. Car number 9, Needswitz and Douglas. The Synovus Banana Boat entry is in 8th position. Walden and Noski are in 9th spot. Faulkner and Harrington, they've been lurking in the top 10 all day. The great race, the AMP 1000 at Bathurst. At Mount Panorama Bathurst, 91 laps down out of 161. Race time 4 hours 20 minutes, or almost 4 hours 20 minutes elapsed. And this is Gary Wilmington, Aussie battler from Sydney, who's been coming here a long time. 17 starts at Mount Panorama in all sorts of machinery. Had a class win here back in 1987 with Bob Holden in a Corolla. He raced a Toyota Supra here 1 year in the Group A category. He's raced everything.
He's a real battler. He tries extremely hard. He's never been blessed with any decent funding, but he does get the car to the start line as many times as you've said, Gary, and presents it as well as he can with the funding that he has. Runs a tuning shop in Sydney, and I'm sure he's got plenty of customers urging him on at the moment.
Well, Bill Cedars driving the car with him, and as you said, he puts it together almost with his own bare hands to get here and to do that and to keep going is a phenomenal effort. Down in the pit lane, Richard Hayes got Peter Brock with him.
Thanks, Wilco. Peter, you've driven in as many races here now as anybody. How many times have you seen the conditions like they were earlier on today?
Well, they were pretty drastic, let's face it. They're as bad as you'd ever would expect to get. I seem to think that in 1974 we had some times like that, and we were just walking around this track. No safety cars in those days. Of course, your drivers just had to use their own common sense, and then you'd be confronted with a truck going through the dipper, bringing a wreck back to the pits or something. So it's a lot safer. I mean, even though a lot of the drivers are expressing concern, particularly early on, they were talking about the conditions. I think that the authorities have done a pretty good job. They've made it about as safe as they can make it, but it's still hairy.
Now, Thomas started 05 today, then you took over. There was a bit of a problem at the top. What was that about?
Yes, I did. I've actually had a couple of things there that real problems for me. The major one, though, as I went through there and I was momentarily distracted. I had one of the cables not plugged in, flipped around in front of my face, and I really just glanced at that and just lost a little bit of poise there for a moment. Very fortunate to be still in the race, so all I can say is things are on my side at this particular point in time.
Well, you just jumped out of the car looking as fit as I've ever seen you. Everything going all right?
Yeah, the car's running beautifully. It broke a ball joint in the gear shift linkage, which fortunately didn't take the boys too long to repair, but I mean, why that broke is just beyond anyone's imagination, because it's, well, these things happen in motor racing. They're sent to try us, I think, sometimes.
I think you're right there. Thanks, Peter.
During that chat with Peter Brock, the 25 Castrol Falcon entry of Tony Longhurst, Stephen Ellery at the wheel came in for a quick pit stop and has gone back out again, but has dropped to 4th position. So Craig Lowndes leads the race from John Bauer in the 17 Shell car, and Wayne Gardner is now in 3rd position in the car that we can see just disappearing down Conrod Straight there. Number 7, the Coca-Cola Commodore, and still running strong. Wayne Gardner back at the wheel after Neil Crompton's stint, and Wayne Gardner, conditions have improved quite markedly since we spoke to you earlier in the day.
Yeah, we've had to work for it. Believe me, it hasn't been easy. But, yeah, the weather conditions have improved, but so has our results, and we just got to keep working at this thing. It's hard work.
Neil Crompton put in a good stint for you.
You just let him get around the corner there, Gary.
Yes. Yeah, guys, I'll come back.
Okay.
We're hurting his concentration. That just shows that people at home think, oh, yeah, that's easy. We're talking to these fellows. There's nothing to it. Just having that chat. Wayne's trying to do the right thing, answer back with an intelligent answer. And he just underbraked at the end of Conrad and slipped onto the grass. So our apologies to you.
Yes, it is our apologies to Wayne Gardner, because as Alan Moffat said, it all sounds so easy, but it doesn't come quite that easily when you're out there behind the wheel and doing it. And in fact, Charlie O'Brien, it's very noticeable quite often on race cam, even with Peter Brock and Dick Johnson, how the lap times fall off just that, 2/10, 4/10, 6/10 of a second when they are chatting to us.
Oh, Gary, it has to. Like, your concentration level is at 100%, and you can't think of things to say back to you up here in the studio box and can carry on at that pace. So I've been offered the case a few times of driving with a camera. I can't do it, so I congratulate these guys that can.
Yeah, it is. There's no doubt it is an imposition, and we are eternally grateful for those drivers that do have the facility to be able to do it and do agree to do it for us. And as Charlie O'Brien quite rightly says, there are plenty of drivers who have the offer but say, well, look, we'd love to do it, but no thanks, and that's fair.
I carried the camera on many occasions, but when asked to speak, I said, chaps, I've got limited grey matter. I need all the concentration powers I can have behind the wheel. You can take any pictures you like out of the car. It is an impost, and you'll find the fellows, they're at their best when they're in the lead, and they got about 5 car lengths or 5 laps lead. Then they're a little bit more effusive. But Wayne was struggling there to maintain his poise.
I mentioned the 25 Castrol Falcon was in and out of the pits, and Steve Ellery was still at the wheel. Tony Longhurst, Mark Osler certainly has great faith in the young driver.
He certainly does, Gary Wilkinson. The Castrol Ford just came in there. Tony, you were all togged up, ready to get in. You put in Steve for a double stint. What's happening there?
Well, he's age 22. I thought if I can do it, he can hang in there a bit longer. He's doing a great job. He was only losing about less than half a second lap on Craig Lowndes, so we thought if he runs through another 30 laps, then I can get in and stay in the car to the finish.
As you say, he's only 22. You've put in an enormous amount of time with him this year on both fitness and driving tuition. You must be very proud.
Yeah, very proud. Look, we've got a permanent team of 6. We work our butts off, and to be running up against a HRT with a mega budget and everything like that, I'm just absolutely wrapped.
1988 was the last time you were in the winner's circle. I bet you're pretty hungry today.
I'm real hungry, but Karen says she's pretty hungry too. But it's still a long way to go, and we'll need a bit of luck. We need another pace car. I think we just haven't quite got the pace.
Well, we hope you got the luck with you, Tony.
Thank you.
And who said Tony Longhurst was just a pretty face? A smart move there to save himself, rejuvenate himself, leave the young fellow in, and then jump in and take the last stint. Very good strategic planning.
Car 30 is in the pits yet again. A nightmare day for Glenn Seaton and the Ford credit entry. The bonnet is up. They're looking, they're puzzled. Remember, they reportedly were running a cylinder down earlier. Among the other difficulties that they've had, Charlie O'Brien, and you can't stress enough the effort that goes into mounting a Bathurst campaign, and the bitter disappointment this must be.
Yeah, certainly, Gary. Like John Sidney, who's built this engine and had an engine in for the car for Sandown, which is a 500-kilometre race. This is a tougher race than Sandown. It's 1,000 kilometres. It's more loading on the engine, very severe. So, yeah, it was a big test to come up here with a new engine and expect it to go the whole distance without any problems. But I'm sure they tried their best.
Across the top of Mount Panorama, this is car number 49 left of screen, the Alcare Commodore entry of Greg Crick and David Parsons. Now, it's not the same David Parsons that's co-driving with Glenn Seaton in car number 30. It's a different David Parsons. It's truck driving David Parsons, not Tasmanian dairy farming David Parsons, although the Tasmanian David Parsons, in fact, has sold his dairy farm. He's involved in some other business. But Crick and Parsons, they've campaigned together quite a few times. They're currently running 9th in this car. Another very, very commendable effort on the part of the two of them. Greg Crick has had half a dozen starts up here at Bathurst. In fact, it's his birthday today. He's 42 years old today. Happy birthday. What a way to spend it.
Yeah, that'd be nice, 42.
David Parsons, co-driver David Parsons, has had just the one start here previously. He drove here at Bathurst last year and is glad of the opportunity to do so again. Of course, as I said, a truck driver, I mean truck racing. In fact, finished 4th in the Australian Truck Racing Championships in 1994. Now, Wayne Gardner's had another incident out there on the track. No fault of ours, I've got to say, this time. Let's see it again in replay from race cam, just trying to figure out where this is. Must be coming down Conrod somewhere towards Caltex Chase. It looks like car 39, isn't it? I think that might be the Smurden entry, car number 39. Difficult to see from this. Yes, it is. Yeah. So, there's been a bit of push and shove there.
Well, Wayne knows that he's got to keep the pace up. He can see what's happening with the HRT car up the front. He knows he's in with a show, but he has got to extricate every ounce. Look at him throwing the car around there in a dicey position. He is driving this car hard. They've got a good engine, they've got a good car package, but he knows it's up to him now to really push it. It's his car. Oh, look at that, lifting the... Oh, that's... I get nervous looking at it.
Yeah, has called the pit, Wayne Gardner, and says he's got some steering damage. He's in 3rd position at the moment. Craig Lowndes leads the race in car number 1 for Mobile HRT. John Bauer, number 17, Shell FAI Falcon is 2nd. Wayne Gardner currently in 3rd place ahead of the car 25 Castrol entry of Stephen Ellery and Tony Longhurst.
Well, this track is hard enough to fight just by itself. When everything's perfect, you don't need your steering out of alignment.
Well, you don't, Alan, but it probably maybe has given it a little bit of toe in or a little bit of toe out. It's not going to greatly affect the car, and the way he was coming down the mountain there, it still looked to be handling pretty good to me, so I don't think it'll be a big problem for Wayne. But he has to keep the concentration up. That's once was our fault up in the commentary box, and once their concentration guard went down a little, and you can be out of this race in 5 seconds.
The penalties are very severe here for taking your mind off the job. This isn't a snooker game where you can stand back and think about what your next shot's going to be.
Let's check the full grid readout in the AMP Bathurst 1000. After 95 laps, Lowndes and Murphy lead in number 1 for HRT. Number 17, Johnson Bauer, 2nd spot for Shell FAI. Number 7, the Coke Commodore for Gardner Crompton is 3rd. 25 is 4th. That's Longhurst and Ellery for Castrol Falcon. 05, Brock Mazera for HRT in 5th position. Car number 11, Castrol Conacher entry, Perkins Ingle is 6th. Then Skate Cleland in car number 2, the Gibson Motorsports Sega entry. Then Neatswitz and Douglas for Synovus Vitamins in car number 9. Are in 8th position. Faulkner and Harrington in car number 46 are 9th for Better Electrical. Johnson Kendall are in 10th position. Crick and Parsons 11th. Walden Noski 12th. Dumpsney Bailey in 13th spot. Rose and Shield are 14th. Poole and Gazard holding down 15th at the moment. Then Romano Madiki in 16th position. Dillman and Cotter running 17th. Smurden and Weeks running 18th at the present time. Palmer and Peters in 19th place. O'Brien and Callaghan in 20th place. 21st, Seaton and Parsons, a luckless day. Conway Pope running 22nd. Taylor and Bell 23rd. Kendrick and Full 24th. Waldock and Park in 25th after having put back a wheel that they lost. 26th position in the race at the moment is held by Wilmington and Cedars. Then Reed and Ashby, I don't even know whether they got repaired. McLeod and McLeod likewise after their mishap. Finnegan and McColl still circulating but out of contention. Richards off the track, of course, as are the runners we see from here on down. Jones flamed out. Jones and Scott pulled out a long time ago. That's Brad Jones. Russell and Shaw exited down the main straight in the rain. So did Trimble and Larkham and McCall likewise. So we've still got 64 laps to go before they greet the flag. And for Mossman Toyota, car number 79 is the entry being campaigned by Mike Conway and Miles Pope. Commodore VP. Mike Conway, 4 starts here previously at Bathurst, has always finished rearward, although he did campaign here in the smaller car category some years back in '93 in Group A, and finished 3rd in the class in a Toyota Corolla. Miles Pope is a New Zealander. This is his first start ever at Bathurst, but he's had some good placings in class racing in New Zealand in the Nissan Mobile Series over there.
Miles Pope actually owns a 2-litre car, a BMW, and he was good enough to let me drive it at the first round of the 2-litre series this year, and he's been doing a few races here in Australia, and that's given him a bit of driving around here.
Well, Mike Conway and Miles Pope, as I said, campaigning strongly. Ashby and Reid, as we saw with the incident coming out of tyre power turn at Forest Elbow earlier, ended up with their nose in the wall and did some considerable damage. Did endeavour to repair, got them back out on the track circulating, but nowhere near good enough to remain in contention for the race this year. They've been in and out of the pits several times since then. View of race cam across the top of Mount Panorama, coming off the top of the mountain, in fact.
Here's one of the Gibson cars
being left behind by Larry Perkins in car number 11. Hey, what a feat it is for Larry Perkins to be still in there swinging in 6th position after co-driver Russell Engel put it in the gravel trap at Hell Corner on the turn out of the main straight here.
I'm sure that after last year's, the fortitude they showed to go from last to first, they're not short on character, and they'll keep fighting because they know as long as that Castro car is running, it's got some speed, it can keep whittling away, get itself back into contention.
Well, you don't give up, Alan, because I remember going back a long time ago with John Harvey and the Marlborough Holden dealer team. We were 8 laps behind in a race, in a 500-kilometre race, and we end up winning it by soldiering on. So don't give up.
You can't give up, and we see it in the golfers, we see it in the tennis players. You just have to keep fighting back. You got to talk to yourself. There's certainly not a football game going on out here. These fellows have got to wrestle with their own emotions and bring their best abilities to the fore on a day like this. There's a bit of a tough break for the Fisher and Paykel car, the Beta electrical car. They're looking at their gearbox while we take another shot here of the front of the number 3 car, the Lansvale Smash Repair. I think that hit so hard that the radiator really did take a clunk, but here we are back with looks like Steve Harrington in the car. Can't quite tell, but they're working on the gearbox. Maybe a selector problem. If they're at this point of the car, it is a selector division. If it was a gearbox problem, they'd have it jacked up and they'd be working underneath it. Some quick spanner work there by the Beta team. And meanwhile, back at the front of the 3 car, boy, they're shall we say, backsides in the air, trying to get this Commodore refired.
Yes, without too much luck. As I said, Steve Reid and Trevor Ashby will be campaigning a brand new car through the Touring Car Championship next season. A car built and prepared by Wayne Gardner Racing for them, a brand new Commodore, and they'll be looking forward to getting themselves into that. Mark Poole and Peter Gazzard, car number 38, the Scots entry. Mark Poole from South Australia, campaigner in open wheeler categories for a long time before moving into sedan racing. Meantime, back on the pit lane, Russell Ingall, the man who ended up in the sand trap with the 11 Castrol Konica entry, is with Mark Osler.
Yes, he is, Wilco. He's still kicking himself, pretty hard on himself. Russell, what happened up there?
Well, it was just starting to dry out. We just come back in and had slicks put on, and looking pretty good at that stage. I think I was quickest on the track by a fair margin, or the boys were telling me. So everything was going to plan, no problems at all, and just went in there, and I still had a lot of rear brake bias on because I was just come off onto wets and didn't really have a chance to adjust it. So the back's just locked slightly going into the bottom corner. Got out on the oil. Oh, there's a bit of petrol spilt by Stephen Richards a bit earlier. Just got in it and just didn't catch it and backed it in. But it was unfortunate because I was only half a car sort of into the gravel trap. And I just stopped a little bit before. I think I could have caught it out, but it's put us behind a little bit. But then again, we were a lap down last year, so...
I was going to say, you're a lap down, you're running in 6th position. Tell me, has Larry's idea running the old car worked? Like, is it working better than the VR, you think?
Well, it certainly was working up to that stage. In the damp and especially drying conditions, the car was ultra quick, really good. So, I mean, it was on the button there. We seem to be lacking a little bit now in dry, but you know, we'll still press on because there's still, I think, 61 odd laps to go yet. So we never give up.
You've won from this far back before. Best of luck, mate.
Thanks very much.
Race leader Craig Lowndes has completed 101 laps, 60 laps remaining.
Well, Russell Ingall saying there he made a little bit of a mistake, but in golfing terms, everybody's allowed to have a bad chip shot, and I think it was just a little bit of a bad chip shot on his part. Man enough to admit it, and the car is still effectively in the race.
Let's take a look at the distance between first and second places. 12.38 seconds from Craig Lowndes back to John Bower. That's a pretty comfortable cushion at this stage of the race.
Yes, a lot of people would think, oh boy, that's not very far away. But on this circuit, in these conditions, and with what has to happen still over the next 60-odd laps, it's a reasonable little cushion.
Yes, it's got the showing of 94 again, isn't it? That if there's a slight mishap with the front car, we're going to see Bower up there dicing again, and we could have a repeat of that year.
Yes, we can also have a repeat of water on the track because we got another dirty big black cloud. Must have come in from Queensland, Charlie. About to do something nasty. This race isn't over. The agony of the drivers isn't over yet. But John Bowe certainly knows how to nurse a falcon around this circuit. And he'll be taking this one right up as close as he dares to the limit.
I noticed Wayne Gardner's last couple of lap times are certainly as fast as his fastest time for the day, so that steering hasn't hurt the performance of the car, so it's quite good.
Well, we're in triple figures, lap 101, the magical big 100 lap. It's going to be still about 2 more stops for petrol.
Yes, the weather could still play a part in the finish of this race, although it's pretty high cloud. It does look a bit bleak over there. The AMP Bathurst 1000 after 4 hours 46 minutes of racing, 103 laps down out of 161. We've had the pace car out 4 times. Race is running well behind its normal schedule, and a lot of expected finishers have not survived to this point. This is the number 6 car, the second of the Fred Gibson Sega Network Q entries. This is the car driven by Gary Walden and Mark Noske.
Great wealth of experience at Bathurst here. Gary co-drove with Alan Jones to win the Bathurst 12-hour 1 year in an RX-7, and he's certainly a very fine driver. Underrated, doesn't get a lot of time in a V8, but certainly Fred Gibson had faith in him and has given him an extremely good car here today.
And Mark Noske, of course, was unlucky not to get a drive with you here last year.
Last year we had an early retirement, and Mark didn't get into the car, but obviously has helped maintain the pace on this one today. And 2 young drivers with lots of future in front of them.
Just 21 years of age, Mark Noske. This is his first outing at Bathurst. Gary Walden is a little more mature. He's been racing now for, I guess, the best part of 18, 20 years. In fact, if I recall rightly, he won his first racing car in one of those one-make series at Amaroo, wasn't it?
Possibly.
Yeah, I think so. And that's how he got started in motorsport, and he's kicked on. And as you said, he's had a wealth of experience. He's started here at Bathurst 4 or 5 times now. here in the pit lane. The community newspapers entry of Mal Rose and Terry Shield.
Difficulty getting the left rear off. Yes, he's got it on and off. Still waiting. There's the vent man. Fuel goes in on the left-hand side. The vent man has to wait till he sees the fuel coming out on the right-hand side. Tells the team that the 120 litres is well and truly up. Down off the pogo sticks. Onboard jacks. Compressed air pushing that car up on 4 air jacks.
Car number 18. This is Stephen Johnson. And he's dropped back a little bit. He's in 8th position at the moment. Lowndes leading from Bauer, Gardner, Longhurst, Mazira, Perkins, Scaife, then Stephen Johnson in this car. We understand he may be coming to the pits shortly. Whether there's a problem with the car or not is unclear.
It's a very, very tough job to run 2 cars in this race, Gary. 2 cars is not twice the work of one. It's about 14 times the work of 1 car. And Dick Johnson Racing has really done extremely well for Shell over the last 2 decades. He's put 2 cars in this field every year for as long as I can think. They're beautifully prepared. They look great. And whether he's in 8th place or 18th, Stephen will be doing a good job for Dad.
Stephen Johnson, 22 years of age, of course lives in Queensland. Where else? First in his class in the Bathurst 12-hour race, and with the taste of things on the mountain here and the experience under his belt doing great things here today, has had really limited opportunities behind the wheel, but has certainly proved his worth in the big time.
He's in the right family to advance his cause, though, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, I think that's pretty fair to say. Well, whatever was niggling him apparently has gone away, because they decided not to pit, at least not at this point. So it looks to be going okay. I mean, he's lapping in that last lap 2:16, so...
Well, there can't be anything wrong with the car, because candidly, anything under 20, you have to have a moon rocket under your foot. 16, very respectable.
Fastest lap on the course at the moment, Craig Lowndes in the #1 Mobil HRT car, 2 minutes 13.67, and he leads by 19.4 seconds over John Bauer in car number 17. Thomas Mazira in 05, the second of the HRT cars that he's co-driving with Peter Brock. I mentioned before the police camera action, if that's got you intrigued, is because Peter Brock will be starring, and I use the word advisedly, in that new series that starts on the 7 Network around Australia on October 16, with Peter Brock right in the thick of the action, as his partner Thomas Mazira is here as the laps wind down at Bathurst, holding down 5th position in the race at the present time. Last lap time for Thomas Mazira, 2:14.
Very respectable.
Well, he's going a little quicker than Steve Ellery is in the Longhurst car in front of him, so he's bridging the gap there and looking for a shot at 4th place.
Thomas Mazira, a little out of practice. I only got to drive twice this year, the Sandown 500 and now here at Bathurst, but he's kept himself extremely fit. I don't know what it is about these Queenslanders, Charlie O'Brien, but they must run around in the early hours of the morning. I know Thomas likes his golf and plays an extremely good game of golf, but it's an effort to get mentally into gear and do a job like he's doing here today.
Oh,
here's trouble.
Gardner.
It's a right front puncture. He's got to get it back, and when he turns left here, it's going to be hard to turn. You could slow it down a bit. It's very hard to turn to the left. There he's got the brakes on. What a catastrophe. Well, he'll make it. He's just on the approach there. He's already taking advantage of loosening the belts.
Driver change coming.
Crompton getting ready to jump back in again, but necessary. Boy, take it easy now, mate. There's a lot of wiggles in here to slow the cars down on the approach to the pit lane. It's a couple of zigzags. I don't know how you'd describe them, but there's 2 or 3 turns here. Now he has to start his 60 kilometer an hour. I don't think he's too worried about going faster than that anyway. Past #1 pit, he's about the 4th garage up, so quickly into the pits, out of the car, off with that front puncture.
Richard Hayes there.
Yes, indeed, Wilco. And off gets thrown the wheel with the punctured tyre. On goes the new one. Neil Crompton into the car, and I had a word earlier on with them about the possible steering damage that Wayne had got. They said it wasn't too bad and it wasn't affecting him too much. But everything else seems to have gone reasonably well on that stop. And I'm not sure how much time he lost because of the puncture, but it wasn't a lot in the pits.
That was a good stop.
An excellent stop. They will have lost a little time, of course, with Gardner slowing down on his way down Conrod and into the pit entry lane. And then, of course, getting the wheel change, driver change, and getting back out there again. That was very slickly done. They'll have lost a minimal amount of time, I'd suggest.
Here's Neil plugging himself in. He's got the drink tube that he stuck up underneath his full-face helmet. A lot of drivers taking the option to run an open-face helmet. I don't really agree with that. I think your head's far too valuable part of the body to have your face open. Technology is there. Let's use it.
I would actually prefer to run one of the new type helmets that draws air from outside the car through a filter system, because one thing that is quite amazing now, the cars are pushing so much horsepower and you're dumping so much fuel into the cars that you're breathing nothing but carbon monoxide fumes when you're following.
Look, Wayne
shot of Wayne Gardner there, and looking a little the worse for wear.
It's a hard day's work. So Crompton on board with the Coke car after a good stop, recovered from a bad situation. Wayne brought it in as fast as he possibly could. They didn't waste too much time. And Crompton now just settling in a little bit. He's not jumping on that gas pedal too extremely here until he gets the feel of these tires. Wants to warm those Dunlops up. Dunlop struggling here this season. They're still recovering from the Kobe earthquake, and the engineers have been pulling their hair out. And you don't see too many gray-headed Japanese fellows, but the head of engineering, who's here from Dunlop in Japan this weekend, he doesn't have a full head of hair, and it's not all black.
Craig Lowndes is about to put him a lap down. He's going to give it his best shot, which he does, as you can see on our Telstra race cam as he goes by Neil Crompton.
As well, Crompton would have come on to Conrad just a little bit more cautiously, whereas Lowndes was wound up and really pushing this car. He seems to be able to drive these cars extremely fast without hurting them.
Wayne Gardner's had a chance to take breath. Sorry to interrupt, Alan. He's with Richard Hay.
Thanks, Wilco. And Wayne, that was one of your more exciting trips around Bathurst, wasn't it? That stint, you had a moment with Wilco talking to you, then when a back marker got in the way, and then a flat at the end.
Yeah, when Wilco was trying to talk to me, rear wheels locked up and I had a bit too much rear brake on, so it all was sort of bad timing-wise. But as far as that goes, no, the front tyres failed and it split and it's just understeered and nearly hit the wall a couple of times trying to get it around the corner. So it's not pleasant. You could do without these sorts of things.
We heard you got a bit of a steering problem as well after a touch with a back marker earlier on. Would that have affected it?
Oh, it was slightly left-hand down, but nothing much, and the car was handling the same and the lap times were coming back the same. So, you know, that was a good 15 or 20 laps ago, so I can't imagine that having to do with it. Would have happened a lot earlier than now. It seems like I think possibly the tyres fail on the side case, or I don't really know. You know, it's difficult to say when it comes back just on the rim.
Such a close race. It's a shame to lose that relatively small amount of time, but it all counts, doesn't it?
Unfortunately, it's time loss that you don't need. Yeah, every second you got around here you need, and yeah, it's disappointing, but that's motor racing, as they say.
Thanks, Wayne.
Just picking up on Charlie's comment about the strain on the drivers and the heat, that glaze on Wayne's eyes, where's the fumes causing that. It's a little bit hot and bothered from the heat in the car. That's normal, but he's suffering from the fumes.
Well, that pit stop, that flat tyre cost them one spot. They're back to fourth with Crompton behind the wheel. It's Lowndes leading for number 1, Mobile HRT. 17 is second, Dick Johnson for Shell FAI. 25 is third, Stephen Ellery for Castrol Falcon. Then Neil Crompton for Coca-Cola Commodore in car number 7. Brock Mazira in 5th position in 05. 6th is held by Scaife and Cullen in car number 2. Car number 11, the Castrol Konica entry of Larry Perkins, is in 7th position. Then Stephen Johnson in the 2nd Shell FAI car number 18 in 8th spot. Crick and Parsons, car 49, are in 9th spot. And in 10th spot, Walden and Noski, followed by Neatswitz and Douglas in the Synovus Banana Boat Falcon entry. Faulkner Harrington in 12th, Poole and Gazard in 13th. Rose and Shield are in 14th position. Dumsney and Bailey are in 15th. That's after 108 laps of the great race.
Yes, the young gun, Craig Lowndes, and the Holden takes a 22nd lead into the 6th hour of the great race of 1996. The 5th hour, of course, was a battle for the front spot, and Craig Lowndes taking the lead from Tony Longhurst as they entered pit straight. Meantime, in the pits, Andrew Mediki was having problems with both gravel and dirt, which really upset his plans, and Stephen Johnson in car 18 was struggling with his coolant. But out on the track, Wayne Gardner was lucky to stay there, almost disappearing off Caltech's chase. Then, just a lap later, he was in the wars again, giving backmarker Chris Burton a gentle tap in car 39. But Gardner, like others, certainly had their problems on this very testing day here at Mount Panorama. And plenty of into the pits. The latest to blow and tyre was forced him into the pits, and Neil Crompton now in the number 7 car as they go into hour 6 of this great race of 1996. Just a reminder that there's only about an hour and a half now to go for this final of the Watch and Win competition. Dial 1902 555 615. Then on command, dial in the number of the car that you think will win the AMP Bathurst 1000. Leave your name and address and postcode. There's no limit to the number of calls or selections you can make, but the competition does finish at 4:30. And the winner will receive a Holden Commodore VS SS valued at more than $45,000. And the winner will be announced at the end of the telecast. Well, Clint Robinson, Olympic bronze medalist from Atlanta 1996, joins us. Relating to your win in Barcelona in 1992, like these people here, Clint, it's a matter of getting it right on the day.
Yeah, definitely, David. It's a fantastic race here. There's no doubt about that. It is very true. You must have everything right on the day, and it must all be working for you.
Just saw Neil Crompton take over in car 7 from Wayne Gardner. Now, you had a trip around the mountain yesterday with Neil. Not a flat chat, but enough to test you.
Yeah, Neil's a very, very confident driver, like I suppose all the great drivers are, but it's certainly an eye-opener, and anyone that ever gets that opportunity, I'm sure, should do it.
Clint, being a Queenslander, no doubt you've got high hopes for the veteran, the old dog, Dick Johnson, but what a battle he's got on his hands for this young Craig Lowndes.
Yeah, they certainly have. The 2 cars that are running out in front, Dick and Craig's car, they're going very, very well. But, yeah, I have a bit of a soft spot for Dick and Ford motor vehicles, so I'd like to see them get up.
So you got a fair interest in motor racing generally?
Yeah, I tend to enjoy watching racing. I just admire the guys on how much concentration they need to be on that edge for 6 hours. It's quite amazing.
Well, a lot of pressure on Craig Lowndes. He's won the Australian Touring Car Championship. You could relate to that with all the pressure going into Atlanta after winning the gold medal in Barcelona. It's a tough ask, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's very much, as you said, getting everything right on that one day. I didn't quite put it together on the day how I would like to. I think the last couple of weeks maybe pushed just a little bit too hard in training and didn't pull myself up enough. But no excuses, mate. I was 3rd best on the day.
Yeah, and a few medical problems on the way back, but hasn't dampened the enthusiasm?
Oh, no, I think when you come here, it puts a smile on a lot of people's faces, and today's been a fantastic event. It's a credit to everyone that's put their time into it.
Now, the next big one's the Worlds in Canada, and that's where your first Worlds were contested?
Yes, that's right. When I was a junior, my first World Championships, but this time I would like to go back and try and win back a gold medal at the World Championships that I got 3 years ago.
OK, well, what's your tip for the closing stages of the great race here in Bathurst?
Well, if it stays fine, Holden are going to be very, very hard to beat, young Lowndes and Murphy, but you know, I still think I'll stay with Dick for the time being.
Clint, enjoy the trip back. Great to have your company here at Bathurst in 1996.
Thanks very much.
OK, Gary, the tip from Clint Robinson is young Craig Lowndes to continue the domination here on Mount Panorama.
Well, I think he ended up letting his heart rule his head, and he ended up going for Dick Johnson in the finish there. And the head, I think, might have it right the way things are shaping up, because Craig Lowndes continues to lead and is pulling away from them at the moment from John Barr, the rate of almost a second a lap. He is 27 seconds clear, Craig Lowndes, of second place getter John Barr, and then a fairly sizable gap back to Stephen Ellery in Tony Longhurst's Castrol Falcon car number 25, followed by Neil Crompton in the Wayne Gardner number 7 Coke Commodore.
Well, Craig Lowndes really hasn't let up since he got in the car. He's opened up with some 2:14s just to let people know he was back on the track, and he's settled down to nothing less than a 2:15 and a bit. And the others are finding it rather hard to stay with him at that pace.
We mentioned some of the teams having communications problems earlier, including the HRT team had been difficulty communicating with Peter Brock's vehicle, and the Dick Johnson team weren't able to communicate with Dick Johnson's car. They fixed that on the last pit stop by strapping a portable radio to Dick's leg.
Once they get used to using it, it's a bit like heroin, man. You can't get off it, and the radio communications are great when they're working. When you lose them, you're just absolutely out there in limbo, in the black hole, as the astronauts would tell you, and not much fun.
Little incident just a few moments ago took place right in front of Stephen Ellery in the Castrol car. Looks like somebody just losing it there in front of him. Yes, indeed. That was car number 79, just going round at Murray's Corner at the bottom of Conrod Straight.
Mike Conway.
But getting away with it, and Stephen Ellery escaping unscathed from that incident. So Lowndes leading from Bow, Longhurst, Crompton, then Mazira in 05, Scaife in the Seeger Commodore number 2, and then Larry Perkins in car number 11.
Well, young Ellery will be suffering a bit of strain now. He's been in there for 2 sessions, put in there by the boss, told him to stay out. But now in dry conditions, it'll be hurting him, and tough on his conditions.
Greg Murphy, New Zealander, and the pride of Kiwi land at the moment, because he could be powering his way to a Bathurst victory here if they play their cards right, waiting for Craig Lowndes to come in to give him another stint.
Yes, they'd dearly like to be a few more laps out so that they don't have to stop again, but with the fuel economy that we saw them achieve in the first segment, they may very well be, this may very well be the last stop for them, but I think it might still take a bit of a top up towards the end.
The Castrol Falcon, car number 25, Stephen Ellery.
Here we go, weighs 1,350 kilos minimum weight. They might weigh a bit more, but they can't weigh any less. A Ford SVO 5-liter V8 fuel injected naturally, pushrod 2 valves, 10-to-1 compression, 7,500 RPM rev limiter. That is imposed by everybody. Torque through 440 foot-pounds at 550, not bad at all, and running the Australian-made Hollinger 6-speed gearbox, a world-class invention, sold around the world by Peter Hollinger.
So that's the car that the hopes of Tony Longhurst and Stephen Ellery and the Ford camp are riding on, along with, of course, the Dick Johnson, John Bauer 17 Shell FAI Falcon, because those two are caught in a Commodore sandwich at the moment, with Lowndes up front in the number 1 HRT car, and in 4th position Neil Crompton in the Coca-Cola Commodore. It's a two-make battle, Holden and Ford.
Well, it'll be a nervy stop for the HRT team. They know this is one they've done extremely well throughout the day. Their stops have been superb. But every time the car stops, it's always fraught with danger. Anything can happen. And getting that fuel in without an incident, getting all the 4 tires on without any incident, drivers hooked up and out the pit lane without exceeding the 60k speed limit, a lot of pressure on a team to maintain it. But when you're in the lead, you do have a little extra zeal going your way.
All the talk about the tyre war, I guess, was tempered somewhat by the intemperate weather. Charlie O'Brien helped to even things up earlier in the day.
Oh, it certainly did, Wilco. You know, the HRT must have been quite worried in the beginning there with that rain. But now there's back to dry conditions. They're back to their race plan, and they've always had a faster car, and it's proving it again here by pulling away a second a lap.
Well, we've got the front runner on Bridgestone, 2nd place getter on Dunlop's, 3rd place getter on Yokohama's. But those Bridgestones certainly look to be increasing their bite in these drier conditions as we get into the latter stages of the race.
Speaking of bite, Lowndes has just bitten a 2:13.8 out of the track, so he's not slowing down. He's going to get as much time up as he can before he hands over to his partner, Greg Murphy.
31 years ago today, Barry Seaton won this race. Glenn Seaton almost pulled it off last year. To make it a father and son double, albeit 30 years apart. He's been vitally interested in the event, and of course in Glenn's progress and in the building of the cars for Glenn in recent years, and he's with us in pit lane at the moment.
Well, Karen, while we're talking about years, Bo Seaton celebrating his 60th birthday yesterday. Bo, you're now working for the Castrol Racing team. It must be very satisfying to see your engine out there with Stephen Ellery pedalling along in the top 3.
Yeah, it is really, Mark, because you know, I've lost a little bit of confidence after leaving Glenn's team, who I've worked for all my life, virtually, for Glenn, and to walk away and do well with some other young guy, you know, it's really good for the spirit.
I can imagine you will have everything crossed if this car gets to within 9 laps of the finish and it's leading the race. It must be a nervous moment for you.
Well, it is. I've been here that many times now that, you know, I don't worry about the finish until the race is over. Like last year, you saw what happened 9 laps from the finish.
but I'm just happy that the car is running where it's running at the moment.
Fantastic. Wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Well, the old love-hate relationship between driver and engine builder, when it's your dad and you have to part company, a tough call for Glenn Seaton, but good on Bo, not standing on ceremony. He took his skills to Tony Longhurst and has got that car up there in 3rd place today. Well done, Bo.
32 seconds is now the lead for Craig Lowndes in the number 1 HRT car over John Bowe in the Dick Johnson entered Shell FAI Falcon. So stretching it little by little and coming in for the change now. Lowndes bringing in the race leader, Greg Murphy, standing by to take the wheel. This will be their second last pit stop. We've got 115 laps completed as Lowndes comes to the pit. Richard Hayes on the spot.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this pit crew, you talk about the drivers being pumped up, they're the same. They're all sitting there with the air guns revving and everything else before the guy comes in. Craig is out of the car, Greg Murphy is in, windscreen's being cleaned. They are so well drilled, these boys. The 60k sign held up in front of him so he doesn't speed going up the pit lane, doesn't attract a penalty, and that was an impressive stop. But take a look at the lap number, 115. There's still a few to go and he's going to have to stop again.
Less than 20 seconds. I have to take my hat off to the HRT boys. They've done extremely well in the pits today. That's a terrific flow rate coming through that dry brake system. 25 is a phenomenal time, but to do it in under 20 is just beyond the best you can do.
John Bowe assumed the lead during that pit stop because you've got to take into account the slowdown time getting into the pit entry lane on top of the actual pit stop time itself, and with a 60k limit it just takes that little bit longer to get out again. So John Bowe has slid by. He's not that far in front. He was just getting to the top of the mountain straight as Craig Lowndes rejoined out of the pit exit.
The greatest asset Dick Johnson has, apart from his son Stephen, John Bowe has done a superb job with this team. He's stayed faithfully with them. He drives superbly in the sprint races. When him and Dick get together, they're a very formidable team. And no matter what happens here today, Dick will be very, very pleased with his partner as usual.
Well, I got to say, the thing about John Bowe is that he doesn't let his own ego get in the way of
exactly
of the team results.
No.
The 18 car is back in.
Stephen out, Tommy Kendall back in for another dose of Australian hospitality. My early days, I said to myself, if I can beat an Aussie in Australia, I'll go anywhere in the world. And I'm sure Tommy Kendall is saying to himself as well, I wouldn't mind beating a few more Aussies if I could.
Car 2, the Sega entry, was also in and out in all this confusion and has rejoined in 6th position.
Now, that's no way to treat a Ford, to kick the door in like that. I think we have to be a little bit more respectful here, chaps.
Car 18 rejoins the race in 8th position. Dick Johnson on standby now, waiting for John Bowe, so we'll expect to see some more action there in the Shell pit very shortly. For the moment, though, John Bowe is leading.
With the telemetry in these cars now, Wilco, you can tell wherever the car is around the track, you can tell exactly how many litres are in the car to the 10th. So very critical for a situation like this.
The 10th drop, you mean, Charlie? Down to the last litre, yes. Great. That side of it is fascinating. Some of the electronics in the engine management gets a little bit too fascinating for my liking. Very, very complicated. I've never seen so many wires in my life as what went into our Synovus Falcon this year. But the Motec onboard management system, again, a great Australian invention, is sold around the world. They've won touring car championships in England. They're involved with the American teams. Fabulous product.
With Greg Murphy back in the number 1 mobile HRT car, Craig Lowndes is available to talk to us with Andy Raymond. Let's do it over here. Oh no, it's Richard Hay, not Andy Raymond. Sorry.
Thanks, Wilco. We're just moving out of the way actually because there's action about to happen behind us again. But Craig, some impressive times out there, but you had to work for them, yeah?
Yeah, well, the car was quite good actually. It was very good balance. We tried a slightly harder tyre that session than we did with Greg, and no, the car was beautiful. We just wanted to go a little bit more conservative, and the car was beautiful. I got stuck behind, I think it was Tony at the start, but we managed to get by him, and we had a fairly clean run. We got caught up with a bit of traffic, but Oh, that was terrific. Like, everybody got out of our way. We never had a problem at all.
Any problems at all so far?
Not so far. Well, Peter has, but we haven't. Our car's been running faultless all the whole week, and no, I just hope we can do these last 45 laps or whatever it is to go and end up on the podium. Like, we come here to win. We didn't come here to come second.
Thanks, Craig. One more splash and dash stop to come.
Craig Lowndes smiling. He can afford to at this moment. Somebody else, the smile's been wiped from their face, though.
The Kendrick car.
Yeah, Kendrick and Full. This is the one that had the big oil spill problem before, and which was held up for a long time in pit lane before officials were satisfied that the problem was corrected and would let them back out again.
He's parked that on Conrod, Gary, and the clerk, of course, might deem it to be not the spot to have a parked car.
Well, it's pretty narrow down there between the concrete walls. If somebody slides off the circuit, there's only one place. If you end up against the wall, then you're going to end up cannoning like a billiard ball into the rear of this. So I think, yes, that's probably going to happen. Will await developments.
Mark Donoghue did this once at Indianapolis, just parked at the side of the track on the back straight, and car sat there for about 30 laps, and then all of a sudden somebody got into a spin and wiped it out. So officialdom he's pushing it back out of what he considers try to make it a bit safer. He certainly can't push it by himself. But this could very well be a safety car situation where that car needs to be removed, in the opinion. Although, there we go. They'll be able, if officials get to it, they can push it back into that windbreak.
05 is there. Thomas Mazira, I presume, is out of the car, and Brock in, yes. Wheel change, fuel. Tyre change and fuel, and set to go.
Well, he's abandoned ship. It's safely parked there. It's up to Tim Schengen.
Good stop there, Mazira and Brock. They came in 5th position. They went back onto the track in 5th position. 17, the leader. John Power, 11 seconds ahead of Greg Murphy in the Holden team car. Hello. Off at Murray's corner.
70-something? 78?
79. It's car number 79.
Mike Conway?
Yes, Conway and Miles Pope. We were talking about them only 5 or 10 minutes ago. Into that big gravel trap at Murray's corner. Now, we've got 2 cars off on the edge of the track. One at Conrod, one here at Murray's corner in the sand trap. Let's have a look at this in replay. As Mike Conway tries to keep it under control, going straight ahead though.
Should have gone down to the road to Bathurst.
Should have turned left. Right, rather.
Yeah, just gone down the road, the escape road that's always been there. He could have gone down to do a U-turn. Now he's done a U-turn into the sand. Tried to save it. Well, that's these judgments.
Not quite as spectacular as Mr. Katayama when he drove here with Alan Grice back in about 78.
In the Mazda RX-3, came down on his lid.
On all ends.
Yes.
John Bow into the pits. So this is the change to Dick Johnson. Fuel stop here. This will put Greg Murphy back into the lead. But let's take this pit stop with Andy Raymond.
Thanks, Gary. And just as John Bow pulled up, Greg Murphy in the number 1 HRT car went straight past. This perhaps the most crucial stop of the period for the Shell FAI team. Everything rather routine. The 120 litres, 4 tyres, a clean of the windshield, a change of driver, and they are just about ready to go. We've been going 22, 23 seconds, and Johnson is off. A good stop.
Still a good stop. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent stop.
Well done there. A little water got splashed on Dick's hand, but that won't matter. That'll just give him some grip on the steering wheel.
And Murphy has assumed the lead as we expected he would, and Dick Johnson returns in 2nd place. Now here's a view from overhead of the car that's in the sand trap at Murray's corner. And
4-wheel drive there. We'll probably throw out a string to him and try and drag him back there onto the tarmac. Not too dangerous a position.
Stephen Ellery coming in, so Tony Longhurst about to get back into the 25 Castrol Falcon. Andy Raymond again.
That has been an extraordinary drive from young Stephen Ellery. If the Longhurst-Ellery combination wins Bathurst, Stephen Ellery will be the youngest driver. Again, it's a regulation pit stop, rather quick, and there's a fantastic teamwork here between Stephen Ellery and Tony Longhurst. They really do not only just jump in and jump out of the car, they help themselves get off and going, and that is lightning. Just under 22 seconds, and Stephen Ellery is almost off his feet. We'll let him catch his breath, guzzle some water, and we'll have a chat to him.
Great stuff again. All these top teams have realized that the pace is so frenetic on the track that if they don't have good pit stops to back up all the hard work from the drivers on the track, it will all be for nothing. That was a very smart move. And did you see how fast Tony Longhurst just clicked his belt, threw it into first gear, and he's up, even without engine, up on speed. Here's Ellery smiling, looking good, and looking very refreshed for the number of laps he's just done.
Well, they were in and out without losing a spot, so they're still in third position on the track. Here's the race leader now, car number 1. Greg Murphy, the Mobile HRT Commodore, which has been right on the pace through the day here, despite the deplorable conditions that we had earlier. And as the conditions of... Oh, they've got this car out. Okay, 79 has been pulled out of the sand trap at the bottom of Murray's Corner, so that will negate any chance of a pace car there, so that's good. And it's still in a pretty hairy spot there. They'd be anxious to get rid of it from there. Let's check out the top 10 as they stand at this stage after 119 laps. Lowndes and Murphy, car number 1, still in the lead. Car 17 is second. That's Johnson and Bauer. Car 25 is third. Longhurst and Ellery. Then car number 7, Gardner and Crompton. Brock and Mazera in car 05 in 5th position. Perkins and Ingle, car number 11th in 6th spot. Car number 2, Scaife and Cleland holding down 7th. And then in 8th place, we've got car number 6, Walden and Noski. That's the second Gibson entry. Johnson and Kendall, car 18, running 9th. And Klaus Niedzwitz and Ken Douglas in the Synovus Banana Boat entry in 10th position. 41 laps remaining in the AMP Bathurst 1000. We've had 120 out of 161, 5 hours, 25 minutes of racing. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th position. And it's Tony Longhurst behind the wheel of car number 25, the Castrol Falcon, trying to stall off Neil Crompton in car number 7, the Coke Commodore, and Mark Osler has returned from the frantic activity in pit lane to join the frantic battle in these concluding, well, I say concluding, it's still a long way to go at 41 laps, but we're winding it down to the important part of the day.
When you think that Glenn Seaton lost last year's race by 9 laps, you do realise that 41 laps is an awfully long way to go. And the atmosphere down in the pits, I can tell you can hear a pin drop. It's so tense down there. This race so close and so many teams in contention for a win here. It's unbelievable atmosphere down there, and will only get much tougher and much more nerve-wracking as the day wears on. Look at this great shot from the Coca-Cola Commodore as he follows Tony Longhurst across the top of the mountain at 200 kilometres an hour.
Well, we know it's Tony's plan to stay in the car to the finish. He let Ellery have 2 stints in a row. Tony's already done 2 himself at the beginning of the day, but he's fresh and ready to go, and plenty of petrol to keep this fight up. And of course, Neil Crompton wanting to bring his Coke car up one more notch. 4th isn't a podium finish. With first 1, 2, 3 is what we need here today.
Well, Neil, of course, is jetting off to the USA on Tuesday. He's going to test a Tasman Motorsports Lola Honda IndyCar for a couple of stories from magazines, so that'll be a great opportunity for him on the Gingerman Raceway in Michigan. 3-kilometre road course down there. He's got 2 days of driving in the IndyCar, and that'll be a great experience. But meanwhile, he's got his mind on this job, trying to close on Tony Longhurst. 3rd place. Oh, look at that.
Tony's getting aggressive here. He knows he's got a mean competitor behind him, and he didn't want to lose the slightest bit of opportunity through the S's there with the Sega car.
Well, it looked like he was getting a bit frustrated with Cleland there as he came into the kink, and he really muscled his way past. Now Crompton is in behind Cleland.
Here we go up pit straight. Great photos from the Coca-Cola onboard race cam. Channel 7 invention, many years old now, copied around the world by every motor racing and television body that produces motorsport. But instigated right here at Bathurst by Channel 7. And Longhurst got a nice little lead out of that move. He knew that if he could get through that little traffic jam. Now here comes Neil up alongside Cleland. Or Scaife, I'm not sure. Mark Scaife on that last pit stop.
Well, Tony Longhurst hanging on to 3rd position, but he's there because of a great double stint by Stephen Ellery. He's down in the pits with AJ.
A fantastic double stint by Stephen Ellery. 57 laps. That's sure to test your shoulders and your arms.
was probably go down in the books as one of the hardest things I've ever done. Halfway through it, I didn't think I was going to make it, but I got into a rhythm, started getting down some good times, and I think I'm probably the happiest person at the track at the moment.
Saying it was hard, you could also say it was enjoyable.
That was equally as enjoyable. It was the most enjoyable thing I've ever done as well, and I just thank Tony Longhurst, Castrol, Ford, Yokohama for giving me the opportunity, my sponsor QDE. It's just a fantastic feeling to be here with the Longhurst team.
What were the instructions going into your stint? Keep it straight and try and keep it on the pace?
Yes, and basically that's what I've done. The car's in a winning position now, or at least a podium position, because we're still in third, and that was my job. I've done it, and you won't wipe the smile off my face too quick, I can tell you that.
Deserve to be smiling, Stephen Ellery. Well done.
One very happy young man, Stephen Ellery, and so he should be. Big step up into the big league, and he's done his team proud. Just a reminder, we're trying to get through to switchboard for the watch and win competition. We just have to tell you the lines are absolutely jam-packed. You are going to have to wait your turn. They're trying to get through as many as they can, but it is taking a long time. An unbelievable response. Remember, those watching in New Zealand on TV3, you cannot enter that competition, so don't bother trying to call from New Zealand. The number again locally, 1902 555 615. And a reminder, those lines are open till 4:30. So please, if you want to enter, keep trying, but bear with us. There is a lot of calls coming in. TVNZ, New Zealand, audience joining us here for the great race, and what a great race it is. Just looking at that double stint by Stephen Ellery. Charlie O'Brien just can't imagine how fit and the level of concentration you have to do that successfully.
It's a lot harder than most people think, Mark. The last time Tony was in an opportunity was 94 for a podium finish, and he certainly is that again now. 94, Larry Perkins beat us to the line, and we didn't get to stand on the podium, but hopefully for Tony and Stephen's sake, he does it this year.
So a little gap stabilising between Tony Longhurst and Neil Crompton in the Coca-Cola Commodore, the last surviving Coca-Cola Commodore. The Jones Scott car retiring much earlier today with an electrical problem.
We have to remind people too that it is a monster tire war going on here, not only today but all year. The preparation for the right tires that come to this circuit, and we have Bridgestone in the lead, followed by Dunlop and Tony Longhurst bringing up the best of the Yokohama team. So be nice for everybody concerned if that was the way it unfolded.
Neil Crompton in pursuit of Tony Longhurst, 36 years of age. Neil, born in Ballarat, Victoria, now lives in the beautiful northern suburbs of Sydney at Belrose. 8 starts in the great race. He's had 2 podiums, 2 third positions, but he's never cracked it for a win, and he desperately wants to do it. And he's certainly been pretty effective. First in the Bathurst 12 Hour in 1994, in the Mazda RX-7 with the late, great Greg Hansford. First in class in the Bathurst 12 Hour in 1991. He's also proved a dab hand in open wheel as third in the Australian Drivers' Championship back in 1989. And he's a very quick and very competitive driver. Just waiting for that big win, and the one he wants is at Bathurst.
Here we go down pit straight again as we pick up on Larry Perkins, Castrol Commodore.
Well, Russell Engel was really kicking himself down in the pits there. Did an interview with him a while ago, but I really had to cajole him to get him out of that chair to talk. He just felt so bad about it. And these drivers, they know the responsibility, and they just take it very personally when they make a mistake.
Well, Russell works very hard for Larry, and he supervises and helps supervise a lot of the preparation in the car. He knows how hard the fellows work. He knows how hard he and Larry had to drive it to keep it in that place. So naturally, he would be down on himself. But in any sport, it's not how many times you get down, it's how many times you get up.
Cutting some quick laps here too. Longhurst just on a 2:15.17. Crompton at 2:14.9. So Crompton 2/10 quicker than Longhurst that time around. The 2 cars ahead of them, Johnson cutting mid to high 15s. Murphy's just fired off at 2:15.2. So this top 4 ultra competitive. Let's check on the Shell Helix scoreboard at the moment. Lowndes and Murphy, of course, leading. Johnson and Bow in pursuit. Longhurst and Ellery. Gardner and Crompton in car 4. In car 7, sorry, the Coca-Cola Racing Commodore. Car 05, Brock and Mazira hanging on in 5th position. Perkins and Ingle, car 11, the Castrol Commodore. Scaife and Clellan in car 2, hanging on in 7th. Walden and Noski, the second of the Gibson cars, in 8th. Johnson and Kendall, car 18, the Shell Falcon, hanging on in 9th. Needs Fitz and Douglas in 10th position. 11th, Crick and Parsons in the Alcare Commodore, Faulkner and Harrington in the better electrical car, Rose and Shield in the Fairfax Commodore in 13th. 14th, car 201, Romano and Madecki. Attack leader Falcon, a few laps down now. Dumsney and Bailey in 15th position. 16th, Dolman and Cutter. 17th, Smurden and Weeks in the Commodore. In 18th, Poole and Gazzard in the Scott Transport Commodore, all the way from South Australia. 19th, Palmer and Peters, the Palmer Promotion Commodore from Queensland. And Seaton and Parsons still hanging on in 20th position. 21st, O'Brien and Callahan, the Everlast Commodore, Taylor and Bell in the Xerox Shop VP. Conway and Pope and the Cadillac Films Commodore in 23rd. 24th, Kendrick and Full, another Commodore, and Gary Wilmington and Siders in Wilmington Performance Falcon EB. 26th, Reed and Ashby, and you can see by the laps there, these are way down the order, some of them not running, getting down to those ones that aren't running. McLeod and McLeod still hanging on in 27th. 28th, Waldock and Park. They are Finnegan McColl out on lap 37. Stephen Richards and Jim Richards, a very competitive car, but out early on lap 33. 31 laps only. 25 laps only for Alan Jones and Alan Grice with that spectacular fire. 23 laps, Jones and Scott were out with electrical problem, and just 4 laps for Russell Shaw. David Attard at the wheel of the Daily Planet car collided on Conrod Straight early, only 4 laps, and Larkham and McConville tragically out on lap 3.
As the Lansdale Smash Repairs car comes in once more, Murphy now leading by 36 seconds over Dick Johnson in the 17 car for Shell FAI.
Well, we've had a lot of great New Zealand drivers participate in this race. The late Denny Holm, followed by Jim Richards, who came over and took a lot of prize money away from the Aussie drivers. Fabulous competitor now with his son behind the wheel as well. But here we have young Greg Murphy showing us that these New Zealanders are a force to be reckoned with.
Glenn Seaton Parsons car, disastrous run this race. All sorts of problems during the day. Lansvale car rejoins the track many laps down. Here's Seaton Parsons.
Doing a little brake number. There's the big pliers going in to pry the calipers back. The pistons have to be pried back so that the thicker pads that are going in have got some space to nestle in between the caliper and the brake disc. Just what your normal mechanic does for you when you go in and ask for a brake change. Well, unfortunately, he doesn't do it in 30 seconds.
So wheel back on. Ran a twin caliper brake setup at Sandown in the 500. Reverting to a single caliper setup here for the race. There's been a problem with that frightening accident David Parsons had earlier in the week. It was something they knew. And back in the race, car 30 rejoins in 19th position, but many laps down, as we said.
Tommy Kendall, the American driver at the wheel of this car, the Falcon, the second Falcon entry of Dick Johnson's Shell FAI team. But he's on the tail of car number 6, the second Sega Commodore entry, being driven by Gary Walden. This is the battle for 8th and 9th positions.
Well, he'll be deciding now just about whether he ever wants to be a guest of Dick Johnson again. 7 seconds. Okay, he can fight that back, but having weathered through the rain and now the speed of the car in the dry, he'll know for sure that this isn't all Dixie in Australia, that this is one damn tough race, and he'll go back advocating either a great desire to come back and improve himself or a desire to race more in America.
Just amazing watching these lap times all the way from Murphy. Murphy's cutting he's done a 2:15 dead, somewhere in the high 14s as well, really pushing hard. So is Johnson, so is Longhurst, so is Crompton, all up in that range. You go all the way down the list to about 9th with Tommy Kendall, the car we're watching now, and all of a sudden it jumps up a couple of seconds. Needs for 2:21, 2:18, 2:20, 2:21. So this leading 9 cars are really just so close and competitive, and it rings true that in this category there are a genuine 9 cars that could win this race.
From the 7 Chopper car, number 6, Gary Walden, the second Sega car. This is the one that Tommy Kendall is in pursuit of for 8th and 9th positions.
Gary Walden, 40 years of age, from Gosford on the New South Wales Central Coast, and past master. Only got to ask Alan Horsley how he rates this guy. Absolute genius in a Mazda RX-7 during the 12-hour here, twice winner of the Bathurst 12-hour race with Mazda. Also the 1988 Australian production car champion, 3rd in the Sandown 6-hour in 1993. He also had a try at the Targa Tasmania a couple of years ago too.
Another aerial view. This is from the Whitman's chocolate lightship, which we've had over the circuit. Well, we think it's been there all day. There were times when we couldn't see it.
Disappeared in all the mist.
Bringing us a different view, a stable camera platform, no doubt about that, and does provide a terrific, a different panorama of this fantastic circuit. Look at that. Huge crowds. Whether it's a record crowd, I don't know, but it would have to go pretty close, I would think, because they were queued up here to get into the circuit right through the days that we had of practice, from Wednesday through qualifying Thursday, Friday, the top 10 runoff yesterday, and of course the race today, despite the unbelievable weather conditions that we had this morning. And some of the people camped on top of the mountain, which, by the way, was closed last night. They just couldn't squeeze any more people in up there. Some of those people have been camped there for 8 or 10 days.
That's what you call motorsport enthusiasts, I think.
Well, they'll be coming into their own up there now, especially if it comes down to HRT versus Dick Johnson Falcon. They'll really be giving voice to their passions.
Well, Murphy's just dropped down into the 2:14 second bracket again, a 2:14.74. The gap between him and Dick Johnson, 38 seconds now.
You would love to drop down to a 2:14 second mark. You would think you were Mr. Captain Marvel and Superman put together. It's doing a 2:14, a drop down. A little ease off might have been the word.
No, I mean, he dropped down to the 15-second bracket, down to the 14. He's even going faster.
Ah, you're ahead of me. I'm sorry.
The difficulty at this stage of the day, I would say, for some drivers, Charlie O'Brien, is just concentration, because it is a difficult day. There have been lots of dramas, lots of things to distract your attention, but this is the one time you can't afford to be distracted.
No, you can't. We'll go like the track is very, very dirty offline, and that just brings on so much more concentration. You have to have your wits about you. 35 laps or something to go, thereabouts. Not far because you've been out there so long, but it is still a long way. And so many things can happen in those last 10 or 20 laps.
Peter Dillman and John Cotter in car number 29. We had a look at them before. Former class winners, as we've said, in a BMW here at Bathurst some years ago, have tackled the big league with consistency, not dramatic success, but always circulating and just having a lot of fun, these guys, who are Sydney-based. As we see, the second Sega entry coming in, Gary Walden piloting it to a stop. There will be a driver change. Here's Richard Hay.
Thanks, Wilco, and it's not a usual thing to find a Gibson Motorsport car running this far down, as in fact both of them are. They're both running in 7th and 8th places at the moment, but Walden is out of the car, Noski is in. We're used to seeing Gibson right at the front, and a pad change taking place at the front as well, which is going to slow things down even further. They've been having a little sort of private battle with the Tommy Kendall Stephen Johnson car almost race long, this pairing, and things look to be all underway at the front. Fred Gibson controlling things there. Engine running. This wheel's back on. There's still work going on the other side, though, and the windscreen being cleaned. There we go. All the hands go up in the air to signal everything's done, and back into the race.
Oop. Well, they've had their misadventures, McLeod, father and son, and they've got another one on their hands here in the NZ car number 50 entry.
It's a great disappointment for this team. They came here with high hopes. The ex-Holden Racing team car actually ran here in the 1994 Bathurst 1000 with Lowndes and Jones aboard. And they've graded it to VR specification. Poured a lot of time and effort into it, but really hasn't worked out for them today at Mount Panorama.
McLeod's doing a great job there. He's driving around the track offline and not dropping into that oil on there, so it doesn't create any problems for the faster cars, so it's a good job.
Peter McLeod has known the glory days, of course, the 48-year-old from Wollongong. He former Bathurst winner here with Peter Brock back in 1987, so he knows what it feels like.
Uh-oh, somebody's had a spin there coming out of Murray's corner. Car 79 in trouble again as we check the top 10. The leading car, number 1, Greg Murphy, Craig Lowndes, HRT Commodore. From 17, Dick Johnson, John Bausch, Shell FAI Falcon. 3rd place, car number 25, Longhurst and Ellery, the Castrol Falcon. 4th is car number 7, Gardner Crompton, the Coca-Cola Commodore. Brock Mazzero, 05 for HRT in 5th position. Car number 11, the Castrol Perkins Commodore, is in 6th position. Then car number 6, Scaife and Felland in 7th position. Walden Noski holding down 8th. Johnson Kendall 9th, and Needswitz and Douglas in the Synovus Falcon entry, rounding out the top 10 at this stage of the great race. 127 laps down. 131 laps gone, just 30 laps remaining in the great race, the AMP Bathurst 1000. That's race leader on screen, Greg Murphy from New Zealand behind the wheel of car number 1, the HRT Mobile Commodore, and powering along with a 35-second lead. Dick Johnson's managed to pull back a couple of seconds actually in the second place car, the number 17 Shell FAI Falcon. At the moment, Tony Longhurst still holding down third in the Castrol Falcon, then Neil Crompton in the Coke Commodore. And here's the, what is a banana boat, Alan Moffat?
Oh yes, they're in for their last stop. There's Klaus getting out, putting Ken Douglas back in again. No brake changes, a little bit of a windscreen wipe, doing up that belt, making sure, get the door, he's saying, let's go, get her into gear, get her started.
Hello?
Yeah.
Bit of a problem here, the car. No, he's got it fired up.
He's away.
Ken Douglas rejoins the race, and the Synovus Falcon entry, well, was in 9th position coming in for that pit stop. And whilst we await to check its placing as it returns to the track, we'll go back down to Andy Raymond.
Thanks very much, Gary, and a couple of very interested onlookers to Channel 7 personalities. Mike Hammond, host of Gladiators. How about these four-wheel warriors?
It's amazing. Interested, but also scared standing here in the pit lane. I mean, these guys, I know they're only meant to do 60 Ks, but I've got to get ready to get out of their way because this could happen at any minute. I mean, they're coming in and out of here at a rate of knots. But Craig Lowndes is really, it's his day to day, isn't it? It's an amazing result. I mean, last time he finished here, came second, I think. So I'm trying to get my motorsports knowledge right here, but I think at 22, I think a lot of people are just going, where's this guy come from? He's done
what's scarier, Peter Brock screaming down pit lane or Vulcan standing over you?
Well, Vulcan's around here actually, but they kicked him out because he's a fire hazard because he's wearing shorts. So I think he's out the back brooding.
And I'm here to protect you today,
yeah,
mate.
thanks, mate.
Linda Byrne, aka Flame, how are you enjoying the day?
Oh, it's absolutely fabulous. It's great to be here. It's the first time I've been at a live race and I'm having a ball.
Now we know you guys and girls are physical fitness freaks. Can you appreciate how hard this has been?
Oh, look, these guys are absolute athletes. I mean, you don't have to be quite as physically strong, but you've got to be really mentally tuned on, and it is really fatiguing because these guys are out there for hours. And I met the king himself today, Peter Brock, and so I'm cheering for you today, Peter.
She goes for Peter. She's his number one fan now.
Well, we hope you'll both enjoy your day. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Mike Hammond and Flame from Gladiators. Of course, you see them exclusively on the 7 network. Back on the track in car number 18, Tommy Kendall from the United States of America. He is in 8th position. Let's take a look at the diagnostics on this Falcon car.
Yeah, well, here we go, running at 7,000 RPM, a red light indicating the shift down to 3rd gear into the dipper, into 2nd. Kilometers, 100 kilometers. And Charlie, that's a fairly good pace through the dipper, if I remember our speeds in days back.
Well, it's a very narrow part of the track, Alan, and you don't need to put a foot wrong because I think I have clipped that wall there once, a long time ago.
Only once? Okay.
Yes, once. But speed coming onto the straight, it's getting up to about 285 kilometres an hour. Maybe not that quick in the race conditions at the moment, but
there we go, 5th gear, just pulled 6th gear. He's already up to 252, 255. And probably touching a little better part of about 270 before he turns right into the chicane at Caltex. Now watch the gears, 6 down to 3rd in one shot. Beautiful engineering in these Hollinger gearboxes. They really are made for durability and finesse.
That's good to be able to do that. Going straight from 6th to 3rd, you've got to pick up a middle gate. Could easily pick up 1st gear and over-rev the engine, lock the rear wheels, and you're off on the track. So Stephen's feeling good in the car, obviously quite confident with the gears.
Absolutely. Well, Klaus Neidwitz has been accustomed to a sequential gear lever, which is a motorbike style that they use in Europe, and he did find it quite a bit of getting accustomed to changing and going through all those gears on a circuit like this.
The 2-litre cars here have the same thing, and I've driven both over the last month, and yes, it is hard going back to the 6-speed manual after the easy gearbox.
Car number 2, that's the Sega entry, Mark Scaife and John Cleland, just pulling back out after a final pit stop. And this should take them through to the finish.
Yes, there's no doubt of that, Gary. They all have the capacity to do at least 30 laps on a tank, and just the last little top-ups.
Car number 2 rejoining the race in 8th place, so they dropped the one spot there in that pit stop as we pick up race cam in car number 11, the Castrol Konica Commodore entry, Russell Ingall, as you can see on the helmet, is at the wheel.
With his elbow on the door handle. Now he's taking it off now, but that was looking quite cute, or quite relaxed, with his right arm on the door handle there, the brace, part of the roll cage, giving him a little rest.
Through Caltech's chase. This car running in 6th position at the present time, but still struggling to pull back a lap on the leading couple of cars after the earlier incident in which it ended up in the sand trap. It just took them that much time to get it out, get it back round, and get it roadworthy again.
Well, there's Coca-Cola Racing coming into the pits. The remaining Commodore car 7, the Gardner Crompton machine. Into pit lane, air guns hammering away at the wheels. Richard Hayes on the spot.
That's right, Airgun's hammering away, and Neil Crompton staying in the car. Wayne Gardner looking on. A lot of confidence in Neil, and Wayne's done his bit of work for the day. It's down to Crompton to finish off. Lap 133 completed, so less than 28 to go, in fact, as Neil rejoins the race. And there'll be 1 or 2 more quick stops like that to come.
That was a good one, just on 20 seconds.
Hope he watches his speed, because 60 kilometres an hour is very easy to go over that one of these cars.
It'd be an awful penalty to cop now, wouldn't it, in 4th position in the great race with under 30 laps to go, to cop a stop-go penalty like that.
You'd think Bathurst would be the one place on the planet you get away from radar guns, but they're down there in the pit lane, pointing them in every which direction.
Yes, it's all about to unfurl here as we go into the championship hour here at the Bathurst race of 1996, and time now to recap on what has been an action-packed last hour. It started with a scare for Steve Ellery in the Castrol Falcon, lucky to avoid Mike Conway's Commodore after a spin at Murray's Corner. But everything was going like clockwork, though, for leader Craig Lowndes, the #1 Holden, as he pitted and then handed over to the Kiwi Greg Murphy, who incidentally still holds the championship race lead as we speak. Slight problems, though, for the 18 Shell FIA Falcon, the crew chief showing a rather novel way of shutting the driver's door, literally seeking the boot. And after battling all day, the rookie Jeff Kendrick called it quits along Conrad Straight, the end of a very, very tough day for the Kendrick full Commodore VR. And Mike Conway kept his world in a spin as he found the sand at Murray's Corner, right behind our host studio here at Bathurst. And Tony Longhurst is still going strong, throwing his Falcon around as he passed Mark Scaife. So it's all about to unfurl here at Bathurst as we go back to our commentary team.
136 laps completed. Thank you, David Fordham, as we pick up on car number 49, and that's the Alcare Commodore entry. And they're into the top 10. They've been in and out a couple of times, actually, the top 10, but still campaigning strongly as we get down to these latter stages of the race. Greg Crick and David Parsons, and again I remind you, it's not the same David Parsons that's co-driving with Glenn Seaton.
David Truckee Parsons, we call him. We'll go
right, to differentiate.
Runs a trucking business down in Victoria, 41 years of age. David was very effective up here at the Shell Touring Car round earlier on, won the Privateers Dash, and he actually beat Greg Crick, the man he's partnering today in the Alcare Commodore. But yeah, really nicely built car, ex-Larry Perkins car, Rob Benson Chevy engines, very small team. Car mostly prepared and team managed by Bobby Tyndall, former New South Wales sports sedan racer, and he does a great job at screwing together a good car, and as you can see, the results are here.
Alcare have followed Bobby Tyndall everywhere he's been, I think.
Running in the top 10, and that's nothing to sneeze at this level of competition.
Car 75 on screen. That's the Valvoline Auto Pro entry, Max Dumsley and Kerry Bailey.
Fascinating thing about this, Wilco, this is the other car that's running a John Sidney prepared engine. This thing's run like faultlessly all day, and Seaton had that rocker failure so early in the race. It's just extraordinary how your luck can change with two apparently equal pieces of equipment.
Well, it wouldn't be for all the lack of any love and attention that would have gone into it, Mark, that it is the luck of the draw with some of those components. They fail at the worst time.
Max Dumsney, 37-year-old, the rookie, making his debut at Bathurst this year, and doing a great job, currently running in 14th position in the Valvoline Auto Pro Falcon. A powering on toward the finish.
And back at the front of the race, it's still Greg Murphy in the #1 Mobile HRT car, leading, maintaining that buffer, 35 to 37 seconds lead.
Very, very close to the back of the pack leader Falcon there, hustling him under brakes. Very impatient Greg Murphy trying to keep this pace up. The gap 38 seconds over Dick Johnson.
Yes, I thought that was probably a little aggressive, considering Johnson isn't on his back bumper bar. He took a bit of a chance there.
Top man for HRT, John Crennan, would have just had a little heart palpitation there, Andy Raymond.
Yeah, John Crennan, a very happy man. John, firstly, with the Holden Racing team, obviously you're happy thus far.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
You're obviously happy with the way things
Oh,
are
yeah,
going
delighted.
thus far.
Very good. Just taking it one lap at a time, though.
You've been around motor racing long enough to realise there's still 20 odd or so laps to go.
Yeah, and there's a few cars left out there as well, and I'm disciplining myself to not think about the end, but just taking it a lap at a time.
John, you're also the top man over at Holden Special Vehicles. From a corporate point of view, Craig Lowndes winning today, what does that do for sales?
Well, I guess this business is about building your brand and building the brand character and strengthening that, and also about confidence. You know, dealer staff, General Motors staff. Confidence helps sell, and I can only hope that we might see a nice blip in the graph during the course of the week if things come our way.
Well, we certainly wish you all the best, and by the looks of things, something's just about to happen down here at the HRT pit. John Crennan, thanks for your time.
Yes, thank you very much, John. Now, let's take a look at how the speeds have stacked up down Conrod Straight today. Earlier part of the day, of course, was, I was going to say washout, almost literally. But we've had, as we've seen with some of the cars, clocking incredible speeds, not coming anywhere close to what Glenn Seaton managed to post in the top 10 qualifying yesterday, where he was the first man ever to exceed 300 Ks. But you can see Thomas Mazera and Craig Lowndes have been equally the fastest down Conrod Straight today, clocking speeds up to 286 kilometres per hour. Glenn Seaton at 285, Neil Crompton at 283, and Larry Perkins at 282 kilometres. That is flying, and considering that it was wet for a large part of the day, and these times, quick times have only been posted in the latter part, those speeds are incredible. And keep in mind, with a full race trim, tyres and fuel, etc., it's not surprising they couldn't approach the 300k mark.
Yeah, very impressive. When you think about Alan Moffat, these cars, 1,350 kilograms. If you know how aerodynamic they are, that they can push that amount of air in a straight line. Let's look at this replay. A bit of an incident up on the mountain earlier.
Tyre power turn at Forest Elbow. Looks like car 44.
Yep, that's the Melrose Terry Shield Commodore.
This is the Fairfax Community Newspaper's entries. Kissed both walls, one in, one out.
That's just terrible when you see that. And Mal is just doing this thing on such a shoestring. He only had one engine. If this engine had gone, he wouldn't have even started in the race. And to have it end that way is just tragic for a privateer.
He didn't lose the wheel. The front suspension folded up on the left-hand side, and he was lucky to hold it as well as he did.
Here's the pace car, and this is what they've been waiting for, particularly down in the Dick Johnson and Tony Longhurst camp, I can guarantee it.
Well, this can sandwich up the, will sandwich up the front of the field.
Well, John Crennan will feel that he has just put the moz on himself. I don't think he'll never ever do an interview again in his life with a lead, with one of his cars in the lead.
Well, it will be interesting when they have this sprint toward the end of the race, because looking at Johnson's times, he's been really, really pushing Murphy.
Pace car on the track for the fourth time today in the great race, the AMP Bathurst 1000. We're on lap 140 out of 161. After 6 hours, 11 minutes of racing, it's going to be a slow race, relatively, because of the atrocious weather earlier and because of the number of mishaps that that have occurred throughout the race. Car 18, Tom Kendall, unless there was a driver change there that I didn't see. No, Tom Kendall still at the wheel, the American driver, as it rejoins the queue behind the pace car. And the pace car will be waving cars through. Let's look at the top right of the screen. Melrose, car 44, right up the wall, and then just tore the side out of the car, coming down straight across tyre power turn at Forest Elbow, nose into the wall on this side of the circuit. And they are now hauling that aboard the truck to get it off the circuit. The pace car will be out at least another lap or two, I would say. The Whitman's Chocolate's light ship hovering above Bathurst as we take you down to pit lane with Andy Raymond.
Thanks very much, Gary, and that's motor racing, Greg Murphy. You just said the first 140 laps really meant very little.
Well, that's right. We come down to the last 20 and, you know, anything's possible. Look at Glenn last year, but we're looking really good. The car's great, feeling comfortable, and, you know, we stuck Craig back in to finish it off, and I'm sure he'll do a good job.
How's the heart rate at the moment?
It's coming down, slowly, of course. But, no, I felt really good out there that time. The first time I had a few problems, but this one I really felt comfortable. And as I said, the Bridgestones were working well, and the engine was fantastic, and I think we got no problems, hopefully.
Greg Murphy, yet another outstanding drive. Hats off to you. Let's go to Richard Hay, who's with John Bow.
Thanks, AJ. And it's usually this stage of the race. I'm watching Dick Johnson pacing around with you in the car.
Yeah, it makes a nice change, doesn't it? The last few years when we've been in a strong position, I've actually been in the car, but this time it just worked out that Dick is, and because the first stint went for so long, but he's doing a tremendous job. I mean, for a guy that's 52 years old, it is just an absolute credit to him, and I know he'll bring it home really strong.
He'll love you for saying all that. I noticed that that you've got a bit of a problem with communication with the car, and they were holding boards out to say to Dick, you know, you're going to stay in the car or whatever.
Yeah, I think that some water got in the radios or something early in the piece when it was so wet, and we've been communicating by sign language, but the guys in the team are doing a marvellous job, and you know, all the calls have been very good, so it really hasn't hindered us that much.
Now, when the pace car pulls off, is Dick going to be able to stay with Craig Lowndes?
Well, I don't know, mate. I mean, we've really struggled to keep up with them all day. They've had the best combination all year, but I'm sure he'll give it 120% and, you know, see what happens.
Thanks, John.
Well, that's what's left of the Fairfax Community Newspaper's entry. Car 44, Melrose Terry Shield, bad luck, out of action. That's brought the pace car out. Back at the AMP Bathurst 1000, there is consternation and some amount of drama. The pace car is still out there, but there is controversy because Neil Crompton in the number 7 Coca-Cola car for 1, and Larry Perkins in the number 11 Castrol Konica entry are both stuck behind the pace car, I think also along with the Alcare entry, and feel that they should have been waved past, I think quite rightly, and are going to be very, very disadvantaged if the race restarts this way. I don't know whether we'll be able to pick up Neil Crompton and just find out his views on the matter, but you can see it there for yourself. The pace car followed through by Larry Perkins, then Neil Crompton. Yes, there is car 49, the Alcare entry. Those 3 cars queued up ahead of Craig Lowndes in the lead car.
The way I understood these pace car regulations, once the field was all queued up bumper to bumper, they would let the excess cars pass until the race winner was up behind the car.
Hey, Neil Crompton, what's going on there?
I don't know, mate, but somebody's lost their calculator.
Well, absolutely, because, I mean, the number 1 car should be right behind the pace car. You should have been waved through.
Yeah, I know. I've got my best man on the job. Larry savaged them around the ankles, but this is just ridiculous. Well, we may as well park this thing. It's a waste of time.
If they go back to racing, Neil, you're effectively a lap down.
Oh, it's just crap. But I mean, you know, I've seen this sort of garbage here before. We'd like to find somebody in this country who understands a pace car one day.
Well, we get told what we have to do like we're in kindergarten during the drivers' meetings, Neil, and now it's the officialdom that don't know their own rules.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but I guess my heart beats up a little bit, so I should be careful what I say. But yeah, anyway.
Okay, Neil.
Next subject.
Well, apart from that, as you said, you may as well park if the restart goes ahead this way.
Well, I'll drive the backside of the thing, but what's the point?
Yeah.
You know, we've just been seriously dudded. I don't understand it.
It does look as if the pace car is going around another time just to compose itself,
You guys
Neil.
still there? I've lost you.
Okay, yeah, we're having, as we said earlier, because of the conditions that have applied here today, we have had some communication problems with cars as they head up the mountain. So we'll leave Neil Crompton to stew there because nobody does it better than he does, let me tell you. And he was very well controlled, I've got to say, because he does let off a head of steam when he's got the just cause.
Well, you can imagine how frustrating it is, though, sitting in that car, you're all pumped up, and you're ready for the big run to the flag, and officialdom is boxing you in. Well, that's the ruling, the fact that the HRT car pitted as soon as that pace car came out. I figure that's its rightful position. And the 3 cars in front will remain. So there's sure to be some bluing after this race is over, I'm sure, as the various teams and officials agree or agree to disagree.
Well, 19 laps to go. It's going to be on for young and old here for at least 10 of them. Here he comes.
Safety car down pit lane. Green flag is waving. And your race leader is the 4th car in that pack, Craig Lowndes, the HRT Commodore. If he blasts past these 3 up ahead, put another lap on them. Here he comes.
He's pulling out to do it.
Ducking down the inside of the Alcare Commodore.
Got that one.
And 2 level 1 teams ahead of him. Green flag conditions, and here comes Craig Lowndes. Larry Perkins trying to put as much space between himself and the mobile car. Compton goes with him.
Here we come up onto Repco corner. Tight right-hander down to 3rd gear. Take the flow through here. There's somebody in trouble. He had cold tires or a failure.
That was Greg Crick, I think, the Alcare car.
He missed that corner no matter what the problem was, but it could have been cold tires, and he just flung her to the right, and it hasn't responded. But we're on board.
Craig Lowndes with a big job here because he's now going to try and muscle his way past 2 yes, it was the Alcare car.
Oh, no. Might be another safety car in a minute.
Well, could be. Well, they could probably get this one back there off the exit
push
road.
It down that escape road, Gary, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, looks like the damage to the front spoiler. He has collected the tyre wall there. You can see substantial damage on the left front corner.
Yes, he's crumpled it.
The marshals aren't going to move it. They don't look like they're getting too active to roll that car in. Meanwhile,
I don't envy Craig Lowndes here because he's the race leader, but he's got to get past 2 guys who are feeling a little bit aggro.
I don't think Neil is going to be very accommodating somehow.
Crompton will be furious.
Not that he needs to be at any time, but he'll be aggro at the moment. And that's going to be a wide Commodore, wide Coke can to get by.
So Lowndes gets very close to the Coke Commodore as they come out of tyre power turn and fire down Conrod Straight. 143 laps completed of the 1996 AMP Bathurst 1000. Safety car.
Yes, the lights are flashing. The safety car's coming back.
This is looking like Daytona.
You can take race cam. Looking out the side of the Coke Commodore. Lowndes fires past, and I'm sure the crew will be onto their radio sets straight away to tell him there's another safety car lap.
And as we said, that's already put Crompton down 1 lap, that passing manoeuvre there.
Sure has. Now he's got Larry Perkins, his final victim, currently running the 6th position, and if he sneaks past him, he'll go down another lap as well. But safety car on the track. It'll be interesting to see what they do with the traffic this time around. So up toward Shell Helix turn once again. Perkins through, Lowndes in pursuit. Lights ablaze. And it really has been a continuation of the Holden Racing team steamroller. Blitz the Australian Touring Car Championship, blitz the Sandown 500, and it looks like the blitz is continuing at Mount Panorama. Now, what's Perkins going to do?
He's pulling up alongside to give this bloke a mouthful.
Why don't you guys just wake up?
Perkins would have given him an earful. I think the window might have been up on the jackaroo.
Calling car 11, we didn't get that message.
Now, the other thing I don't understand is he's got his arm out there looking like he's going to wave the traffic on the way. I understood the pace car rules that they installed a green light on the car, and when the green light came on, that was your indication to pass.
I understood it was almost like a flashing beacon that they were supposed to laserize the driver behind them to say, wake up and get by.
Well, you did right, Alan. They have a green light there, and when you see the green light flash on, 1 car passes, but you have to wait again for another green light for the 2nd car.
Oh, okay. Well, that could be fairly tedious, but...
Larry, you can hear him talking on his microphone to his crew.
I'm glad we can't hear what he's saying.
I can hear some screaming, actually.
There'll be plenty of words we couldn't run on air, I'm sure.
I think if we walked outside, we could probably hear him.
Yeah. Well, there's the tray going up to retrieve the Alcare car. And
without doubt, this is going to be the longest race we've seen in a decade or so.
And there's going to be a lot of bickering when after that checkered flag falls, I'm sure.
Well, officially, we're showing Lowndes, Johnson, Longhurst, Crompton, Brock, Perkins, Scape, Kendall, Noski, and Douglas in the top 10.
Yes, David Parsons in the Alcare Commodore. Just maybe cold tyres, Charlie.
No, it looks like front suspension.
Pace car is still on the track at Mount Panorama Bathurst, the AMP 1000. It's the 5th time it's been out today. It's been out so often, in fact, one of the primary pit crews involved in this great event have offered to do a tyre change and a refuel for them. John Bow in the pit lane talking to...
Alan Heafy.
Yeah, Alan Heafy from Coca-Cola.
Yeah, well, you can see what they're discussing.
Yes, the pace car situation, exactly.
Yeah, this will be going on thick and fast up and down pit lane. Guarantee it.
Lights are still flashing, so we won't have a race. Well, we may yet, because they could still turn them off as late as coming out of Caltech's chase. But as the position stands officially at the moment, it is still car number 1 leading the race. That's Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy in the HRT Commodore. Car 17 in second place, Dick Johnson, John Bowes' car. Car number 25, the Castrol Falcon of Tony Longhurst and Steve Ellery. They are the only 3 cars, or were the only 3 cars, on the front running lap. Then we've got car number 7, Coke Commodore with Neil Crompton driving. 05, Peter Brock in the second Mobile HRT entry, and Larry Perkins in car number 11, the Castrol Konica Commodore. They are going to go one more lap, apparently, behind the pace car.
Those last 3 you mentioned are a lap down.
Yes, those last 3 are a lap down. So we've only got 3 cars on the front running lap.
Lowndes, Johnson and Longhurst spread out amongst this queue. Lowndes absolutely in the box seat.
Andy Raymond has rounded up Wayne Gardner to seek his views on the matter.
Yeah, you just mentioned only 3 cars on the lead lap, and Wayne Gardner's got the eyes that could kill, and I must admit, I do not blame you one bit, mate.
No, it's pretty disappointing. I don't know what the stewards are doing here. They got it totally wrong. They set a rule, and the rules are that they bring it up to the leader behind the pace car and they let everyone through. Why didn't they let the 3 of us through? They held Larry back, they held the old car and our car, and of course then another car shunted off, and now we're behind 1 lap down because of all that. That was just totally not on, and they've got it totally wrong. And I don't know what they're doing up there. They obviously need a pair of glasses, all of them.
Has anyone from Wayne Gardner Racing or Coca-Cola gone up and approached the officials, and what was their reaction?
I don't know. Alan's gone up there because I yelled at Alan. I said, get up there and see what's happening, and he's barked back at me. So he said there's nothing he can do. Obviously, the stewards can't count. They need to get back to school and need a pair of glasses as well. So thanks, guys.
I tell you what, you only have to listen to the reaction of the people around here. The televisions are on in all the pit studios. And Wayne Gardner, I don't think we've heard the last of this.
Oh, absolutely not. You know, it's pretty disappointing. You know, we've put in like 8 hours of driving today, and we're pretty exhausted, all of us. And poor old Cromley's doing a double stint out there at the end. And then, of course, they do these sort of silly acts. And it's very, very disappointing, you know.
Actually, we've just got through. The officials claim they've read the rule book and they claim they're right.
Well, then everyone else seems to think we're right. So someone's right and somebody's wrong, but I think we're right and they're wrong.
I think we'll be going into the final rounds a little bit later on tonight. Wayne Gardner, we thank you for your time.
Bone of contention here is going to be the Lowndes pit stop when that car came in and out, though, isn't it? That's what it all hinges on.
That's right. If the Lowndes car had stayed out, then the Coca-Cola car would have been waved through. But I don't think it is fair that the car was on the same lap, and because of that system, they need to look at the re-ruling of the pace car.
How can you be disadvantaged because of something you didn't do?
Exactly. So it is wrong, and they need to look at those rules.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is idiocy.
Well, Richard Hay with another view on this drama is Russell Ingall in pit lane.
Thank you, Mark, and another view. I mean, another victim. What's it all about?
I can't believe it. The first when the pace car was out, the one before this one, Larry and one of the Coke cars should have been in Crompton, should have been flagged through, but they held him behind, so they restarted, and that's all good. And they've let Larry go now, so I mean we've picked up the lap that we should have had before. But even still, there seems, you know, no one seems to know who's winning it at this stage. I think the number 1 car is winning it, but from there, who knows? You're still a lap down, and can you give me some idea of what Larry had to say over the radio? Have you got a bleeper on this? I'll tell you what, it was. He invented a few new words out there. Well, now last year I think the pace cars did work in your favour a little bit, but that really hasn't been the case this year, has it? No, not really. I mean, you know, it's we needed one more and perhaps one less pit stop a bit earlier on, and it would have put us in the hunt. But you know, I don't think we had the ultimate pace today. But you know, it's not over yet. We're still going to keep going. That's the way it goes sometimes. Thanks, mate.
Yes, Russell Ingall. Nigel Greenway, our chief statistician, has told me the reason why they've probably done that is because the HRT came into the pits. There's Alan Heafy talking to Ken Potter, secretary of TIGA, the Touring Car Entrance Group. So there's plenty of discussion going down in pit lane. But getting back to what Nigel, his theory on it was that the HRT car pitted so early, the pace car hadn't actually crossed the line to start the lap when the HRT car pitted. So what the officials are saying is that's the position they were in before the pace car came out. And that's what they've maintained. But boy, this is going to get argued for hours after this race.
And for weeks afterwards.
Pace car is off. This is a restart on lap 147.
So, you may be upset in pit lane, but there's not too many people upset about the performance of HRT in the HRT pit. Look at the way Lowndes is absolutely bolted on the green. 147 laps completed. Look at that. He's opened up 10, 20 car lengths on him as they swing up through Repco Bend.
He's very good on these restarts. He's done this quite a number of times. He wasn't too shabby at Sandown. And it is the mark of a real driver that can capitalize on every situation. And he certainly takes advantage. Admittedly, in the lead position, he should be able to do something. But lots of times drivers don't always capitalize as well as they can on that advantage.
Here's a man in second position, Dunlop Race Cam, riding aboard with Dick Johnson in Shell FAA number 17. That's Neil Crompton up ahead, but Crompton is, of course, a lap down in fourth position. So Lowndes in first. Here's the man in second. Longhurst behind him, all on 147 laps.
Yeah, well, Dick will want to be getting by here. He's monitoring Neil at the moment. He's prepared to take a go and have a stab over. Brave move. That takes nerve. That really does. That's not fun going over Skyline and off his line, but nicely executed. And here we are looking through Coke Race Cam down into tire power.
Whoa! Oh, there's one trying to sneak down the inside of Crompton there. Seager, Gibson car. The traffic sorts itself out, so there's Lowndes sprinting ahead. Johnson in second position. And we're just looking for the Castrol Falcon of Tony Longhurst. That's your third place car. But look at this gaggle battling as they fight. 280 kilometres an hour down Conrod Straight, sorting out for positions. Crompton holding his position against the cars coming through on a charge.
Well, that's the first time we've seen the sun all day. It's been a bit late getting here. Normally supposed to rise in the morning, but we'll take every ray we can get at the moment. So Neil Crompton taking this freight train through up onto Pit Straight as we ride with Peter Brock with AMP Race Cam.
Oh, look at that sun. Both you guys, Alan Moffat and Charlie O'Brien, the last few laps at this place with the sun in the window must be very difficult.
Yes, they're supposed to have your screen across, but the regulations only allow that 400 millimeters, which is about 4 inches. You can see here with the view that Peter's got, not much of a sun visor.
Well, Mark, I don't think the sun's ever been this low before.
It is getting on, isn't it?
Normally, we've been on the way to the airport by this time.
20 minutes to 5.
So here we go, up the shelf again. Brake lights on in front. Peter Brock dabbing it down. He'll reach for second gear here on the approach to BP Cutting. Fade it through. Up the shelf to third. Finley Gate to the right. Missed the curve. He had a big moment here about this time of the race a year or so ago and went in backwards. He'll be remembering that. So even at the late stages of this race, concentration paramount.
So these two cars up ahead of him. Lap traffic. He's trying to push his way through. Brock currently in fifth position. 1 lap down on his teammate Lowndes. And indeed Johnson and Longhurst in second and third position. Lowndes has opened it up 4.1 seconds, the gap over Johnson. That time around 8.02 over Longhurst. So Lowndes, as expected, fresh and fast in the final sprint to the flag. Brock, damaged car.
Peter Brock's mobile car there would be a little slow down the straight with the aerodynamic drag that it's got in that front section. Wouldn't be good through the air.
Down toward Caltech's chase. Crompton sticks it over the white line. Here comes Brock. 05. Thought he had an excellent chance, and he did have an excellent chance of victory here today. I think the cards just haven't quite fallen their way, had that damage.
The beauty of this formula is that 12 cars had an excellent chance of winning. It wasn't a lay-down misère for anybody, and that certainly unfolded.
Craig Lowndes on
Listen
the
to
attack.
the cheers.
Yes.
Look at the crowd.
They're all starting to warm up now. It's only a lap 149. But they can sense a victory for HRT. Johnson trying as hard as he can, but Lowndes is just devastating. A 2:13.16. Johnson just did a 2:15.49. That's the difference. in performance at this late stage of the day. Johnson trying very hard, 6.47 seconds the gap, but the HRT car is just a jet.
Well, Dick's got thousands of miles around here, thousands of laps, so many tens of thousands of miles and kilometers. He'll know how far he can take this Shell Falcon and it'll be on the limit.
Well, by his reckoning, he's done about 13,000 kilometres around this circuit.
Well, that's a fairly good cab fall. I'm sure flag fall for a cab. He'll pick up a reasonable return.
And don't forget, Lowndes isn't home and hosed yet. I think the tragedy that befell Seaton last year has really woken up people to the fact that this race is not over until that checkered flag falls. It's a very demanding circuit. The equipment is very tired, the drivers are tired, everything's pushed to the limit, and the chances of something going wrong in the last few laps are always there. But that is Lowndes' best lap, in fact, that 2:13.16, so that's a show of the superiority of HRT at Bathurst today. 149 laps completed, he fires off at 2:13.16.
That's a little bit like Peter Brock in 1978. On the last lap of the race, he set the lap record.
Yep, and that's when you know you've got the equipment and the team and the backup to be able to push the car that hard every step of the way.
Greg Murphy with the HRT crew in the pit looking on as Lowndes endeavours and is not only endeavouring to do it, but stretching this gap now over Dick Johnson, screaming through the Caltex chase. This car has looked pretty much bulletproof.
Well, they have kept it on the island, and that's terribly important. Lifting a wheel there, he's certainly driving it. He's not fooling around. He's obviously quite happy with it. He can't be over revving it. The rev limit is set at 7.5. All cars have to meet that criteria, but he is just driving the car, and quite happily so. Here's a view from Dick Johnson with the sun in his eyes, but he's got his eyes on as he accelerates.
He's pulled another quick one out. He's closed the gap that time, 2:14.6. But Lowndes still in the 13s at 2:13.85. So the gap 7.2 seconds. Lowndes is absolutely creaming the opposition here. 150 laps completed. Only Lowndes, Johnson and Longhurst on the lead lap.
Yes, and there's a further 10 seconds from Dick Johnson back to Tony Longhurst in that third slot.
Certainly no disgrace to take second in this race, but Dick's got his eyes on that Commodore in front of him, concentrating to the nth degree up through the cutting.
11 laps remaining.
He's an amazing character, isn't he, Alan Moffat? When you
well, I've always found him very pleasant. I can't say a bad word against him, and I certainly admire the fact that I know what I felt like when I had my 50th birthday. So for him to be out there pumping this car around the way he has today, he's got my vote.
Third place man Tony Longhurst sharing the 25 Castrol Falcon with Steve Ellery today, which has been an enormous effort on their part as well. And Ellery put in a double stint in the middle of the day behind the wheel. Such is the confidence that Tony Longhurst has got in him at 22 years of age. Longhurst, previous race winner here in 1988 in a Ford Sierra, and now in this Ford Falcon with Steve Ellery, looking good at the present time for at least a third-placed finish. One of only 3 cars on the front running lap. Lowndes, Johnson, Longhurst, they're the top 3.
And a great finish for Yokohama. They've struggled along with the other tire companies behind Bridgestone this year. And okay, Dunlop have won it for the last 3 years. But it is nice to see Tony Longhurst up there. He's had Yokohama support throughout his career, and they've been stalwart supporters of his team, and good on them for getting a finish here today.
Well, not only a finish, but if they can get a podium, it'll be such a thrill for this team. They're only a small team, and Tony Longhurst certainly has embraced this domestic Group A category with great enthusiasm, thoroughly enjoys his motorsport, and the boys up there at Queensland and the Gold Coast always screw together a very good car. 10 laps to go for our race leader, Craig Lowndes, as we begin the countdown to the checkered flag in the 1996 AMP Bathurst 1000. There's the men leading the race. Craig Lowndes.
Repco corner. Up the hill. This is one of the steeper parts of the circuit. Up to BP cutting. Still a little further to go before we get to what we'd consider the top of the mountain. Just slide it over to the left onto the white line. Get a nice neat line through here to the right, and then fade to the left. Doesn't hit that curve. A last thing he wants to be doing at this stage of the race is touching any curbs. Through Castrol Curve, and beautifully again right up to the white line, and very close to the curve there.
There's team manager Jeff Gretsch, and just behind him Holden Motorsport manager John Stevenson. Everyone riding with this car as they file off these last few laps. Tremendous amount of energy by GMH behind Holden Racing Team, and I would love to bring home a winner in '96.
Well, we mustn't discount that factor either. You know, it is a very, very strong General Motors team, and with great support from Mobil and Telecom, they have been able to put a real group of fellows together that have done a fabulous job. They all have to get a pat on the back.
Just getting back to the pace car situation, for the benefit particularly of a lot of viewers who've been calling up, wanting to know just what the situation is and why it is the way it is. Yes, the officials here have interpreted the regulation correctly. If the race leader falls into the pits at that same time, then it's the next car that forms up in the queue behind the pace car. The regulation ought to be changed. The fact is, though, that's the regulation as it applies at this moment, and it's correct.
They'll have to take it to Paris and put it on the agenda for the next World Motorsport Council and get a little sense back into the regulation.
Well, you can never forget the terrible scenes here in 1992 when Jim Richards and Mark Scaife were declared the winners just because of that red flag condition that the race is called the lap previous to the red flag.
That was the regulation. They inherited it, but not very popular.
Let's check the full grid as the race stands at this moment as we count down with 9 laps remaining. Lowndes and Murphy lead in car number 1. The HRT Commodore Johnson Bow in second place. Car 17 for Shell FAI. Car 25 is third. The only 3 cars on the lead lap. Longhurst Ellery in that third vehicle, the Castrol Falcon. Gardner Crompton, car 7 in fourth place. Brockma 005 in fifth place. Sixth place Perkins Ingle in the Castrol Konica entry, car number 11. Car 2, Scaife and Cullen is in 7th spot. Johnson Kendall are in 8th in car 18. Walden Noski, car number 6, holding down 9th. And Neesmith and Douglas in the Synovus Falcon in 10th place.
Just out of the top 10, Romano and Madecki in the remaining pack leader Ford. Dumsney and Bailey in the Valvoline Auto Pro Ford. Billman and Cotter, good effort that in the M3 Motorsport Commodore 13th. 14th, Smurden and Weeks battling on in the Challenge Motorsport Commodore. Seaton and Parsons hanging on in 15th. 16th, Palmer and Peters motoring on. O'Brien and Callahan in 17th. 18th, car 49. Well, Crick and Parsons were out on lap 139. Taylor and Bell in the Xerox Shop Commodore 19th. The 20th, Conway and Pope.
Getting into the battlers at the tail end of the field, Rose and Shield. Well, battlers, they're out on lap 132. Poole and Gazard went out the same lap. Wilmington Cedars out on lap 122. Faulkner Harrington out after 119 laps. Ashby and Reed out on lap 116. Kendrick and Full, actually Ashby and Reed are still out there circulating intermittently. Kendrick and Full out on lap 99, McLeod's out on 85, Waldock and Park out on 78, Finnegal and McCall out on 37, Richards, Jim and Stephen out on lap 33, and Jones and Grice flamed out on 25, Brad Jones and Tony Scott lap 23, Russell and Shaw along with Trimble and Hathard out on lap 4, and Larkham and McConville started all of this on lap 3. The great race is running up when we resume.
Yep, getting back to the race. A late pit stop for Brock. Not sure what that was for, but they have been having a few little technical hitches with this car. Maybe just a little tweak of a screw or tighten of a bolt. Make sure the car got home.
A bit more than that, I think, but nevertheless, very hard to keep 2 cars running at the pace that's required to run 1-2. And the mere fact that the Holden race team have still got 2 cars running, I think is a credit to their operation. Pretty well battle-scarred. We don't normally see Peter Brook's cars looking this bad or different. Not that it looks that bad, it looks just battered.
Last few years haven't been good for Peter up here. 1994, of course, he had that lose when he was chasing first position. Had a big crunch against the concrete wall up here. Then he lost the car in the BP cutting during the top 10 last year. So things haven't been going too well for Brocky up here the last few years.
Well, it's harder and harder in the days when he had some, relatively easy wins against less professional teams. Now it is extremely tough, and he's finding it a little tougher than it used to be.
Apparently, moved from the pitch. Brocky had a bit of a spin back there. So we've got a bit of a replay here. You can see just in the back of the picture they're coming
more than a bit round the whole way.
We'll have a look at that from race cam as well. A bit of a moment, braking as he turns into Shell Helix corner, and round comes the back.
Well, he grabbed it quickly. He knew exactly what to do. He kept it on the tarmac. He didn't want to land up in that sand.
So he wasn't
recovered quickly from a bad shot.
So he wasn't coming out of the pits at all. He was just recovering from a spin there, a late race spin. Bev Brock, Peter's wife, watching on in the pits. These last laps, 6 laps to go for our race leader. So she hasn't got long to wait. And her husband, Peter Brock, currently running in 5th position. Johnson, race cam shows as he tries to sneak up the inside. Mark Scaife. Scaife currently running 7th.
Don't think it's the time of the day to take Dick Johnson on just quietly.
Well, Johnson is, of course, a lap up at this stage. So just trying to pick his way through the traffic as he unfolds these final few laps.
Quick look in his rearview mirror there just to see whether Escape was going to try it again.
There's the race cam view. Oh, there goes Seaton. A little bit of rivalry. No chance of winning the race, but starting to mix it up behind our 2nd place man. The gap, meanwhile, 9.42 seconds between Lowndes and Johnson that time around. Lowndes still digging deep, but not quite as deep at 2:14.9. Johnson slipped back to a 2:16.7 that time around. And if you haven't heard enough sensations from pit lane today, there's also speculation that Craig Lowndes may have exceeded the 3.5-hour limit maximum driving time for drivers in this race. 2/3 of the race distance is the maximum. Now, if Lowndes has exceeded that, well,
he'll get disqualified.
So there is plenty of politics and plenty of arguing to go on after this race, I'm sure. We'll try and get an update on that situation for you.
John Bow talking to Alan Horsley, and if anybody knows how to read a rule book, Alan Horsley will be up in that steward's room so fast.
Alan Horsley engineered 3 masterful victories for Mazda in the 12-hour production car race here, taken on as chief tactician for Dick Johnson Racing this year, and as Alan said, he's an expert at the rule book. And if there's any chance that Lowndes has exceeded the rules, they'll be pushing hard.
He won't have a chance if it can be shown. It won't be hard to calculate. It's only arithmetic we're talking about.
Well, word from the pits is that has been checked and it's okay.
Oh, here we have the Fort Credit passing Dick Johnson.
So plenty of last lap scares for HRT. 5 laps to go. So it looks like Lowndes is in the clear, not exceeding his driving time. There's team manager Jeff Grech.
5 laps to go, but it's still 5 laps, isn't it, Alan?
It is 5 laps. It's 5 laps where the valve springs. It's 5 laps where the wheel bearings. It's 5 laps where the gear levers. It's 5 laps where the agony.
And 5 laps where the fingernails.
Greg Lowndes hasn't had too many of these kind of races under his belt, but this will be one. He will now hear everything that is rattling in the whole world will be rattling under that Holden.
You'll think that the brake pedal's gone down a little bit and the tyres have gone off and maybe the steering wheel's not as straight. All those things will be coming through your head, won't it?
More than that, I'm afraid, Joe. And
Greg Murphy
riding with him. All the boys in the team.
24-year-old New Zealander put in a great effort partnering Craig Lowndes today. Got locked in some very intense battles with the competition and proved equal to the task. Very quick, very consistent laps. And that's what you need. You can't get away with anything less than that as a number 2 in this day and age.
Well, a great place to get a reputation established and to have come here from another country and establish himself. He can do what he wants with it now.
Well, talk about establishing reputations on the mountain. This is where this man was discovered at just 19 years of age. Take race cam once again. There's a little scrap between Mark Scaife and Dick Johnson. And Scaife, meanwhile, is battling for 7th position. Johnson is in 2nd, so maybe a little bit risky for Dick, as Dunlop race cam shows, mixing it up with a car that's a lap down.
He doesn't need this just at the moment, to tell you the truth, but that's not Mark's job to stand aside and let Dick have an open run.
Dick's pretty safe there in 2nd place. Tony's actually 14 seconds thereabouts behind in 3rd place, and that's actually gone out a second in the last few, so he's pretty safe for his 2nd place.
So the positions: Lowndes, Johnson, Longhurst, Crompton in 4th, Peter Brock in 5th, then it's Perkins, Scaife, Kendall, Noski, and Kenny Douglas in the Synovus Ford in 10th position. 4 laps to go for our race leader.
Here we go, up pit straight. we were on board with Dick Johnson. Now the view looking at Mark Scape bringing his Sega Commodore through. Dick Johnson, followed by the 201 Romano pack leader car. It's a pity about his windscreen wiper motor failing on him to finish here after the other team car having a disastrous fire is nice for the team. Obviously could have been higher up without that stop in the rain. Yet, Mark.
No, and the speculation just will not go away from Holden Racing Team. I've just heard from the pits from Chief Tactician for Dick Johnson Racing, Alan Horsley. He's saying that if this race runs any later than 12 minutes past 5, there's a very good chance that Lowndes will have bypassed that 3.5 hour or 2/3 of race distance limit in the driving seat.
Well, that would be a hard way to lose a race. It'd be a moral victory, but it won't be a record book victory if that's the case.
There's also a bit of discussion about Murphy passing Crompton on the straight when the safety car was out and they're under yellow flag conditions. So there's all sorts of rumours flying around in the pits at the moment. It will be sorted out at the end of the race, no doubt. So let's wait for this race to unfold. The stewards and the drivers can sort that out.
That last lap, Craig was about 2 seconds faster than Dick Johnson, so he's still got the pressure on and he's not backing off.
Yeah, he wants to get away from him. He wants to let Dick know that there's no way he can catch him. I think Craig Lowndes remembers when he was behind the Shell car to take second spot in this race a couple of years ago, and now he's saying, I'd like to turn it the other way around. 3 laps to go. Here he comes up pit straight.
Listen to the crowd.
Low through there, the Holden fans cheering him on right up to the ripple strip. Still driving this car extremely efficiently. 2:15.04. Not exactly cruising.
Haven't the fans embraced this young man, Alan? I remember when I was at Mallala this year for the touring car round after he clinched the title, and there was a sea of people around. It must have been 20 deep pushing to get autographs from Lowndes. And I remember just hearing, as I walked past the crowd, one guy saying, "Isn't this fantastic? This is the best thing that happened to Australian motorsport." And it does seem to happen because the level of media interest the guy has attracted, and particularly the interest from young motorsport fans, has been phenomenal.
Yes, it is, and it's not by accident. He's done extremely well. He's won the Australian Touring Car Championship and won the Sandown 500. If he takes out Bathurst, the Triple Crown, so to speak, hasn't been done by too many people. Has been done, but not by too many people. In very select company at a very young age, and with a great company, Tom Walkinshaw owner, with his connections in Europe. If he can't escalate this, nobody could.
Earlier this year, he signed a mammoth 10-year management deal with TWR, or Tom Walkinshaw Racing. The plan is that next year, Craig will go over and compete in Formula 3000, which is basically the next category below Formula 1, and a well-known feeder category for future Formula 1 stars. So Lowndes looking well and truly on the way to the top. Dunlop Race Cam, as we peel off the final laps with Dick Johnson, still working very hard at 2:15 dead for Lowndes that time around. Johnson at 2:15.8, still 0.8 of a second behind Lowndes that time around. The HRT car still has his measure, 13.1 seconds the gap, so Lowndes building it all the time.
I think this is a great finish for the Shell team, and really they've been unhappy with their Dunlop tires this particular race. The Kobe earthquake created havoc with the production for Dunlop, and the Bridgestone tires always seem to be superior throughout the day. It was demoralizing for them, but they worked away on their car, and up here in second place can't be sneezed at.
2 laps to go for our race leader, Craig Lowndes. He's just passed our commentary position, and here's Dick Johnson in second place, so 13.1 seconds the gap.
Well, I think Dunlop actually found some the English bred tyres for him to run on in today's race.
Well, that's fair enough too. They had to get them from England, and they had to work it out that was a stopgap. What I'm saying is they're not happy with their production run out of Japan at the moment. Bridgestone have been superior. This team didn't give up. They worked away on their chassis. They built the car around the tires. They've made the best they could, and I think it's a very creditable finish.
It certainly is.
Lowndes still pushing consistently in the mid 14-second bracket. Johnson out to a 17.3 that time. The gap now 15.8 seconds. So Lowndes will build it Apparently all the way to the checkered flag. Less than 2 laps to go for our race leader. Johnson in second position.
Well, Dick knows that second's better than nothing, and he's had second here a couple of times. No disgrace.
This will be such a great result if Tony Longhurst and Stephen Ellery can climb that podium in just 2 laps' time to take third position in this year's race. Really has been a struggle for Tony, but his sponsors have stuck by him through thick and thin, and he's pulled out the goods at the important part of the year.
He's a fabulous driver. He won the BMW Driver of the Year when he was still driving BMWs, but he's switched over to this category, and he elected to drive a Falcon. Keep it going, and he's done extremely well here today. You have to prepare the car to win. You can't, if you can't prepare it to win, you're never going to finish.
Yeah, he's put together a great package, and his interesting part of his technical team, he's got Ralph Bellamy, the former Formula One designer, on staff on a freelance basis, but Ralph has been giving them an enormous amount of input, particularly on suspension development, which is so critical in these cars. And
Yes.
Ralph's input certainly has paid off, because this car has got better and better as the season's progressed.
They're not just flashy paint jobs and some fat tires. These cars have got a lot of work. They're very, very complex, very, very fiddly, and tremendously expensive.
And the guy I'm really happy for is Stephen Ellery. A lot of the spotlight is on Craig Lowndes, and there's no doubt Craig has done a sensational job. But I thought Ellery's double stint was fantastic too for the 22-year-old. 1 lap to go. Last lap, 6.2 kilometres of Mountain Panorama for Craig Lowndes as he sets off in the number 1 Mobile Commodore. Shot from the Whitman's Chocolate Lightship. It's been following the racing all day, giving these spectacular views of Mount Panorama. And Lowndes comes up to complete his final climb, and look at the flag marshal spectators cheering him on.
They might be worried about anything that can happen yet, but the one thing they won't be worrying about is what's in that engine. That Mobil 1 will be serving them extremely well, and has done so all day long in all types of temperatures. Here he comes up the shelf to BP Cutting. Murphy sweating it out.
It's much harder for the co-driver.
Well, it is, and he's got more time to think about his emotions. The driver is still caught up in what he has to do, and he's got his mind switched off. He's focused on nothing until he sees that checkered flag.
Well, it's been a record-breaking season. Listen to the crowd as Lowndes brings it across the mountain for the final time. 46,000 fans, a lot of Holden ones amongst them, cheering this young man home. He's only the second man in touring car history to win the Australian Touring Car Championship, Sandown and Bathurst in the same year. The only other man to do it was illustrious teammate Peter Brock, twice in 1978 and 1980. So he's following his footsteps. Look at the nerves of Greg Murphy. He's only half a lap to go, but he knows that it's not over until it's over.
Well, this is the Motor Racing Grand Final, and boy, oh boy, what a final we've had here today under atrocious conditions earlier, and now finishing off in the sunlight. A beautiful finish.
He'll also be the youngest ever winner of the great race, Craig Lowndes, at just 22 years of age, undercut Mark Scaife, the former record holder, at 24. And this is also the youngest ever winning combination in the history of the great race. So all sorts of records being broken here today for Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy in the Holden Racing Team Commodore. So braking for the final time through Caltex Chase. One more corner to come up as Lowndes will get on that middle pedal, brake and swing on to pit straight. The crowd cheering him on, 46,000 fans. He gives a wave and he points it up toward the checkered flag, and Craig Lowndes wins the 1996 AMP Bathurst 1000. And surprise, surprise, the crew are ecstatic.
Cheers and jubilation, and so they should. The effort that goes into a winning operation is just enormous.
Here's our second place man, Dick Johnson, not disgraced today. They pushed HRT hard every step of the way. Dick Johnson takes second place, and Tony Longhurst will come up to take third in the Castrol Ford. Fourth place should be Neil Crompton and the Coke Commodore Peter Brock in 05. Lowndes now steering back toward the rear of the pits. The driveway there lined with fans cheering for the young man.
All the cars into Parc Fermé. They're all locked up. They're all under scrutineering control now. Mechanics are not allowed to go near the cars. They drive them around the back of the pits here. They shouldn't stop the car. There doesn't want to be anything to be seen that those cars were touched at all until they're locked up in the Parc Fermé. Tony Longhurst, beautiful job.
Third place man gives the big thumbs up to the crew, and that's a great effort. Third place. Just finishing this race, as Alan Moffat or Charlie O'Brien will tell you, is hard enough to win it. and to even get on the podium. Look at Murphy, he's so emotional, he's crying. He just can't believe that he's won Australia's greatest race.
Certainly those cars they'd fare a lot better if they could do a slow-down lap to cool down, because when they park them now, the discs are going to burn holes in just about everything.
It is a short circuit, but they found on times past that the crowd jump the fence, they get down on, and they can't get them back. It is important for everybody to feel that the cars are inspected after the race, so they've elected to do that.
Great scenes here as the HRT team personnel, media, commentators, everyone's in there slapping them on the back. Greg Murphy, the young 24-year-old New Zealander, and he's done a great job. There's his teammate Craig Lowndes, and it'll be absolutely euphoric in the HRT team after this. And Craig Lowndes makes his way back, and I can just imagine the scenes up on the podium in a few moments' time.
Larry is being ushered into a parking spot, and the car will be weighed, the engine will be checked, the fuel tanks will be checked.
Now it's we need to get out of the car. Now all of a sudden he's famous. Walk down victory lane with the media. Look at the fans. They're getting down there nice and early to get the best spot and a bit of a spray of champagne. One half of the winning duo, Greg Murphy, waiting for his 22-year-old teammate, Craig Lowndes. The youngest winning combination in Bathurst history will take the podium. Well, look at these amazing scenes. Chants of Holden, Holden, Holden. There's plenty of Holden fans here today.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why not?
And they've stuck out some terrible conditions, terrible wet weather this morning to drive a lot of fans away, but these guys never left the fence. Alan Moffat, you've been in this situation 4 times in your career. It must be one of the greatest moments of your life.
Yes, it is. It's hard to take it all in, to tell you the truth. You're still 15 feet off the ground. You can remember it, but really it's the satisfaction in a week's time of analyzing what you've done, and then it really becomes a wonderful moment. 10th win for Commodore. Okay, why not? Good.
Look at this. The crowd is just like a lava flow.
And the people are still coming. Look at them coming down the straight. It's quite unbelievable.
Yes, they want to see the fellows that have done it. They haven't seen them without their helmets on for over 6.5 hours. They want to see these chaps in the flesh.
Well, you can imagine the pressure on HRT too. There was a lot of talk about that pre-race after the failure last year with both cars out with head gasket failure and within 30 laps. That was a shocking result for them. And from that day on, they were regrouping with one goal in mind.
Yes, I think the Stormtroopers went in, and they certainly did regroup, but this is a tremendous achievement, a great victory.
Chance of Lounsey, and there's the fans coming in for their...
Oh, they're taking the signs down off the pit garages.
Called instant souvenirs.
Race teams better get their booms in, or they're going to go as well.
Well, this is just a fraction of the support base for Craig Lowndes. He really has hit a soft spot with the Australian public in 1996. A remarkable effort. Our statsman Nigel Greenway has also just told me it's only the second time 2 drivers under 30 have won this race together. Amazing. Let's go down to Gary Wilkinson with the presentation.
It has been another great race, there's no doubt about that. The AMP 1000 for 1996. The drivers have braved the most atrocious conditions. Only the toughest have survived. And coming home 3rd in the great race this year in car number 25, the Castrol Falcon, Tony Longhurst and Steve Ellery. I'll get them going. Tony Longhurst, winner here in a Ford in 1988. 3rd in a Ford today in the Big Falcon, and it was a hell of a tough race under these conditions.
Unbelievable. Those first 30 or 40 laps in the wet. You know, at one stage on slicks and it was raining. It was unbelievable. Toughest race I've ever done. It's great to see 2 Fords out of the top 3 placing, though.
Absolutely. Made more difficult the whole day, I think, by there were 5 pace car incidents and a lot of damage out there to some of the runners.
Yeah, carnage all the time, but it balanced it out. It was just the toughest race I've ever been in. It really was, and it was a great drive by Dick and Craig Lowndes and Murphy to win it. I'd like to thank Castrol, Yokohama, Ford, NGK, and Konica for the support throughout the year. We've had a tough 18 months, but it's just great to be up here.
Tony, Alan Moffat observed through the course of the race that you have had to personally mount a terrific campaign for the race this year. You've gone out and got yourself tough, physically and mentally tough to tackle this race.
You need to be. I did a double stint early on, 3 hours. I got out of the car and I was still very, very strong, so that was very important. But we've only got a team of 6 people, and it's just fantastic for us to get up here and take on, HRT and Burke's time. I just wrap. A few drunks down there, Gary.
Let's have a quick word with Stephen Ellery.
Great job too. Absolutely fantastic.
A fabulous effort, Stephen. Congratulations at 22 years of age for Tony to step out of the car and at one stage, midday there, give you a double stint in the car. That must have been tough, but enjoyable.
It was definitely the toughest thing I've ever done, but I was so happy that I'd done it because it got me out of the car and let Tony finish the race the way he knows how. And I'm just thankful to Tony Longhurst, Castro, Ford, Yokohama for giving me this opportunity. It's the best opportunity I've ever had in my career, and hopefully next year we can come here and win the bloody race.
I know you've got a lot of experience for a young man, but even so, it must have been tough surviving the conditions in the earlier part of the day.
It was very tough. The rain was heavy, the track was very wet. The pace car helped out the situation and it helped us get to the finish. Tony drove absolutely brilliantly, and I thank him as a co-driver, and I just can't thank him enough.
Congratulations again to Stephen Ellery and Tony Longhurst, 25, the Castrol Falcon, 3rd place in the AMP Bathurst 1000. Well, the crowd are going wild here. We'll be getting to the winners very shortly. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd place getters. Car number 17, the Shell FAI Falcon, Dick Johnson and John Bowe.
Thanks, Wilco. It's really nice to see such a large crowd here, and firstly I'd really like to congratulate Craig and Greg for doing a magnificent job today, and I'd also like to congratulate their team. They did a terrific job, and it was obvious that they had the faster car on the day. And I'd like to say thanks very much to my guys for doing a fantastic job. We really had our backs against the wall early in the week, but the car came together well, for the day, and I'm very, very pleased with it. Just keep going all day.
Dick, you've been here in some atrocious conditions in the past, but I would think probably none worse than today.
Today was absolutely dreadful, and for any of those people down there that think it wasn't, I can assure you it was probably one of the worst set of conditions we've ever seen here in our life. I'd like to thank my partner John for doing an absolutely magnificent job in those treacherous conditions, and just to show the sort of true racer that he really is. Thanks Shell, thanks FIA, thanks Massport, and our good Dunlops came through, good pommy ones.
Let's have a word here with the Tassie Tiger, John Bowe.
Thanks, Mate.
JB, the crowd can get a little bit unruly here at times, but certainly things were a bit unruly out on the circuit in the early part of the day.
Yeah, they were. It was very tough. It was tough for everybody. I must congratulate Craig and Greg. They really were a magnificent team today, and they always had the pace, and I think it was fitting that they won. But I'm a bit disappointed in these guys. It is a sporting contest.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is, and you just talk straight over the top of them, JB.
Right, yeah.
Well
anyway,
done.
mate, I'd like to thank Dick. I mean, he drove a magnificent race, and anybody that reckons that he can't do it only has to watch what he did today. It was just a tremendous effort. All the boys in the team performed a mammoth task, and Dick's already thanked our sponsors, but my heartfelt thanks to them as well.
Well, you've won here before. You went as close as you could today to take 2nd place, and I know that the pair of you will be back to try again. Absolutely. Well done for a great effort. Dick Johnson and John Bowe, 2nd in the Shell FAI Falcon in the great race. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just before we get to the winners, I'd like you to give a moment, if you would, to the Managing Director and the Chief Executive of AMP, Mr. George Trumbull.
Well, thank you, Gary. It's great to be here, and it's great for AMP to have the opportunity to be involved in this great spectacle. I think Channel 7 and Bathurst ought to be congratulated for putting on another great show, and for all the drivers here, we congratulate you. It's my pleasure to welcome the two winning drivers and to present the trophy. Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy driving a great Holden race car. Craig Lowndes, the youngest winner of Bathurst ever, and the only other driver other than the great Peter Brock to have won the Touring Car Championship, Sandown and Bathurst in the same year. And we wish Greg well as he goes off to England to test for the Formula 3000 in a couple of weeks. Okay, bring him on. We bring on now Greg Murphy and Craig Lowndes.
Gentlemen, the youngest combination ever to win Bathurst, the youngest driver ever to win Bathurst at the age of 22. Craig Lowndes, a lot of friends, a lot of supporters, a lot of teammates down there in the crowd. This must be just the most marvellous moment for you.
It's fantastic. This week has been tremendous. Greg and I haven't had a problem with the car. It's just gone beautiful. Some of our pit crew are down there. They're absolutely delighted. It just it wraps up the year beautifully.
Craig, a lot of other people had a lot of trouble during the course of today's race. Some of it caused by themselves. Some of them just ran into other people's trouble. You avoided all that, and your Mobil HRT #1 car was just bulletproof.
Well, I wouldn't say that. We stayed out of trouble the first quarter of the race. It was very, very treacherous. You know, it rained, it stopped, it rained, it stopped. The pace car was out there more than we were on the circuit. So no, we're very, very lucky to pull through that, and Greg went out on slicks, and as I said, we just never had a problem since then.
Let's have a word with Greg. Greg. Our telecast going to New Zealand through TVNZ. The folks at home would be loving this.
Yeah, hi Mum. Love you. It was just a fantastic race, Craig and I. We had the package, all our guys, the race team, we owe it to you guys. Without you, we wouldn't have done it. Our Mobil, great sponsor, thank you very much. Bridgestone, fantastic tyres. Without our #1 Holden Commodore, we wouldn't have been anywhere.
Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy, winners of the AMP Bathurst 1000 for 1996 for Mobil HRT, the #1 car. A fantastic effort. Congratulations again.
I'd like to thank our sponsors. Yeah, Holden have done a tremendous job. It is the 10th win for them. It's the first win for us, and hopefully there'll be many more. As Greg said, I'd like to thank Bridgestone. They've done a lot of work this year, and we get thanks to our success, and thanks to them. I'd like to thank our guys, Jeff Gretsch and Mobil. It's just been a tremendous year. Thank you.
Well, this is the scene that we're used to seeing at the finish of the great race, but for the first time ever for these two young men, Craig Lowndes, what a future he's got in motorsport, not only in Australia but in Europe. We're going to be hearing a lot more of him, and Greg Murphy, a most accomplished co-driver for the Bathurst 1000 this year, and the two of them have taken the major prize before a phenomenal crowd of nearly 46,000 people here at Mount Panorama today. 46,000 fans who braved the elements to come and see the youngest combination in the history of the race in the #1 Mobil HRT Commodore take the checkered flag after 7 hours and 10 minutes of racing, 5 pace cars on the track, a race that a lot of other drivers did not survive. We saw the spectacular exit of Alan Jones and others, but these two guys in what, as I said, was almost a bulletproof Holden Commodore have survived to the finish to take the checkered flag in a most remarkable race. Craig Lowndes and Greg Murphy, the victors! Lowndes and Murphy, the winners. Let's check the top 10 again before we leave you. They are the winner for Mobile HRT in the #1 car. Johnson Bower, Shell FAI Falcon number 17, second place. Longhurst and young Stephen Ellery in car 25, the Castrol Falcon EF in third. Wayne Gardner, Neil Crompton fourth in the number 7 Coca-Cola Commodore. Peter Brock, Thomas Mazera in 05, the second Mobile HRT car finished fifth. Sixth placing to Larry Perkins, Russell Ingle, last year's winners in car number 11, the Castrol Commodore VP. Mark Scaife and John Cleland, the Gibson's team Seeker in 7th spot. Stephen Johnson, Tommy Kendall from the USA in 8th spot in the 18 Shell FAI car. Walden and Noski finished in 9th place. And Klaus Niedzwitz and Ken Douglas in the Synovus Falcon entry finished in 10th spot. That's the great race, the AMP Bathurst 1000 for another year. Of course, for 7 Network viewers, Sports World resumes next Sunday. Join David Fordham for that. Hope to see you again when next we go motor racing here at Mount Panorama.